All people elf pick up the Super Dream Treasure Chest at the beginning 1-50. Chapter 1 The Age of Mythical Elves. A soft light bloomed on the elf egg, and cracks appeared on the surface of the elf egg in the gentle tremor. Lin Jing showed expectant eyes. Finally, it's going to hatch. Lin Jingchang let out a breath. With the first elf, I will receive the initial elf again tomorrow, and then I will be able to gain a foothold in this world. As his thoughts flashed, Lin Jing showed a complicated look. His name is Lin Jing, and he is from Earth. Journey of Hatching Flash, while playing Rare Diamond Remake and Arceus. In the process of hatching the Flash, he crossed here with an elf egg. Elf World. The fairy world of Pokemon really exists. However, after a little understanding, Lin Jing discovered that this elf world is very different from what he imagined. According to rumors, a great change took place in this elf world a long time ago. The interstellar world and the elf world merge. Regions become star fields, towns become planets, Uranus trainers sit on one side, and champion trainers rule the star fields. The legendary beast spirit that exists in the legend holds supreme authority and roams in the galaxy. Even ordinary elves, after careful training, can burst out with power far beyond the original story. Here. It is the era of the mythical interstellar elves. Among the information he currently knows, there are star fields such as Sinnoh Star Field and Guandu Star Field. Apparently, it mirrors the regions of the fairy world in memory. And the planet he is currently on, called Kixingsheng, is located in the Apocalypse Starfield, which is one of the starfields originally owned by the interstellar world. Crack, click. As his thoughts flowed, the crack in the elf egg in front of him gradually increased. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the top. In the era of interstellar elves, after reaching a certain age, you can receive the initial elves, participate in the elves exam, and enter the elves academy. Tomorrow is the starting point for receiving the initial elves and participating in the elves exam. Being able to have 2 elves at the starting point will undoubtedly give Lin Jing a certain lead. I don't know what kind of elf will be in it. Maybe. Thinking of the elves that were hatching before he crossed over, Lin Jing's heart moved slightly. In front of you. The crack of the elf egg is getting bigger and bigger. In Lin Jing's expectant gaze, at a certain moment, accompanied by a crisp sound, a figure slowly protruded out of the eggshell. This is. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. The newly hatched little guy seemed a little shy. After his head stuck out of the eggshell, he quickly shrank back, and then he quietly stuck his head out again. Don't hide, little one. A flash of surprise flashed in Lin Jing's eyes. Looking at the newly hatched elves, his heart was excited. Wearing a white dress and 2 tentacles on the head, Lin Jing, a loyal player of Pokemon, recognized its identity the first time he saw it. Lalu Lassie. This is the elf that was hatching the Flash before he crossed. What surprised Lin Jing even more was. This shy little guy has blue hair and orange-gold tentacles. The normal Lalu drawing has green hair color and red tentacles. Only the flashing Lalu drawing is so special. Shining Elf is not only a change in appearance, as a special existence in the ethnic group, it represents that its talent and aptitude are far superior to those of its peers. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jing reached out his hand and tentatively touched the tentacles of Lulu Lalusi. The little guy stepped back a little shyly. Then, he took the initiative to step forward and rubbed Lin Jing's palm. As a trainer who helped it hatch, Lalulas has a natural affinity for Lin Jing. Without hesitation, Lin Jing took out a pokeball from his waist. Tomorrow will take part in the elf exam, the elf ball, all kinds of materials, he has already prepared. Lalulas, in the future, you will follow me. Let's make a breakthrough in this vast elf world together. As an elf of the owner's super energy system plus fairy system, Laluras keeps improving, and the strength after evolution is not bad, let alone a flashing elf. Moreover, as the only partner who traveled with him, Lin Jing undoubtedly had different feelings for this little guy. His tone became more serious, and he stuck out the pokeball, "Come in, little guy." Lalu Lassie's eyes were covered by her hair, but at this moment, it was always shy without hesitation. After moving forward a little, it took the initiative to touch the Pokeball. Red light flashed. Ding! With a slight sound, the figure of the flashing Laloras disappeared in place. Successfully captured. In the real elf world, conquering the first elf is undoubtedly a fulfilling thing. However, Lin Jing hadn't thought about it yet. At the moment when the subduing was successful, a faint voice sounded in Lin Jing's ear. It was detected that the host successfully subdued the initial elves, and the treasure chest system was officially awakened. Awakening. Awakened successfully. You got the trainer starter chest. Chapter 2 Heavenly King Qualification, Flash Lalu Drawing. Treasure chest system. At this moment, a bunch of information lingered in his heart. Lin Jing closed his eyes and carefully perceived the information. In his hand, after a flash of light from the Pokeball, the figure of Laloras appeared in front of him. A long time, Lin Jing opened his eyes. Treasure chest system. As the name suggests, for Lin Jing, in this vast era of interstellar elves, it is possible to create various elves' treasure chests in the sea of stars, planets, forests, and lakes. In the treasure chest, there are various props that can enhance the strength of the elves, and even their own strength. With the treasure chest system, my trainer path will be smoother. Lin Jing felt joy in his heart. As an elf who can perceive emotions, Laluas keenly sensed Lin Jing's happiness, and it rubbed against Lin Jing, showing a happy look. Lin Jing smiled slightly, and while his thoughts moved, he said to himself, "The initial treasure chest, open it." At this moment, in front of Lin Jing, only the treasure chest he could see appeared, slowly opened, and the light was shining. Lines of prompts appear. You got the advanced ball X1. You got the trainer's initial clothing set X1. You have obtained physical enhancement X1. You have acquired a special skill, Wisdom I. 4 items. Premium ball. As a more senior elf game player, Lin Jing is naturally clear. This is the Pokeball whose probability of capturing Pokemon is second only to the Master Ball. If you encounter a rare Pokemon, using the advanced ball to capture it will undoubtedly increase the success rate with a great probability. And, in the real world of elves, high-end balls are extremely valuable and expensive. As his thoughts turned, he looked at other rewards. Open black lens bracket trainer initial costume set close black lens bracket. Current attributes. Physical defense +2, special defense +2. Special effect. Affinity. After wearing a costume suit, the elves' affinity for you will be improved to a certain extent. As his mind moved slightly, in front of him, the phantom of a suit appeared. The costume suit is not a real set of clothes, but an enhancement at the system level. As long as you choose to wear it in the treasure chest system, it will have an effect. The virtual shadow greeted him and merged into Lin Jing's own clothes. The effect works. Physical enhancement. Introduction. Your physique will be strengthened to a certain extent. Glancing over the introduction, Lin Jing's eyes lit up. There are countless dangers in the real elf world. Not to mention, here is the age of interstellar elves that can be called myth. The destructive power of elves is even more terrifying. Trainers travel between planets, and there may even be battles at the star level. Under this premise, the trainer's own physique is undoubtedly very important. The strengthening of his physique, combined with the increased defense ability of the clothing set itself, has undoubtedly improved Lin Jing's safety to a certain extent. Without any hesitation, Lin Jing immediately chose to use it. The faint brilliance rose up all over the body and merged into the body. Under the action of the warm power, Lin Jing clearly felt that his power was increasing. His gaze turned to the last reward. Open black lens bracket smart eyes close black lens bracket can be upgraded. Introduction. With special abilities, you can obtain certain elf information through your eyes. Lin Jing raised his brows slightly, and his thoughts flashed in his heart. This ability, is very suitable for the elf exam. After the fusion of the interstellar world and the elf world, the elf illustrated book also spread. But only formal trainers can obtain the elf illustrated book, and novice trainers who take part in the elf exam do not have this qualification. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, he will not be in danger in 100 battles, and with the skills of discerning eyes, he can undoubtedly gain a certain degree of advantage in the battle of elves. And tomorrow is the time to choose the initial elves. The ability of discerning eyes can completely help me select the initial elves with better qualifications and faster training progress. In the blink of an eye, the power of wisdom eyes is activated. A cool and refreshing feeling came from his eyes, and vaguely, there seemed to be mysterious symbols flashing in the pupils. Lin Jing closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he looked at Lalu Lassie. Wisdom ability activates. Open black lens bracket Lalu drawing, flash close black lens bracket. Level LV1. Introduction, spirits who can sense emotions with the horns on their heads, although they hardly appear in front of people, they will lean over after feeling positive emotions. Feature, copy, telepathy. Qualification, Heavenly King. Currently mastered skills, charming voice, cry, shadow clone, mind power, mist field, strange light, black eyes. With a glance, Lin Jing revealed a hint of admiration. As expected of a flash elf, his talent is indeed quite powerful. Just hereditary moves have 3 skills: mist field, strange light, and black eyes, which greatly improves Lalu Lassie's combat ability, and also makes its auxiliary ability surge. Are you with the qualifications of the Heavenly King? After mastering the ability of discerning eyes, relevant information will come to mind. In the division of wisdom's ability, the qualifications of elves are divided into 6 levels: ordinary, superior, elite, Heavenly King, champion, and overlord. These 6 levels are called unified, and actually involve various attributes, such as the growth rate of elves, the upper limit of elves, strength, and even the growth values of specific attributes such as special attack, special defense, speed, and attack. However, Lin Jing's eyesight ability is currently not enough to see more detailed information, and he can only see that the integration is Heavenly King. The aptitude of elves is not impossible to improve. Through the treasures related to elves, and even the hard training of elves, it is possible to improve the aptitude, but it is more difficult. The aptitude of the Heavenly King is the 4th level of aptitude, but it is already quite good. After all, in this era of interstellar elf, an elf grows into a king-level elf, and its combat power and destructive power are completely worthy of the word horror. You must know that the Heavenly King level trainer here can be one of the most powerful trainers in a vast star field. Lalu Lassie's aptitude is amazing, and the growth rate is bound to be very fast. I have a treasure chest system, which can make Lalu Lassie's qualifications easier to improve compared to others. Lift. The Elf Exam, the Elf Academy. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. This is my first step into this magnificent elf era. After gaining a certain understanding of Lalu Lassie's ability through his eyesight ability, Lin Jing quickly became familiar with it. The tacit understanding with the elves is also an important part of the elves' battle. Fortunately, as Laloras, who has telepathic ability and was hatched by Lin Jing, the tacit understanding with Lin Jing is innate. Chapter 3 New Rules for the Exam, Quasi-King Class. The next day. Apocalypse Star Domain, Venus Star, Shengjing City. 77 Initial Elves Collection Point. Elves will test the starting point. Lin Jing carried his bag and looked towards the front. In the front, in the hall, the Pokeballs were neatly arranged. In front of the Pokeball, there were already Pokemon who couldn't stand the loneliness, left the Pokeball, and looked at the outside world with anticipation. Elves are very intelligent creatures, and they all know that from today, there are trainers who are very likely to accompany them for life. Just when Lin Jing was thinking. Aside, a voice sounded. Lin Jing. Lin Jingshun looked around. The speaker was a slightly fat man who also carried a backpack. This is the classmate who has a good relationship with Lin Jing, named Shuming. After approaching quickly, Shuming looked around, and then said mysteriously, Lin Jing, have you heard? What? Lin Jing frowned slightly. The location of our general examination this year is not in Qixingxing, not even in Tianxixingyu. Shuming lowered his voice a bit. It should be announced after receiving the elves. I also heard it from an elder. Not in the Apocalypse Star territory. Lin Jing whispered softly and asked, where is that? In the Sinnoh Star territory. Shuming showed his longing eyes. There can be one of the birthplaces of elves. I heard that not only our Apocalypse Starfield, but also novice trainers from other starfields will also go to the starfields where elves are born to participate in the elves exam. Sinnoh Star territory. Lin Jing's expression darkened. For others, Sinnoh Star Field means one of the birthplaces of elves. But for him, the Sinnoh Star territory is most likely the Sinnoh region in his memory. The span between the stars is huge. As a novice trainer, I can't log into the cross-star network, and I know very little information about the Sinnoh Star Field. But if you go there to take the exam, you can learn more about it. Sinnoh. Thoughts flicker. At the front end, in the hall, a soft female voice broadcast sounded. Every novice trainer, please choose your starting sprite. Each novice trainer can choose one elf. If a trainer selects the same elf, the elf will choose the trainer he wants to follow. Pick and choose. This is the way to choose the initial sprite. In a sense, the elf exam has already begun at this moment. Whether you can choose your favorite elf and get the elf's approval is also a test. There are hundreds of people in the initial elf collection point number 77, all of which are equivalent to each other's competitors. After the sound of the announcement fell, the glass door of the hall slowly opened. Lin Jing and Shuming looked at each other, no longer hesitated, and immediately stepped into it. In the hall, brilliance swayed. Pokémon left from the Pokeball and appeared. The moment he stepped into the hall, there was a flicker of light in his eyes, and the ability of his eyes to see was activated, and he began to observe purposefully. He has Lalu Lassie, so naturally he will not choose a super-type elves, otherwise it will cause problems in the allocation of resources in the team, and it will also affect the attribute attack surface. One after another information came into view. Open black lens bracket Nidalang close black lens bracket. Qualification ordinary. Open black lens bracket speaker bud close black lens bracket. Qualification ordinary. Open black lens bracket sunward seeds close black lens bracket. Qualification superior. Shutting through the crowd, his eyes swept across the elves. At a certain moment, Lin Jing's steps stopped. Open black lens bracket little fire horse close black lens bracket. Qualification elite. Elite level qualified elves. It is quite good to be able to find an elite level elf among the selectable initial elves. The brilliance in his eyes flickered slightly, his eyesight ability was deeply activated, and Lin Jing was ready to carefully observe the attribute information of this little fire horse. Just then, behind the little fire horse, while the elf ball placed beside it flickered, a figure turned into a rainbow light and swept out, landing on the ground. That's a little fire dragon. Little fire dragon. Qualification quasi-Tianwang class. This means that its aptitude has surpassed the elite level and is infinitely close to the Heavenly King level. This is a better place to start than Pony. Lin Jing has a treasure chest system, and the requirements for elves qualifications are not so high. But better elf qualifications represented the initial growth rate, which was undoubtedly very important for Lin Jing, who was going to take the elf exam. And as far as the elves themselves are concerned, the little fire dragon is undoubtedly better than many small fire horses. As one of the 3 royal families in Guandu, the little fire dragon is undoubtedly one of the darlings of the elves world. After evolving to the final body fire-breathing dragon, it is a mega evolution with 2 forms. Mega evolution with 2 forms, except for the fire-breathing dragon, is a super dream treatment. In the real world, the number of Mega Evolution Stones is rare and the value is amazing. But with the treasure chest system, Lin Jing didn't think he would have no access to it. Moreover, Lin Jing himself also liked this Yu Sanjia Fire Master very much. In an instant, he made a choice, took a few steps forward, and prepared to hold the Pokeball of Little Fire Dragon. Just then, the other hand also reached out to the Pokeball. Chapter 4 Objective, Sinnoh Star Territory. Lin Jing's movements stopped. The owner of the other hand also noticed the problem and stopped. Lin Jing's eyes looked up. It was a beautiful girl with glasses and a ponytail. Word, Ji Yu Jia, is written. At this moment, facing Lin Jing's gaze, Ji Yu Jia looked back at Xiao Hualong and said calmly, if that's the case, leave it to Xiao Hualong to choose. At the initial elf collection point, you must follow the selection rules here. No one dared to make trouble here. After all, the elf exam is a big project hosted by the Interstellar Elf Alliance, involving countless novice trainers. The head of the forest site agreed, and also looked at the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon that just came out of the Pokeball was still a little ignorant, but then he realized that he wanted to choose the future owner, and its eyes immediately became solemn. Nearby, the eyes of other people also looked over. Reverse election is undoubtedly one of the excitement of receiving the initial elves. In the past, even elves struggled for a long time before making a decision. However, to everyone's surprise, in the eyes of one after another, Xiao Hualong's eyes swept over Lin Jing and Ji Yu Jia, and then without any hesitation, he stepped forward to Lin Jing. The flame on the tail kept burning, and the little fire dragon had already made a choice. A surprised voice sounded. Lin Jing raised his brows slightly, but it was not surprising. The elf reversed the election. To put it bluntly, it was based on the first impression. The image of the trainer will play a role. As for Lin Jing, he can have the blessing of the trainer's initial costume set. With the special effect, the elves will naturally be closer to him. Everything was doomed from the moment the anti-election started. Seeing that Xiao Hualong did not choose herself, Ji Yu Jia showed a disappointed look, shook her head, and said nothing, and immediately went to observe and choose other elves. Lin Jing retracted his gaze, retrieved Little Fire Dragon's Pokeball, and looked at Little Fire Dragon. As his mind moved slightly, his eyesight ability was fully activated, and more detailed information lingered in his eyes. Little Fire Dragon. Level LV5. Introduction. The flame on the tail is the light of its life. When the spirit is good, the flame will burn more vigorously. Attribute: Fire. Characteristics: Fire. Qualification: Quasi-Tianwang class. Current mastery skills: Grab, Scream, Spark, Primal Power. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Compared to Lalu Lassie, Little Fire Dragon has only mastered one genetic move. But Primordial Power. This is quite a powerful skill. Moreover, the small fire dragon and even the evolved fire dinosaur, the fire-breathing dragon, cannot master this skill in any way. If you want to get it, you can only get it through genetics. You can see how precious it is. Having the power of Primordial, the parent of this little fire dragon. After thinking about it, Lin Jingping smiled peacefully and said, Little Fire Dragon, you will follow me in the future. You have a buddy that I'll introduce to you later. Now, come first. Lin Jing found the Pokeball. The little fire dragon didn't resist, and took the initiative to touch the Pokeball with his forehead, and in a flash of light, he returned to the Pokeball. The second elf, Get. With the Pokeball tied around his waist, Lin Jing strode out of the hall. At the moment of leaving the hall, a staff member stepped forward and led him to a platform not far away. Could it be? After thinking about it, Lin Jing waited quietly on the platform. Time lapse. After the last novice trainer had finished selecting the initial elf, the trainers who received the 77th initial elf collection point all gathered on the platform. Just then, the radio sounded again. Every novice trainer, After selecting the initial elves, the elves will officially begin the exam. Compared to the past, new reforms have been made in this year's elf exam. Your exam location will no longer be Apocalypse. Dropped with a bang. On the platform, there was an uproar. Some people showed understanding, while others looked blank. The broadcast continued. The rules of the exam will not change, and you will have to take the Apocalypse spacecraft, go through the space wormhole, and go to the Sinnoh Star territory to participate in the exam. Sinnoh Star territory. One of the birthplaces of elves. The location of the exam this time is actually there. Vibration continued. In the interstellar era, travel between stars is not very rare. Through special space wormholes and extremely advanced crafting methods that use the power of elves, the speed of shuttle between stars is even more unimaginable. Therefore, although the novice trainers were shocked and surprised, they were not afraid. Even looking forward to going to the Sinnoh Star territory. In the era of interstellar elf, a mature elf trainer used to travel in the sea of stars, looking for elves, capturing and fighting. Now, please wait a moment. After leaving a sentence again, the broadcast sound fell. On the platform, there was a lot of discussion. After about half an hour. At this moment, on the platform, a soft brilliance bloomed. In the flash of brilliance, Lin Jing felt a faint sense of liftoff, and the next moment, he had disappeared in place. Chapter 5 Battle in the Galaxy, Deoxys. When it reappeared, what caught my eye was the porthole not far away. Outside the porthole, is the blue sky. Through a special transmission method, he was already on the Apocalypse starship. Apocalypse's novice trainers appeared in the hall inside the Apocalypse, and there were constant excited discussions. In addition to the Apocalypse, there are more than a dozen spacecraft to transport novice trainers. When the faint roar sounded, the sense of leaving the ground came, and the Apocalypse kept climbing. After just 10 seconds, the view outside the porthole changed. From the azure blue sky to the boundless, deep and mysterious vast sea of stars. Lin Jing stopped by the porthole. Cosmic Star Sea. Whether in the past or this life, this is the first time he has appeared here. Looking from the porthole, Apocalypse, who had already left, came into view. Is this the era of interstellar elves? Looking at the appearance of the planet that was gradually getting farther away, Lin Jing suddenly felt a sense of pride in his heart. In this magnificent era, I also want to leave my traces. After the Apocalypse sailed smoothly for a while, there were bursts of exclamations from the front. Lin Jingxun looked around. Through the porthole at the front, I saw that in the barren star sea, a huge swirling portal stood in it. Space wormhole. This is a wormhole that originally existed in the Sea of Stars. After the transformation of human technology, it created a cross-star teleportation device. Space wormholes, together with spaceships, make the distance between star fields no longer far away. In the spotlight, the Apocalypse entered the space wormhole smoothly, opening the space shuttle. Sinnoh Star territory. In the deep galaxy, there are various planets scattered. Some planets have been developed by people in the interstellar age, while others are still unknown. In the heart of Sinnoh Star region, a vortex-style portal stands. Space wormhole. At this moment, among the ripples, a spaceship jumped out of the space wormhole. It is the Apocalypse. Inside the Apocalypse, the porthole is full of new trainers who are preparing to take the exam. Their eyes looked through the porthole to the outside world, and they were full of amazement. Is this the Sinnoh Star territory? What a beautiful starry sky. I heard that the most prosperous planet in the Sinnoh Star region is the Celebration Star. I don't know if there is any chance to go there during this trip. We estimate that we are going directly to the examination room. Lin Jing also stood on the edge of the porthole, looking at the sea of stars. The elf ball on the waist trembled slightly, and Lelora's and Little Fire Dragon also seemed to be very interested in this new star field that had just arrived. After passing through the space wormhole, the Apocalypse sailed in the galaxy to its destination. Lin Jing looked at the outside world. At this time, in the Hall of the Apocalypse, the exclamations of new trainers sounded. What is that? While the exclamation had not yet fallen, a faint brilliance rose from the outside of the Apocalypse, covering the entire spaceship. That is the defensive mask that comes with the spacecraft, protective measures. Roaming in the galaxy naturally requires certain defensive measures. At the same time as the mask was raised, in the galaxy, there seemed to be a surge of aftermath, bombarding the mask. Between layers of ripples, the Apocalypse trembled slightly. In the hall, each newcomer trainer looked different, looking through the porthole quickly. Exclamations continued. Then, what kind of elf? The elves fighting in the galaxy, what level is this? As the bombardment just now the aftermath of their battle. In the sound of exclamation, Lin Jing felt that his discerning eyes were slightly warm, his eyes were looking through the porthole, and his eyes were tightly fixed outside the window, at an unknown distance. In the galaxy, inside the floating asteroid, there is a figure standing. Its body is orange-red, its face is a strange blue-green, and there are crystals on its chest. At the first sight of it, as a veteran Pokémon player, Lin Jing recognized its identity. Deoxys. Legend has it that it lives in the galaxy of the universe and is a Pokémon born from the mutation of the DNA of a universe virus. Divine Beast Spirit. I didn't expect that after I really set foot in the universe of Xinghai, I would be able to see the real Beast Spirit soon after becoming a rookie trainer. A thought flashed in Lin Jing's mind. At this moment, the information observed by the power of the discerning eye has emerged. Open black lens bracket Deoxys close black lens bracket. Grade. Open black lens bracket introduce close black lens bracket. As a real beast spirit, with Lin Jing's current discernment ability, it is obviously impossible to detect accurate information. To be precise, if it wasn't for him knowing the information about Deoxys, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to detect his name. At the far end, at this moment, Deoxys seemed to have noticed something. As his body shone brightly, his appearance changed and became much thicker. Defensive form. Deoxys is a very special Pokémon. In addition to its own form, it also has 3 special forms, namely defensive form, attack form, and speed form. The focus of the 3 forms is different. At the moment when it turned into a defensive form, at the far end, there was a deep purple shockwave like a sharp blade. The sound in the galaxy cannot be transmitted. But at this moment, in the apocalypse, the sound of a big explosion almost sounded in everyone's heart. At the moment of the bombardment, it suddenly exploded, each meteorite was destroyed, and the aftermath swept over. The defensive mask around the apocalypse stirred, and the hull trembled uncontrollably. At the same time, following the direction of the source of the attack, Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the figure in another galaxy. That's it. Chapter 6 The Legendary Elf. At this moment, Lin Jing's eyes widened involuntarily. In the galaxy, Deoxys and another mysterious elf fought. And now, another elf figure also appeared in the line of sight. It is similar to Deoxys, both in humanoid form. It has a silvery white body and a purple tail and belly. This is a forest scene, and even an elf that every Pokémon player must be very familiar with. Mewtwo. Beginning with the Dream Gene, the beast spirit created by the Dream is Super Dream. Beast Elf Treasure Chest. Is this the age of the Galaxy Elves? The beast spirit has the ability to swim in the galaxy. It was the first time I set foot in the galaxy, and I saw such a scene. Very noisy in the hall. For ordinary trainers, mythical elves exist in legends, and they have no way to obtain relevant information. Except for some divine beasts and elves who often appear in human society, most of the information on divine beasts and elves is still a mystery to trainers. And now, 2 mysterious elves, fighting in the galaxy. Even if you don't know their specific information, you can guess their identities just by the destructive power of the move just now and a little association. At this moment, in the hall, a broadcast sounded. Please don't panic. It is very likely that we have encountered elves that exist in legends. According to the information we have obtained so far, elves in legends generally do not easily attack spaceships. The sound of the broadcast fell, and there was a constant vibration in the hall. Is it really a legendary fairy? I met two at a time. I don't know what attributes these two are. The legendary fairy. At this moment, many people took out their electronic devices and took pictures. However, in the next second, the screams of panic kept ringing. Looking around, I saw that the silver-white figure in the distance flashed, and in an instant, it appeared not far from the spaceship. The legendary elves are approaching. Its eyes, even more, glanced at the apocalypse. Lin Jing's eyes have been fixed on Qiao Meng's body, and as Qiao Meng approached, the insight skill was quietly activated. Open black lens bracket Mewtwo close black lens bracket. Grade. Open black lens bracket introduce close black lens bracket. Super Dream is an elf created as a weapon of war, and its combat effectiveness is quite terrifying. As of now, I still can't get accurate information. But with the continuous improvement of my eyesight ability, one day, even if it is a divine beast, I will definitely be able to obtain complete information. As the thoughts flashed, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed. Because outside the porthole, the Cheomung standing between the stars seemed to have sensed it and looked in the direction he was in. Mewtwo is aware of my observation of it. The Eye of Wisdom is a special ability, and Cheomung is an elf of the Super Energy Department. It has a keen sense of perception, and it is not surprising to detect it. What's more, in this mythical age of galaxy elves, the upper limit of ordinary elves has been greatly increased, and the abilities of divine beasts and elves are bound to be even more terrifying. Theoretically, Deoxys should also be aware of it, but its attention just now was on Mewtwo, so I'm afraid it didn't care about me at all. Seeing Cheomung's figure flashing, the distance from the apocalypse was a little closer. Not only the new trainers in the hall were panicked, even the crew of the apocalypse, the captain was also upset. Through special means of communication, the apocalypse urgently spread a message, centered on the hull, and quickly spread. The elves that exist in the legend, here is the apocalypse from the apocalypse star territory, we have no intention to be your enemy. Divine beast elves have quite good wisdom, and they also possess terrifying combat power. In this situation, the apocalypse can only try to communicate. Otherwise, a head-on conflict with a divine beast elf in the galaxy, the consequences can be imagined. Not far. Mewtwo's eyes narrowed slightly after receiving the information. Its gaze stayed on the apocalypse for a moment, then retracted its gaze. In a flash of brilliance, it has left its place. In the next moment, at the far end of the galaxy, two super energy-type divine beasts collided with a meteorite and shattered into powder, and the aftermath was constantly stirring. When the asteroid exploded, the aftermath rippled, and the defensive mask of the apocalypse trembled violently. No one would doubt the combat power of the beast spirits. Lin Jing watched from a distance, and even felt that the enhanced version of the beast spirit in this galaxy era is very likely to have the terrifying combat power of a star annihilation. During the confrontation between the two divine beasts and elves, the figures gradually disappeared and retreated to the depths of the galaxy. In the hall, there was silence for a moment. Then, a louder voice sounded. Are we after the catastrophe? Two elves that exist in legends, we actually met two. How many trainers never meet once in a lifetime? I didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying elf battle above the galaxy. I must find out the identities of those two elves. For rookie trainers, this is obviously a memory worth remembering for a lifetime. In this case, Lin Jing seemed out of place. At this moment, he was still standing by the porthole, looking at the galaxy outside with an inexplicable expression. Not far from the apocalypse, where Qiao Meng just stayed, at this moment, there is a treasure box that only he can see. The treasure chest is golden and blooms extremely brilliantly. In an instant, the treasure chest disappeared. At the same time, in Lin Jing's ear, a faint reminder sounded. You have successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest, Super Dream. 6th update on the first day will be delivered. Please ask for an evaluation ticket for a monthly flower ticket, thank you. Chapter 7 Amazing Rewards, Exclusive Skills of Divine Beasts. Beast Elf Treasure Chest. After having the treasure chest picking system, Lin Jing may pick up various treasure chests anywhere. But Lin Jing never thought that his first treasure box, except the initial reward treasure box, would come from a divine beast elf. After Mewtwo and Deoxys fought and left and went deep into the Sea of Stars, the Apocalypse set sail again and headed for the destination. Lin Jing slowly let out a breath, calmed the turbulence in his heart, and walked from the hall to the lounge next to him. There are several large lounges at both ends of the Hall of the Apocalypse, but because of the appearance of 2 legendary elves, all the new trainers went to the hall to watch through the portholes, and the lounge was empty. Lin Jing found a seat, and after sitting down, his thoughts flickered, and the interface of the treasure chest pickup system was opened. At this moment, on the interface, the treasure chest with golden brilliance is eye-catching. There is no doubt that this treasure chest has a great relationship with Mewtwo. The place where Super Dream stayed, let me pick up the treasure chest related to it. If it is calculated in this way, the formation of the treasure chest should also be related to the environment in which it is located. Thoughts flashed in Lin Jing's mind. He awakened the system, and it was only the 2nd day. Although he had a certain understanding of the system, there were obviously some hidden problems that he still couldn't figure out. The treasure chest of beasts and spirits must be one of the most advanced treasure chests, but I don't know what kind of rewards can be obtained from it. As his thoughts flashed, he no longer hesitated and muttered to himself. Open the treasure chest of beasts and spirits. The voice fell. The treasure chest in front of him flickered brightly and suddenly opened, and a dazzling light was revealed in it. One after another brilliance swept out, and information prompts appeared. You have acquired a special ability, Super Ability Specialization. You have acquired the skill, Spiritual Strong Mind. You have acquired the skill, Shadow Ball. You have gained special influence, Mewtwo's Attention. You have obtained qualification transformation, Super Baptism. You have obtained the Divine Beast Skill Fragment, Spiritual Break. As the brilliance shone, Lin Jing's eyes swept over the rewards. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the excited eyes inside kept flashing. No doubt. The rewards are pretty amazing. At a glance, more detailed reward information came into view. Skill, Spiritual Strong Mind, Skill, Shadow Ball. These 2 rewards are similar, both of which are skills, mechanisms and skill learning machines that can be mastered by super-type elves. Obviously, this is a skill that Xiao Meng has mastered, so it will be opened in the treasure chest. However, compared to the skill learning machine that allows the elves to learn skills indefinitely, the rewards obtained from the treasure chest can only be learned once. But for Lin Jing, this is enough. Today, he only has one super-type elf, which is Lalora's. Lalula's has just hatched, his level is very low, and his combat power is the weakest, but once he learns these 2 very powerful skills, his combat power will change, making him more smooth in the early stage of the exam. And the price of the skill learning machine is quite expensive, and the rewards obtained in the treasure chest are completely free. Most importantly, these 2 rewards are the lowest value rewards in the treasure chest. As his thoughts turned around, he looked at other rewards. Special Influence, Mewtwo's Attention. Introduction. Because you obtained the treasure chest about Mewtwo, you ushered in Mewtwo's attention, Mewtwo Affinity +5. The value of this reward is beyond doubt. The increase in affinity is undoubtedly equivalent to gaining a certain friendship from Xiao Meng in disguise. I don't know, when will I be able to see Xiao Meng again? Special Ability, Super Ability Specialization. Introduction. The superpower left by Xiao Meng is acquired by you, and you can use this to awaken superpower. Superpower. In the elf world, there are some trainers who are unique and possess extraordinary abilities themselves. Superpower is one of them. In Lin Jing's memory, the representative of the superpowers in the elf world was undoubtedly Nazi, and the opponent's superpowers were quite terrifying. For Lin Jing himself, even if he can't be as terrifying as Nazi, just possessing superpowers can cooperate with Lelora's in the elf battle, thus exerting greater combat power. Qualification Transformation. Super Baptism. Introduction. As the top elves of the superpower system, the superpower left by Cheomung will have a beneficial effect on any superpower elves. When used on superpower elves, their qualifications will be transformed. Qualification Transformation. As Lin Jing sensed it, his eyes lit up slightly. In the elf world, it is not impossible to transform one's aptitude, but the requirements are very strict, and the needs are even more valuable. Because of its flashing characteristics, Lalula's is an amazing Heavenly King level aptitude. If it is baptized by superpower, what level of aptitude will it reach? Super Dream. Really my lucky star. In the end, Lin Jing's eyes fell on the last reward. Shards of Divine Beast Skill. Spiritual Break. Introduction. Divine Beast elves have their own special skills and have unparalleled formidable power. Through the Divine Beast skill fragments, elves with the same attributes can learn the exclusive skills of Divine Beasts. Current effect can learn Spirit Break, Pseudo. Current status 1/10. Note: collect all the skill fragments of Spirit Break, and you will be able to learn the true Spirit Break skill. The skill will transform and the power will increase sharply. The exclusive skills of the beast. On the first day, Chapter 7 will be delivered, asking for an evaluation ticket for a monthly flower ticket, thank you. Chapter 8 Quasi-Overlord Talent, Sinnoh Champion. Unique skills of the beast. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Naturally, he knew something about this. For example, the sword of a certain flightless divine beast's cliff, such as Cheomung's Spiritual Smash, these are their own exclusive moves. And now, the elves under him have the means to master this skill, so how high will the upper limit be in the future? In addition to the terrifying power of Spirit Breaker, the most important thing is its special effects. Normally, the power of a super skill such as Spirit Smash depends on the special defense of the target. But Spiritual Break, causing special attack damage, can only be reduced by ordinary defense. At some point, the value of this skill is priceless. Because of the appearance of the legendary elf, there was a lot of discussion in the hall, and there were many lounges. For a time, no one came to the lounge where Lin Jing was. After confirming it, Lin Jing held up the pokeball. In a flash of brilliance, the figure of flashing Lalula has appeared in front of him. The elves of different colors are always particularly eye-catching. Lalula and Lin Jing were very close, and the moment they appeared, they rubbed up on them. It's so nice. Touching Lalula's tentacles, Lin Jing said softly, "Little guy, let's learn new skills." Lalula's is very smart, and she responded softly when she heard the words. The interface of the treasure box system stops in front of you, and the rewards are used. Skill learning. With the help of the system, it quickly mastered these two skills. Then, Lin Jing never hesitated, using the skill fragments of Spiritual Breaking and Super Baptism at the same time. At this moment, the deep purple brilliance representing super power emerges from the void, very soft, and blends into Lalula's body. Lalula's let out a somewhat comfortable whisper. Under the baptism of super power, its body size seems to have grown a little, and its hair is brighter. Seeing that Lalula successfully mastered it, Lin Jing used his superpower to specialize. Another soft purple brilliance appeared, and after Lin Jing's eyebrows merged into it, a system prompt appeared. You have mastered superpowers. Indistinctly, there was a warm current surging between his eyebrows. Lin Jing's brows were slightly raised, and his superpower was activated. Not far away, the teacup on the table was shrouded in a faint brilliance and lifted into the sky. This is its superpower, Lin Jing muttered to himself. While mastering the superpower, he clearly perceives that his perception has also improved. Trainers themselves have special abilities, and at certain moments, they can play a huge role. Looking around, Lin Jing looked at Lalu Lassie. The reward from the treasure box obviously won't hurt the elves, and Loloris showed a very comfortable look under the shroud of light. Soon, the deep purple brilliance gradually disappeared. Lalula's raised her head, looked at Lin Jing, and showed an increasingly cordial expression. Just when Lin Jing was about to check the changes of Loloris, there was a shy and timid voice in his heart. Master. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately, he looked at Lalula's and whispered, "Little guy, is that you?" Lalula's lowered her head and nodded shyly. Lin Jing's eyes brightened slightly. According to Lalu Lassie's ability, normally speaking, I am afraid that I need to evolve into Shinado before I have the ability to directly communicate with me. And now, just during the Loloris period, it can communicate with me spiritually. This should not only be the transformation of its aptitude, but also because I also have superpowers, so I don't need it to work too hard to hear its heart. Thinking about this, Lin Jing became more and more happy. Being able to communicate directly in the mind will undoubtedly increase the tacit understanding between him and Loloris. And, in the future, it may be able to play some unexpected roles. Really good. After softly complimenting, Lin Jing's eyes flashed a strange color. Looking at Lalu Lassie, his eyesight ability was activated. Open black lens bracket Lalu drawing, flash close black lens bracket. Level LV6. Introduction, spirits who can sense emotions with the horns on their heads. Although they hardly appear in front of people, they will lean over after feeling positive emotions. Attribute, super, fairy. Feature, copy, telepathy. Qualification, quasi-overlord. Currently mastered skills, charming voice, cry, shadow clone, mind power, mist field, strange light, black eyes, shadow ball, spiritual strong mind, spiritual break, pseudo. Even the level has been raised. This is normal. Levels are a manifestation of the growth of elves. Training and fighting can improve the level of elves. After the baptism of superpower, Loloris has obviously grown. Qualification. A quasi-overlord level. Lin Jing's eyes brightened. In the aptitude division of the ability of wisdom eyes, the aptitude is divided into 6 grades. Ordinary, superior, elite, king, champion, overlord. And now, the aptitude of Shining Loloris has completely surpassed the qualification of champion since the beginning of the king, and has reached the quasi-overlord level. This is a complete transformation. The future of Loloris is limitless. The speed of its growth, its future ceiling, is terrifying. Its original talent is extremely high. I thought that super baptism could make it reach the champion level, but I didn't expect it to directly reach the quasi-overlord level qualification. Could it be? Having mastered the exclusive skill of smashing the divine beast, will it also affect its aptitude? Lin Jing made all kinds of guesses in his heart. In the next time, Lin Jing simply released the little fire dragon, so that the 2 future companions would gradually become familiar with it. Apocalypse roams in the galaxy, getting closer and closer to the destination. Shinao Star Territory. Pathogen Star. Here, is a special planet with many ancient ruins. To the east of the capital city of Emi, stands a huge ancient elf statue, which is said to be a legendary beast elf. And now, Emi is the entrance to the location of the elf exam. Now, Beidaisheng, above the wilderness, several figures stand on the cliff, looking down. One of them looked at the figure at the front and said solemnly, "Your Excellency Champion, are you sure that the examination room will be set there? Could it be a little too bold?" His voice fell. The black figure at the front turned around, and a calm and soft voice sounded. "There, isn't it a natural super large examination room? She has long blonde hair and is dressed in a black shirt. She has an excellent bearing and a beautiful face. If Lin Jing was here, he would definitely be able to recognize her identity immediately." Shinao Regional Champion, Sharona. To be precise. It's the champion of Sinnoh Star Territory, Zyrna. Chapter 9 Arrival at Pathé, Special Machine. On the entire cliff, there are several figures, all of which are the top figures of the Sinnoh Starfield under the current Elf Alliance. Now. Zyrna said a word, and looked at the far end, as if looking at something, and said softly, a natural world that has never been explored as the most suitable test room. In the elf world of Xinghe, every trainer should have sufficient exploration ability compared to the trainers recorded in the ancient books. Only in this way can we truly face all the dangers when exploring the unknown planets. Furthermore, this time, it was determined that there was an examination room, and it took a lot of trouble to send a new trainer from a party to the Sinnoh Star Territory, which was also the result of many meetings at the top of the Alliance. Hearing Sharona's voice, the man who spoke first paused and finally said, "Your Excellency Champion, I understand." The group fell silent. At this moment, centered on the peak cliff in the wilderness, a few kilometers to the north, there is a spaceship that has just been built. From the sky above, there are already spaceships from various star fields and planets arriving, and they are parked here during their whereabouts. With the cliff as the center, it is more than 10 kilometers south. A special storm is going on. The storm probably occupied a range of several kilometers, and the sky inside was gloomy and dim to the extreme. However, the storm seems to have been restricted by something, but it just stayed in place and did not spread. Outside the storm, there are guards of the Elf Alliance in the same uniform, sitting here. Portal, that is 100 meters high and looks like a space wormhole. Here. It was the direction Sharona was looking at when she spoke. Here. It is the entrance to the examination room for this year's fairy test. In the depths of the deep galaxy, the battle between Mewtwo and Deoxys continues. At this time, Xiao Meng's expression changed slightly, and his eyes suddenly looked into the distance. It seemed to be thinking about something, and soon it spewed with momentum and continued to join the battle. Apocalypse. The voyage in the Cosmos Galaxy, the scene seen is quite boring. After all, the environment in the galaxy itself is relatively lonely. However, for the new trainers on the Apocalypse, although this is the first interstellar journey for most of them, it will definitely be a lifetime memory. Within the galaxy, encountering two legendary elves at the same time is something that countless trainers will envy. On the way, there were constant discussions in the hall. After a certain period of voyage, after reaching the outside of a planet, the defensive mask of the Apocalypse emerged, passed through the atmosphere, and entered it. At the moment of entering it, the announcement sounded in the Apocalypse. Welcome all trainers to EMI. Not long ago, Lin Jing had left the lounge, and now after hearing the announcement, he looked out the window through the porthole. Here is Beidai. There was a hint of exploration in his expression. For him, the meaning of EMI is obviously different. In the elf world of the Galaxy era, the former regions have turned into star fields, towns have become planets, and many unknown places have appeared in the galaxy. This EMI star located in the Sinnoh Star region obviously represents the EMI city of the past. As the examination room for the elf meeting this time right here. In Lin Jing's thinking, the Apocalypse quickly fell and landed at the docking point. The radio sounded again. Rookie trainers, your destination is at IJ. At the same time as the voice fell, a faint brilliance reflected on each newcomer trainer. In a moment, they had left the spaceship and landed at the assembly point on the ground. Enter. It is a lively scene that can be called a sea of people. A rookie trainer gathered together, and at a glance, it was impossible to count how many people there were. Lin Jing was in the crowd, his thoughts turned sharply. According to the previous rules of the elf exam, each star field and each planet are selected by themselves, but from the current situation, the new trainers from each star field and each planet have gathered in the EMI. What kind of examination room can accommodate so many candidates at the same time? As the thoughts turned over, at this moment, one after another brilliance swept out and fell into the hands of each newcomer trainer. Lin Jing was not surprised. His eyes narrowed slightly, looking at his hands. The brilliance that swept over was a special machine the size of a palm, and various information was displayed on the top of the screen. It looks a bit like an elf picture book, and a bit like Rotom, but it doesn't seem to have the wisdom of Rotom. Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply in his heart. The information above is roughly divided into two areas. Area 1. Results of the current area survey. Area 2. Current points. 0. The rookie trainers looked at the special machines in their hands, all showing doubts, and the scene was noisy for a while. Just then, from the sky above, the roar of an elf sounded, wrapped in an unrivaled formidable pressure, and spread suddenly over this wilderness. Roar. The spread of coercion is not only aimed at the elves, but also at the rookie trainers. Under the powerful pressure, the rookie trainers quickly quieted down. This is an unimaginably shocking scene. Next moment. Above the sky, a huge figure fell from the sky, and after diving to a certain height. Lin Jing's gaze turned, his eyes slightly condensed. That's Bite the Land Shark. It stopped abruptly. Chapter 10 The Terrifying Fierce Bite of the Land Shark, the first stage of the exam. Bite the land shark fiercely. Quasi-god spirit. Quasi-god elves refer to elves with a race value of 600. Their strength can be imagined. The value of each quasi-god spirit can also be imagined. Although in the real world, it was the first time that Lin Jing had personally come into contact with a quasi-god spirit biting a land shark. However, he still saw the difference in this fiercely biting land shark at a glance. Compared to the normal body size of the stinging land shark, the body of this stinging land shark is too big. Just that huge body can cause infinite pressure. Moreover, after mastering the superpower, Lin Jing's perception is amazing, and he can even understand the terrifying force of this fiercely biting land shark exuding infinite coercion. As the brilliance flashed in his eyes, his wisdom eye skill was activated. Bite the land shark fiercely. Grade. Open black lens bracket introduction close black lens bracket. The appearance of soaring through the sky at a speed that the naked eye cannot catch up with is breathtaking. It has a rough temperament and must be on guard when faced with it. After mastering the superpower, I can perceive that the power of wisdom eye should be improved under its influence, but I still can't check its level. What level of trainer is its owner? The doubt only lasted for a moment, and in the next moment, a figure appeared on the back of Lai Bite Lu Shark. At the same time as it appeared, on the wilderness, in the sky, a projection appeared, making the figure that fiercely bit Lu Shark's back into everyone's sight. She opened her mouth slightly, and through the sound transmission device, the sound spread far into the wilderness. Rookie trainers, welcome to the elf exam, the first stage. The moment she appeared, Lin Jing's eyes were tightly focused on her. He was very familiar with that figure. Hyerna. It seems that the champion of Sinnoh Star territory is indeed Hyerna. No wonder I can't check the level of this fierce biting land shark. As the ace elf of the champion trainer, the gap between me and the opponent's strength is too terrifying. Lin Jing's eyes were solemn. Champion trainer. A champion trainer in the Galaxy era must have extreme terrifying combat power. After all, it is a terrifying existence that dominates a star field. His thoughts flipped. Lin Jing thought of more, and said to himself, I don't know, in this Galaxy era, do champion trainers like Sharona have divine beast spirits like Cheomung and Deoxys? Qualification to fight. Above the sky, Sharona stood and bit the back of the land shark, speaking calmly. Lin Jing suppressed all the thoughts in his mind and listened quietly. I'm Sharona from the Sinnoh Star territory, so I will briefly describe the rules of this first stage of the exam for you. The first stage of this year's elf exam is divided into two parts. One is to explore. Sharona's voice was calm, her eyes swept away, and she continued. All rookie trainers will go to a special area that has not been explored, explore it, and finally make a comprehensive assessment. The investigation machine in your hands will automatically record the results of your exploration, and you can also record your own guesses about the special area. The second is fighting. In the first stage, if you fight with wild elves, you can rate them according to the survey machine and get unequal points. Play against other candidates, and if you win the battle, you can get half of the opponent's points. Ultimately, your total points and point rankings are also important information for evaluating the results of the first stage. The investigation machine in hand will clearly record the relevant information. During the exam, if the investigation machine is lost, it will automatically be regarded as giving up the current wizard exam. More detailed rules are also recorded in the investigation machine. Then now. Sharona's expression was serious, her eyes lowered slightly, and she said solemnly, "I announce that this year's elf exam has officially started." The voice fell. The roar of the fierce bite of the land shark sounded again, the pressure spread, and then gliding away, quickly lost his figure. Countless newcomers were silent for a moment. Then, the sound suddenly turned up. "The exam has started. Where is the exam room?" That biting land shark. Such a terrifying coercion. If I remember correctly, Zyrna, that's the champion trainer of the Sinnoh Star territory. Champion. It turns out that it is no wonder that the fiercely biting land shark is so terrifying. Champion level trainer. I don't know if I can reach that level one day. Just when all the candidates and rookie trainers were confused. In their hands, the investigation machine trembled slightly at the same time. Lin Jing sensed the tremor at the beginning, lowered his head and looked upward. I saw that on the investigation machine, the interface changed, and a map appeared. The map marked the route, and at the final point of the route, handwriting appeared. Open black lens bracket exam entrance close black lens bracket. The exam will start at this moment. Arriving at the examination room sooner will undoubtedly lead to a faster advantage. Lin Jing quickly realized the key, without any hesitation, after determining the direction. At this moment. At the same time, countless rookie trainers no longer hesitated and officially entered the state. Spirits will test. Start. Move now. The second one is delivered today. The author will make a new wave today, asking for a reward for the evaluation ticket and the monthly flower ticket, thank you. Chapter 11 Time and Space Distortion Speculation, Special Phenomenon Treasure Chest. The crowd moved into the distance. However, not many people chose to take out the elves to help. Every candidate is a rookie trainer, and the elf's strength is still relatively low. Even an elf that can ride and carry people, at this stage, it is difficult to bear the weight of the trainer. After setting off, Lin Jing's thoughts flickered, and his superpowers were activated. Under the action of superpower, he felt that his body was extremely light, and his speed quickly increased. Since the exam has begun. Then, let's go first step by step. As his thoughts flickered, he continued to accelerate, and he was already at the front of the team, moving forward. Along the route of the investigation machine, Lin Jing went all the way with full firepower. At this moment, he was getting closer and closer to the target location on the map. Right now, Lin Jing took a step. His superpower throbbed slightly. Looking towards the far end, Lin Jing's eyes showed seriousness after seeing clearly the situation in the far end. Ahead. Above the wilderness, there is an area shrouded in a terrifying storm. That's. His heart moved slightly, as if thinking of something. Could it be that this time the exam room? According to the signs on the survey machine map, the entrance of the examination room seems to be the area where the storm is located. When his mind flashed, he did not hesitate to speed up again and move forward quickly. Without a doubt, Lin Jing was the first group of people to arrive here. He acquired superpower specialization, and while awakening superpower, his physical strength has also been improved to a certain extent. Otherwise, if the body is too weak, how can it carry the existence of superpower? The distance is rapidly getting closer. The full picture of the storm gradually came into Lin Jing's line of sight. The first thing that came into view was the guards of the Elf Alliance who were patrolling around the storm. And then, Lin Jing's eyes fell on the huge portal that was as high as 100 meters. Similar to the entrance of the space wormhole that the apocalypse travels through the starry sky, but it is much smaller. Is this the entrance to the exam room? Finally, Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the storm area. Strong winds swept through, lightning flashes and thunders. The sky in the storm area was terrifyingly gloomy, and the inside was filled with a very strange atmosphere. Vaguely, it seems that the strange scene of space tearing can still be seen. The source of the throbbing of Lin Jing's superpower is precisely this storm area. Here. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said to himself, how come this storm area is so similar to the time-space distortion scene in the game of Arceus? Arceus is the latest Pokemon game before Linjing Crossing. In Arceus, there is a special setting, that is, the time-space distortion area will be randomly refreshed on the map. The time-space distortion area is very dangerous, but it can obtain rare elves and various props that cannot be obtained elsewhere. While flashing before crossing, he was also playing Arceus, so he was very impressed. It looks more and more like. Could it be that this is really a space-time distortion region? In the elf world of the Galaxy Age, the technology is more developed. After the time-space distortion area was created, it was permanently preserved through special technological means, and a special portal was created. Lin Jing didn't stop, walking towards the door, making all kinds of guesses in his heart. If this is really a space-time distortion area, where is the other end of this huge portal? The storm has a limited footprint and absolutely cannot accommodate such a large number of candidates. Sharona once said that the examination room is a special area that has not been explored. Could it be? Lin Jing stopped at the front of the portal and had the boldest guess in his heart. Could it be that at the other end of this portal is the Shikui area? An ancient god of countless years ago. At this moment, Lin Jing's eyes completely brightened. Beside the huge portal, stood guards. After seeing the investigation machine in Lin Jing's hands, he never stopped him. However, Lin Jing stayed at the entrance of the portal for a while. Because, just as he walked to the portal, at one end of the portal, a treasure chest that only he could see took shape. Beyond the storm, in front of the portal, the treasure chest takes shape. Without any hesitation, Lin Jing muttered in his heart that the treasure chest had been successfully picked up. A system beep appears. You have successfully picked up Special Phenomena Treasure Chest, Space-Time Distortion. It's really a distortion of time and space. The thought was fleeting, there were still Alliance guards around, and the environment was not suitable. Lin Jing did not hesitate, and immediately stepped into this huge portal. The moment he stepped into the portal, the system beep sounded again. It is detected that the host's current identity is Investigator, and you have obtained the Trainee Investigator treasure box. Another treasure chest. Lin Jing's eyes lit up. Immediately, a faint sense of teleportation struck, and his figure disappeared completely in the portal. Today's third update, asking for an evaluation ticket, a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 12 Dialogue with Top Trainers. Over the wilderness. A spaceship was parked across the sky. Inside the spaceship, a picture is displayed on a large screen. It is the picture of the storm area. Looking at the screen, the rookie trainer who entered the huge portal, a voice sounded. Their speed is faster than I thought. The speaker, it is Hyerna. Beside Sharona, there are several figures. Insect King, Alu. Clean, clean, clean. The King of the Earth, Kikuno. Fire King, Day. Super Power King, Wu Song. This is the champion and the four heavenly kings of the Sinnoh Starfield. It can be said that they are the pinnacle of combat power in the entire Sinnoh Starfield. The Insect King's eyes fell on the screen, and he said, I don't know how many good seedlings will be produced this year. No one has replied yet. At this time, the communicator on Sharona's waist rang, and the spaceship fell silent. Sharona took out the communicator and exchanged a few words, with a strange look on her face, and looked at the other four. She pondered, then said, I just got the news. On the way here, the Apocalypse spacecraft that came here from the Apocalypse starfield encountered 2 legendary elves in the Sinnoh starfield. The legendary elf. The other people looked at each other and their expressions became serious. Zyrna continued, these 2 legendary elves, after comparing the data, have preliminarily confirmed their identities. They are most likely Mewtwo and Deoxys who already lived in the universe. Heard. There was a hint of interest in the eyes of the superpower King Wusong, and he said softly, according to the information we currently have, Xiaoming and Deoxys should be elves with superpower attributes. I didn't expect that the new trainees on the Apocalypse would have such an encounter. Unfortunately, I was not on the spacecraft at the time. As a Heavenly King level trainer specializing in the superpower system, he is obviously very interested in the 2 legendary elves of the superpower system. Hearing this, Sharona shook her head and said, I'm glad that the 2 legendary elves fought in the galaxy and didn't attack the Apocalypse, otherwise. She didn't say much, showing a thoughtful look, and then said, the appearance of the legendary elves means something. Maybe the new trainers on the Apocalypse can bring us some surprises. After stepping into the portal, the whole body fell into darkness, and the feeling of weightlessness struck, which lasted for about half a minute before gradually disappearing. Then, it seems to have passed through something, and suddenly it brightens up in front of me. Lin Jing narrowed his eyes, familiar with the sudden dazzling light, and then looked around. At this moment, he appeared on a hill. The surrounding environment is good, the air is very fresh. Looking back, behind him, there is a portal about the height of one person, which seems to be composed of strange light and shadow. Obviously, he left from it. The technological capabilities of the interstellar elf era are quite amazing. According to this portal, the trainers participating in the exam should appear in all parts of the region. From this point of view, although the Elf Alliance has not done much exploration in this area, it has also arranged it. After all, it is the examination room for new trainers, so it should not be careless. He didn't stop at the portal too much, but left immediately. After walking a distance, he found a hidden place to stop. Along the way, he also saw some elves that were active in the wild. The investigative machine records it all. After confirming the surrounding situation, Lin Jing did not hesitate to open the interface of the treasure chest system. On the interface, 2 treasure chests appear. One of the treasure chests has a strange appearance, with wonderful patterns engraved on the top, and a strange scene like a storm appears above. In contrast, the appearance of the other treasure chest is more ordinary. Special Phenomena Treasure Box, Space-Time Distortion. Open black lens bracket treasure box for trainee investigators. Close black lens bracket. The appearance of the treasure chest has confirmed my guess to a certain extent. The unending storm is the distortion of time and space. The distortion of time and space, coupled with the current environment in the region, and, this is the Sinnoh star territory, or it is a planet full of ancient ruins, it is almost certain. Here. It's the Shikui area. An ancient version of the Sinnoh region. After confirming his guess, Lin Jing felt joy in his heart. Compared to other people, my understanding of the Shikui area is even better than that of the current Elf Alliance. The assessment of the first stage of the exam also includes the exploration and investigation of this area. From this point of view, my results will definitely be quite amazing. Then, what I want to do next is to let Lalu Lassie and Xiao Huolong grow up here and prepare for the future. Thoughts flickered. His heart moved slightly, and the treasure chest opened. Open black lens bracket treasure box for trainee investigators. Close black lens bracket. You got premium ball X1. You got overweight ball X1. You got flying badminton X1. You got the apprentice investigator costume X1. 3 poke balls. Among them, the advanced ball is a pokeball with a higher probability of being caught than the super ball, and it is of great value. Overweight balls tend to capture large-sized elves, while flying shuttlecocks have a higher probability of catching flying elves. With a glance, Lin Jing landed on the last reward. Open black lens bracket apprentice investigator clothing close black lens bracket. Introduction. As an investigator, when you wear this costume, you have a more sensitive posture than ordinary people. The clothing provided by the system is not real, but exists like a buff, and can be superimposed. Without hesitation, Lin Jing immediately used it. As the brilliance flickered, Lin Jing clearly felt that his body seemed to be lighter. Then, his gaze turned to the treasure chest interface, and to another treasure chest. Compared to the unremarkable trainee investigator treasure chest, the special phenomenon treasure chest is undoubtedly quite good just in appearance. With a firm gaze, Lin Jing said silently in his heart. Open the treasure chest. Today's fourth update, asking for an evaluation ticket, a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 13 The Speculation of the Gods of Space and Time, the first battle was won. You got a special item, time and space fragments. Open black lens bracket you get special influence, lucky child close black lens bracket. You got the time limit buff, the power of time and space. You have acquired the skill, predict the future. 4 awards. Lin Jing's eyes swept across the room, checking it. Skill, predict the future. This is a reward similar to Shadow Ball and Spiritual Intent. It is a superpower type move that can be learned by an elves once. Time limit buff, the power of time and space. Shuttle, as you travel through time and space, a special power appears on your body. After using this power, your elf combat power will soar with the blessing of time and space within 1 minute. Glancing over the introduction, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. A time-limited buff. Looks like it's a trump card style burst. He turned his eyes to the other 2 rewards. Special item, time and space fragments. Introduction. After traveling through time and space, you have obtained a special shard, and you carry this shard with you. Your chance of encountering time and space distortion has been slightly increased. The time and space shard itself seems to contain some secrets. When the mind moved slightly, the space-time fragments had already fallen into his hands. This is a triangular-shaped fragment. Above the fragment, 2 vague figures are engraved, very vague. However, after all, Lin Jing is a veteran player of Pokemon. Thinking of his environment and background, after careful refutation, he has a guess in his heart. The 2 vague figures on the shard, are they the gods of space and time? Time and space gods. Palkia, Dialga. These 2 Pokemon are the legendary beast spirits in the Sinnoh region. The appearance of the distortion of time and space is obviously inseparable from the 2 divine beasts and elves. Therefore, Lin Jing made this speculation. Perhaps, the secrets contained in the space-time fragments are related to them. However, the beast spirit is too terrifying for me now, so there is no need to pay too much attention to it. On the top of the galaxy, I witnessed the battle of the beasts and elves, which made Lin Jing clear that the beasts and elves of this elf world are far more terrifying than the original. His eyes wandered, and he focused on the last reward. Open black lens bracket special influence, lucky child close black lens bracket. Introduction. You who can travel through time and space can be called lucky. Your luck has improved to a certain extent, and your probability of encountering rare elves has increased to a certain extent. Glancing over, Lin Jing's eyes brightened. For a trainer, this is undoubtedly a magical skill. Being able to meet rarer Pokemon will undoubtedly make your Pokemon team stronger. Compared to the mythical beast elf treasure chest, the value of this treasure chest is lower, but the direction it is aimed at is completely different. Lin Jing is also very satisfied. He summoned Lalu Lassie and let the other party learn the future predicting move, then operated the investigation machine to check the specific rules of this assessment. In addition to the rules mentioned by Sharona, there are many rules recorded in the investigation machine. Of which, the most important thing is that in the first stage assessment, every rookie trainer who takes part in the examination must have at least 3 elves after the assessment, before they can participate in the next second stage examination. The maximum number of spirits you can carry with you is 6. For Lin Jing, this is naturally not a problem. After everything was confirmed to be correct, Lin Jing stepped forward and officially started his journey for the exam. The area he was in was considered a hilly and wilderness area. After walking for about tens of meters, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and stopped in front of him. Wisdom Eye ability is activated, and information lingers in the eyes. Kitten Monster. Level LV7. Attribute Electricity. Open black lens bracket. Introduction. Close black lens bracket. When moving the body, the contraction of muscles will generate electricity, and the body will emit light when it encounters danger. Qualification Superior. Electric Elf, Cat Monster. This cat monster has a very fierce temper. After showing up, his eyes were fixed on Zhang Jing, as if he was ready to attack at any time. Just in time. Lin Jing's brows were slightly raised, and without hesitation, at the touch of his waist, brilliance flashed. The figure of flashing Lalu Lassie has appeared in front of him. Since hatching, Shining Laloris has grown a lot, but has not fought yet. For elves, fighting is undoubtedly the best way to improve themselves. Lalu Lassie, the first battle, don't let me down. Lin Jing warned. At the front end, the cat monster seemed to finally be unable to hold it in any longer, and threw its body forward, suddenly charging towards Lalu Lassie. Seeing this, Lin Jing did not speak, but said in his heart, Lalu Lassie, strong mind. Next moment. The tentacles on Lalula's forehead shone brightly, and a deep purple thought power flowed out and slammed towards the front. The thought force pierced the sky and suddenly bombarded the little cat monster. The kitten monster's body swayed twice, and then lost consciousness. One-hit win. After Lalula's experienced the baptism of superpowers, her aptitude and even the power of her skill moves have improved, and her combat effectiveness is quite good. Well done, Lalu Lassie. Lin Jing praised. He raised the investigation machine, and the information about the cat monster was updated on the investigation machine. At the same time, in the points column, he got 1 point. Only 1 point. It seems that if you want to gain a lot of points, you still have to wait for the late stage of the first stage, and Lin Jing has an idea in his heart. After briefly identifying the direction, Lin Jing continued on. After climbing over a small hill, his eyes narrowed slightly and looked towards the far side. After the candidates get a certain amount of points, they can play against others. The 5th ascent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 14 Boss Elf, Terrifying Destruction of Deathlight. About 100 meters ahead, a behemoth is sitting on the ground, eating. It was blue and white, and it looked a little naive with every move. But, against the backdrop of that huge body, the shocking power it brings is quite amazing. Kirby. Lin Jing recognized its identity immediately. Open black lens bracket. Kapiman close black lens bracket. Grade. Qualification Elite. With the Smart Eye skill activated, the information came into view. The size of the Kirby beast is already huge, but the size of this Kirby beast is probably far greater than that of its peers. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a boss Kirby. Lin Jing's eyes were sharp. In the Shikwi area, the elves have a saying that the leader elves are much larger than their counterparts, and their combat power is also quite amazing. This leader, Kirby Beast, looks naive, but if he angers the other party, the consequences must not be imagined. Elite level qualifications. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed. There is no doubt that the level of this Kirby Beast is high, and with his current strength, it is completely impossible to conquer through battle. However, Lin Jing had other ideas. I have an overweight ball and a high-level ball. The probability of these two Pokeballs catching Pokemon is far better than that of ordinary Pokeballs. Maybe, it's not that there is no chance of being a one-ball Superman. If it can be successfully subdued, even if the big guy cannot be successfully commanded in the battle, in times of crisis, it can be used as a trump card to play a certain role. After thinking seriously for a while, Lin Jing still did not act directly. The exam will continue for a while, so Lalu and Xiaohualong can come again after they have improved. At that time, even if the capture fails, there will be an extra layer of insurance. Thinking of this, he explored the automatically drawn map through the investigation machine, and completely identified the place. After making the decision, Lin Jing no longer hesitated, and immediately prepared to leave. But, at this moment, he suddenly sensed something and took a step. After possessing superpowers, his perception ability is quite good. Stepping on the small hill, looking from a distance, on the back of the Kirby beast, a figure was leaning halfway, quietly approaching the Kirby beast. "You, really brave," Lin Jing muttered to himself. There is no doubt that the other party is also one of the candidates participating in the elf exam, and the Kirby beast was found in this area. The leader, Kirbymon, ate seriously, seemingly unprepared. After reaching a certain distance, the rookie trainer stood up suddenly, held the ball, and threw it, all in one go. The red and white Pokeball crossed an arc in midair and smashed into the back of the leader, Kirbymon. Light flashed. The figure of the leader Kirbymon disappeared. But that trainer didn't even have a moment's joy. Because, before the elf ball captured by Kirbymon had even landed, the light flashed again, and the figure of the leader Kirbymon had already appeared on the spot. It was obviously very angry when it was disturbed to eat. Its original naive appearance completely disappeared, its expression was fierce, and a roar sounded. Roar. With a deafening roar, Kirby opened its mouth. Next moment, an extremely terrifying dazzling light attacked. Destroy the dead light. Boom. The rookie trainer's reaction speed was very fast, and he jumped to avoid the frontal impact of destroying the death light, but immediately, he was hit by the terrifying aftermath of the explosion, and his body flew backwards and fell on the ground. On the ground. The smoke and dust filled the air, huge potholes appeared on the ground, and gravel splashed. This attack power is really terrifying. The leader, Kirby Beast, seemed to be unhappy, and the ground trembled slightly as he took big steps, chasing after the rookie trainer. Just then, in the sky, there was a crisp chirping sound. Next moment, a figure gliding from the sky, the moment it touched the ground, grabbed the rookie trainer, then climbed into the air again, and quickly left. Sculpture. Grade. The Kirby Beast's combat power is not bad, but it is obviously unable to catch up with the extremely fast Bidiao, and can only sit and watch the opponent save the person. Seeing this, Lin Jing slowly exhaled. There will be certain arrangements in the elf meeting to ensure the safety of the new trainers. The rookie trainer was lucky and was saved in time. However, he had checked the content of the previous elf exams, and basically every session, there would be casualties. The real elf world is not peaceful, but full of various crises. The elf world of the Galaxy Age is even more so. In the vast universe, on the barren planet, any accident may happen. If you want to become a real trainer, you can only be well prepared. Boss Kirby. When I have a certain grasp, I must try it. The thought flashed, and Lin Jing changed direction and left the place. 2 days later. Little Fire Dragon, Spark. Under Lin Jing's order, the small fire dragon opened its mouth, and sparks spewed out, burning on the body of Giacour, who suddenly appeared on the opposite side. Under the burning flame, the other party quickly lost consciousness. Well done. After Lin Jing praised, he immediately prepared to recall the little fire dragon. Just then, his eyes paused, staring at the little fire dragon. I see. At this moment, a strange brilliance rose up around the little fire dragon, and as the brilliance enveloped it, its figure began to undergo great changes. This is today's 6th update, asking for an evaluation ticket for a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 15 Little Fire Dragon Evolution, Evolution Treasure Chest. Evolution. Lin Jing immediately realized the change of little fire dragon, and there was a look of anticipation in his eyes, but he was not surprised. The promotion of the elves in the early stage is relatively fast, not to mention the aptitude of the little fire dragon itself. After 2 days of continuous fighting, combined with all kinds of tempering, now it has successfully reached the node of evolution and began to evolve. The level required for Lalu Lassie's evolution is higher than that of Little Fire Dragon, but Lalu Lassie's aptitude is stronger. It seems that it is not far from its evolution. While thinking about it, Lin Jing was even more looking forward to it. Every evolution of the elves can be called transformation, and the overall improvement of the racial value will make the elves' strengths in all aspects reach a rather astonishing level. The brilliance flashed, and the final shape was finalized. Under Lin Jing's attention, the brilliance gradually disappeared. The evolution of the little fire dragon, the fire dinosaur, appeared. Just after completing the evolution, the fire dinosaur was obviously a little excited. The dragon roared in its mouth, and the hot flames spit out fiercely towards the front. Roar. This is spray flames. As expected of a quasi-king level aptitude, after evolving into a fire dinosaur, did he directly comprehend the fire spraying skill. Lin Jing's eyes brightened slightly. Spitting flames is undoubtedly a very important skill for fire-type elves, which directly and comprehensively improves the combat power of fire dinosaurs. Fire dinosaur, you need to quickly familiarize yourself with your evolved self. We will have many battles ahead. Lin Jing exclaimed. The flames on the fire dinosaur's tail flickered and roared in response. Just then, on the side of the fire dinosaur, a faint light condensed. In this regard, the fire dinosaur seemed to be unaware and did not care at all. Lin Jing's heart moved, and his eyes narrowed. Under Lin Jing's attention, a new treasure chest quickly took shape as the rays of light condensed. The moment the treasure chest was formed, Lin Jing chose to pick it up. Information emerges. You picked up the evolution treasure chest, fire dinosaur. The appearance of the treasure chest is completely random. This time because of the evolution of the little fire dragon, the treasure chest was created. As thoughts flow, the treasure chest opens. You have obtained Jet Flame Fragment X1. You have obtained the exclusive fighting experience of Fire Dinosaurs X1. You got Charcoal X1. There are 3 rewards in the treasure chest. His eyes swept away, and more detailed information lingered in his mind. Open black lens bracket spray flame fragments close black lens bracket. Introduction. Special skill fragments can be absorbed by elves of the same attribute. After absorbing, the power of this skill will increase slightly. Exclusive battle experience for fire dinosaurs. Introduction. Fire dinosaurs are quite warlike elves. This is a fairly rich combat experience that can be mastered by fire dinosaurs. Open black lens bracket charcoal close black lens bracket. Introduction. Fire attribute props, worn on the elves, can increase the power of fire attribute skills by 20%. The evolution treasure chest was born from fire dinosaurs, so the rewards are all closely related to fire dinosaurs. Spray flame fragments. Lin Jing showed a thoughtful look. The power of skills is undoubtedly an important factor in determining the combat power of elves, and as elves continue to exercise and improve, the power of skills will continue to grow. In the treasure chest, you can actually get such a reward. This can make my elves grow faster, and the upper limit in the future will be greatly increased. Although the power of a special skill fragment is only a slight increase, it will add up to a lot, and sooner or later, it will explode into a huge power. Under the control of Lin Jing, at the front of the fire dinosaur, 2 groups of crimson-colored brilliance were born. One of them looks like a flame, and it is the spewing flame fragments. The other group, also red flame color, but like the phantom of a fire dinosaur, hangs in the air. The fire dinosaur roared and looked at them with undisguised longing in his eyes. However, during the 2 days of constant fighting, the tacit understanding between it and Lin Jing has continued to improve, and it has also followed Lin Jing's instructions very much, but but now there is no immediate action. Go ahead. Lin Jing whispered softly. The fire dinosaur no longer hesitated. One step forward, the dragon's mouth opened, and directly swallowed both. After swallowing it in one mouthful, it seemed to be full, burped, and a trace of fire was revealed. Lin Jing smiled slightly, and after a touch on the waist, the flashing Lalu lassie appeared. After 2 days of exploration, at this moment, he was in a forest. When he encountered Yukor, he was looking for a campsite. If the color had dimmed today, he simply stopped moving and just rested here. The technology in the interstellar era is developed, and things like space backpacks that originally existed in fantasy have also been thoroughly produced. Before departure, Lin Jing had prepared sufficient resources. First, he wrapped the charcoal and hung it behind the neck of the fire dinosaur. Lin Jing took out the dry food and energy cubes he carried with him, and ate it with the 2 elves. Lin Jing's concept is to go all out when fighting. And when you're resting, you don't think about anything else. Seeing the 2 elves seriously tasting the energy cubes, Lin Jing smiled and said softly, "These energy cubes are only the lowest level. 2 little guys, you have to work hard. As long as we get enough good grades in the elf exam and enter the elf academy, then we can get more advanced energy cubes. You two, just keep working hard." "Yes, master." Lalula's cowardly voice resounded in her heart. The fire dinosaur roared and was very excited. In the past 2 days, he has not met a third elf that he thinks is suitable, so he has not captured it, but focused on cultivating fire dinosaurs and Laloras. At this stage, the elves will be tested, which lasts for half a month, and he has enough time to choose the elves he wants to cultivate. After dinner. After setting up the tent, Lin Jing took out the investigation machine and started it. The first stage is divided into 2 parts, exploration and battle. Earning points in battle is a test of the trainer's ability to command the elves to fight. And exploration is a test of the trainer's own ability. In addition to investigating everything automatically recorded by the machine, each candidate can also record their guesses based on what they have seen and heard for the final rating. Over the past 2 days, Lin Jing has become more and more certain that this is the Shikui area. From the current point of view, his understanding of the Shikui area is definitely better than everyone else's. Because of this, after exploring every day, he will change the record according to the information he originally had and what he saw and heard that day, in order to achieve a good result in the final comprehensive assessment. Just as Lin Jing was taking notes seriously, the tent curtain was lifted, and Lalu Lassie walked in. Lin Jing looked over. Under Lin Jing's attention, Lalu Lassie lowered her head shyly, and then, its soft voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. "Master. I sense that there are spirits peeping at us. The 7th is sent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket." Chapter 16 The Greedy Ghost Behind the Tree, the Leader Elf. Elves. Lin Jing raised his brows slightly, believing Lalu Lassie's perception and never doubting it. Lalu Lassie has been fighting continuously for the past 2 days, and it can be said that she has grown rapidly as her level increases. There is no doubt about the perception ability of a super spirit. After thinking for a while, Lin Jing did not speak, but through the communication between his mind, he asked, "Lalu Lassie, where is its location? When did you discover it?" Lalula's responded earnestly, "It's just southeast of our station. I sensed its presence when I was eating, and it seemed to be closer to us after dark." "Is that so?" Lin Jing pondered and said to himself, "It appeared when I was eating. Could it be because of the attraction of the energy cube?" Lin Jing made some guesses. Other trainers don't know the nature of this area, but Lin Jing is quite clear. The Shikui area is exactly what Sinnoh was countless years ago. The energy cube, a food that elves love so much, was born after a long time. For the elves in the Shikui area, the energy block definitely has a good attraction. A little closer at night. After a few more guesses in his heart, Lin Jing said directly, "Lalu Lassie, you come with me." After getting up from the tent, Lin Jing walked out first. His expression was very normal, and with lighting equipment, he walked directly towards the southeast. The night is dark. In this forest, the voice of the elves sounded from time to time. Lin Jing walked in the front, and Lalu Lassie walked in the back. Under his control, the superpower has spread to the surroundings, perceiving everything around him. After all, Lalu Lassie is an elves with quasi-overlord level qualifications. Lin Jing's own superpower cannot be compared with it, but with some preparation, Lin Jing's own superpower can also play a sufficient role. After more than 10 steps forward, Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and settled behind one of the trees. He has noticed. With a slight smile, Lin Jing took out an energy cube from the space backpack he was carrying, and handed it to Lalu Lassie with a pretense. Lalu Lassie saw this, but did not answer. Because, while handing out the energy cube, Lin Jing had communicated with it through telepathy. And this energy cube is not its favorite flavor either. The superpower is still being perceived, and just a moment later, Lin Jing looked back, looked at the side of the big tree again, and said, "I found you, don't hide." At a glance, he looked at an elf who slowly stuck its head out from behind a tree. At the same time, the lighting equipment in his hand shone directly over it. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed to be completely quiet. The peeping elf obviously did not expect that he would be discovered, and was stunned for a while. But then, as its body fluctuated, it hid behind the tree again. Lin Jing did not move. Because, in the perception of superpower, the elf was behind the tree and did not leave. After pondering, Lin Jing held the lighting equipment in one hand and spread out the other hand, and the energy cube was in it. "Do you want to eat? If you want to eat it, I can give it to you directly." The elves who have lived in the uninhabited areas of the Shikwi area for a long time, obviously still do not understand human language. However, Lalula's and Lin Jing had a tacit understanding. After Lin Jing's voice fell, he immediately translated his meaning. The atmosphere was quiet again. After about 10 seconds, behind the tree, the figure slowly stuck its head out again. "Sure enough, he's a glutton." Lin Jing smiled. After hearing what Lalula said, the other party got closer. After the night, Lin Jing guessed. Of all Pokemon, the one that likes to be active in the dark is undoubtedly the ghost-type elves. The other party's attention during the meal made Lin Jing make a new plan. The energy cube he took out was the one most inclined to the taste of ghost-type elves. For the elf exam, he made adequate preparations. After all, after he crossed into this world, he came from a mediocre background and wanted to rise at the fastest speed, then. The genie exam is the best choice. Lin Jing's eyes looked at the part of the head that protruded from behind the tree. This is exactly a ghost-type elf. Moreover, it is one of the elves that he is very familiar with. Ghosts. Ghost's final evolution, Gengar, also has the possibility of Mega Evolution, and its combat effectiveness is considerable. This is a genie worth cultivating. The thoughts flashed, Lin Jing's voice was calm, and he said again, "Come here if you want to eat." Not far away. The ghost behind the tree hesitated for a while, but in the end, it seemed to realize that Lin Jing and Lalula's were not malicious, and Lu Lassie leaned over. Leaving from the back of the big tree, the figure is completely revealed, facing the forest scene and the pool. After it was completely revealed, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Because of the size. This is the first time he has seen ghosts in the real world, but he has not crossed the game before, and even in the anime, he obviously has a basic understanding of the size of ghosts. And the size of this ghost is much larger than that of ordinary ghosts. This glutton is actually a leader. I'm so lucky, is it the lucky one that played the role? Thoughts flickered. The leader, DC, has come close. It wasn't polite either. With a big mouth, it swallowed the energy cube. After eating it in one bite, seeing that Lin Jing did not move, it seemed to be completely relieved, and while the smoke was floating around, some sly big eyes looked at Lin Jing, showing some expectant eyes. Also, eat slowly. Lin Jing whispered softly, and without hesitation, took out a number of energy cubes with a ghost-type elf taste from the space backpack for the leader Gussie to eat. Then, when the leader Guisi was eating, there was a flash of brilliance in his eyes, and the wisdom eye skill had been activated quietly. Open black lens bracket ghost, flash boss, close black lens bracket. Today's 8th update, asking for an evaluation ticket for a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 17 Quasi-Championship Qualification, handsome and playable. Just the moment his eyes stopped on the information, Lin Jing's eyes widened involuntarily. Flash. Is that a flash ghost? He looked at the ghosts who were feasting, and with the help of the light provided by the lighting equipment, after careful identification, he finally found the subtle difference in color. Ghosts, including its evolutionary ghost stone, and even the final evolutionary Gengar, were all sprites with very little difference between flash and normal colors. In addition, it was night, and there was only light provided by the lighting equipment. If it wasn't for the ability to detect, Lin Jing would not have recognized the identity of the other party's flashing elf at all. After all, reality is not a game, and the flash sprites will not appear with unique sound effects and special effects. As his eyes wandered, Lin Jing continued to look at the information provided by the Wisdom Eye skill. Ghost Flash Boss. Level LV18. Introduction Guisi, a gas divine treasure, can sneak into any place with a gas-like body, but it will be blown away by the wind. Qualification Quasi-Championship. At a glance, Lin Jing's expression became solemn. The Flash Elf and the identity of the leader elf make this ghost's aptitude terrifyingly high, directly surpassing the Heavenly King level and reaching the Quasi-Champion level. This is an elf that is absolutely not to be missed. Being able to meet such a qualified elves, Lin Jing consciously, the only explanation is probably because of Luck Sun, his luck is terrifyingly high, and he is a trainer who is completely favored. In front of him, Guisi quickly finished eating the energy cube, and while burping, his spherical body rolled directly in the air. Seeing this, Lin Jing said, Gussie, I heard Lalula say that you were secretly paying attention when we were eating. After night fell, you got even closer. Aren't you going to steal food while we are resting? Lalula's translated Lin Jing's words in real time. As if being poked into his mind, Guisi's eyes rolled, as if he was trying to figure out some bad idea. Lin Jing's expression remained unchanged, and continued, It's not a good habit to prostitute for nothing. You can tell me if you want to eat. As soon as the words fell, Lin Jing finally said, I have a proposal, you should consider it. Under Lalulas's translation, DC looked at him. Come with me, I can provide you with delicious food every day. He took out an energy cube. Gussie, I come from other places, this kind of energy cube is only the lowest level, if you leave with me, I can let you eat the energy cubes of all levels in the future. In addition to the energy cubes, if you like it, the food we have there is also very good. Ghost showed hesitation. The temptation of the energy cube to it is obviously not small. Lin Jing was not in a hurry to capture through battle, but communicated earnestly. Ghosts are very good at concealment. In order to avoid accidents, it is obviously not a good choice to fight directly. While translating, Lalula seemed to realize that Lin Jing really wanted DC to join him, and temporarily abandoned his shyness, selling the deliciousness of energy cubes to DC. Finally, Ghosts still did not resist the temptation of food, and under Lin Jing's description, it also became curious about the outside world. Therefore, it met Lin Jing's gaze and nodded lightly. Yes. Lin Jing's heart was excited. Conquering DC is different from conquering Laloras and Little Fire Dragon. The first thing Lalula saw after hatching the eggs was him, and she was born close to him. As the initial elf provided by the Alliance, Little Fire Dragon has enough knowledge that he will be selected away. But in the face of this ghost, anything is possible. Without being careless, Lin Jing took out the Pokeball very solemnly and said, it can take you away with me, don't resist. Subsequently, the Pokeball touched Guy's forehead. The brilliance flashed. Although this ghost is greedy, it is obviously an honest elf and has not resisted. With a ding sound, the subduing was successful. At this moment, Lin Jing clenched his fist and waved hard. Flash Boss Ghosts. The third elf. With the potential and aptitude of this elf, the future is obviously a well-deserved main force. After lightly dunking the Pokeball, the brilliance flashed, and the figure of Gui Si reappeared. It stared at the Pokeball curiously. Obviously entering the Pokeball was a brand new experience for it. Follow me. Lin Jing whispered softly, I'm taking the elf exam now, and I'm going to live in this area for a while. When I return from here, I'll take you to a big meal. Lin Jing began to paint cakes. Gui Si, who lived in the ancient Shikui area and had never experienced social beatings, showed a look of anticipation. Lin Jing pondered and continued, Gussie, next, you have to perform well. First of all, you have to learn to understand my language directly, so that we can have a better understanding in battle. Perhaps because of the temptation of the food, Gui Si nodded immediately. Lin Jing was quite satisfied. As his mind moved slightly, his eyesight ability was activated. After successfully subduing it as its own elf, the ability of the eye can see more comprehensive information. Open black lens bracket ghost, flash boss, close black lens bracket. Level, LV18. Introduction, Gui Si, a gas divine treasure, can sneak into any place with a gas-like body, but it will be blown away by the wind. Attribute ghost, poison. Feature, floating. Qualification, quasi-championship. Currently mastered skills, strange eyes, tongue licking, hypnotism, black eyes, tit for tat, resentment, song of death. Glancing over, Lin Jing became more and more satisfied. The skills I have mastered are quite comprehensive, and I actually comprehend the song of death move. Is this a genetic move? It has a well-deserved potential, and now there is no doubt about its immediate combat power. Return to the tent with ghosts. Fire Dinosaur also got acquainted with this new companion. Lin Jing looked at Gui Si with anticipation in his eyes. The leader, Ghost, is very big, and after he evolves into Ghost Stone and even Gengar, his size will be even bigger. Cute and safe. And, Flash Gengar. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. After the flashing Gengar Mega evolves, it is an amazing white ghost. After the Flash leader Gengar Mega evolves, isn't it? He's handsome and can play. The night is darker. Lin Jing assigned tasks to the three elves, including himself, taking turns on duty at night. At night in the Shikui area, there are still many dangers. Silent all night. The next morning. Not long after waking up, Lin Jing's eyes looked not far away. There was a figure that seemed to have sensed the location of the tent and quickly approached. Today's first update, asking for an evaluation ticket for a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 18. The opponent from the Red Lotus Star, the fire dinosaur with a surge in combat power. In the setting of Arceus, in the Shikui area, in addition to the Galaxy team, there are also the Ginkgo Chamber of Commerce that does business while traveling, and the King Kong team and the Pearl team that believe in the gods. However, I don't know if it's because the time-space distortion is linked to different time points, or if the Elf Alliance in the Galaxy Age has a plan. So far, Lin Jing has never met these people at all. The Shikui area seems to be a place where only elves exist. Uninhabited area. At present, apart from some ambulance personnel arranged by the Alliance, there is only one rookie trainer who participated in the spiritual examination. The visitor is obviously a rookie trainer. He obviously sensed Lin Jing's location, and after walking closer, he didn't say much, but directly held a pokeball in his hand. Battle. He said it succinctly. In the past 2 days, Lin Jing has been concentrating on his exploration. Although he has met many rookie trainers, there has been no battle yet. After all, the points of the early candidates are very scarce, and the battle is not worth the loss. But now, if there is a challenge to take the initiative to come to the door, Lin Jing will naturally not refuse. He nodded slightly, already holding the pokeball in his hand. According to the specific rules of the first stage, each rookie trainer has 3 chances to refuse after accepting the invitation to battle. If the 3 rejection opportunities are used up and you receive a battle invitation again and choose to decline, the points will be automatically deducted. This is also a measure to increase the intensity of the examination. The elf world of the Galaxy era is full of dangers. Because of this, the elites selected by the large elf academies are all elites. The moment Lin Jing agreed, the 2 investigation machines trembled slightly, and a prompt message appeared at the same time. Open black lens bracket battle status close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket apocalypse forest scenery close black lens bracket vs open black lens bracket red lotus star KPA close black lens bracket. Red lotus star. Is it the planet in the Guandu star territory? As the thoughts flickered, a mechanical voice sounded in the investigation machine. The battle rules are 1 Volt 1. Please show the battle spirits at the same time. If you fail to show the spirits for more than 5 seconds, it will automatically be regarded as a failure of the battle. This is obviously the effect of the point battle area of the survey machine. In this Shikui area, the investigation machine is the host of both sides of the battle, maintaining fair rules. 4. Quote. The countdown begins. At this moment, the elf ball in Lin Jing's hand flashed with brilliance, and the elf of the other party appeared almost at the same time. Appearing in front of him is a fire dinosaur. The ghosts have just been subdued, and there are still some problems in communicating with each other. Lalula's is a flash elf, and the strange colored elf is too conspicuous, and Lin Jing does not want to directly expose it to other candidates now. That being the case, just evolved, the fire dinosaurs, which needed a battle, became the best choice. After the fire dinosaur appeared, excitement flashed in his eyes, and his sharp eyes stared at each other tightly. In front of Chintha, a humanoid elf was standing. With the Smart Eye skill activated, the information came into view. Open black lens bracket wrist strength close black lens bracket. Level LV12. Qualification Elite. Of fighting elves. Elite qualifications are not bad, but you really found the wrong opponent. As the thoughts flashed, Lin Jing did not hesitate, and said directly, Fire Dinosaur, approach each other, Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw is a new skill mastered by fire dinosaurs. After gaining the experience of fighting fire dinosaurs learned something and mastered new skills. In the face of my wrist strength, did you choose melee combat directly? Chintha's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, we can't lose to each other in arm strength. Take the initiative to attack, use bullet punch. At this moment, the 2 elves were fearless and charged towards each other at the same time. As the fire dinosaurs run, their sharp claws shine. Next moment, the 2 elves clashed together. The fist and the claws collided, and at the moment of the colliding, Chintha's expression suddenly changed. Close combat should be the most suitable fighting method for fighting spirits. But, the moment when the fist of the arm strength and the dragon claws of the fire dinosaur collided, he clearly saw that his wrist strength showed a painful look, and his body involuntarily retreated a little. The fighting ability of this fire dinosaur is stronger than my arm strength. Time did not allow him to think about it. Because, at the moment of the battle, Lin Jing's next command had already blurted out. Fire dinosaurs, right now, shoot flames. The distance between the 2 elves was only a stone's throw away, and because of the first collision, Lin Jing would not miss it. Roar. In the low roar, the fire dinosaur dragon's mouth opened, and the scorching flames spit out amazing heat. In the close range, there is no possibility of evading the wrist force. Throw flames. The arm was hit from the front, and the flames burned, and its expression became more and more painful. It was only supported for a moment, and the body fell to the ground and lost consciousness. At this moment, the mechanical voice of the investigation machine sounded again. Open black lens bracket apocalypse star forest scenery. Victory close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket points are being transferred close black lens bracket. Lin Jing's eyes swept away. After winning this battle, he won 72 points from the opponent, and the total points have now reached 312. Nice catch. On the other side, Chinpa stared at Lin Jing tightly, and said solemnly, You're so strong. His wrist strength was resolved in an instant, which undoubtedly left a deep impression on him. Lin Jing smiled noncommittally. The opponent's wrist strength is not bad, but it is facing the evolved fire dinosaur. Just yesterday, the fire dinosaurs just ushered in a wave of transformation, the gap in level and combat power, so that this battle, from the beginning, was doomed. After praising the fire dinosaur, the Pokeball flashed brightly and took it back. In his ears, the system's prompt sounded, and Lin Jing ignored the other party and turned to leave. With the passage of time, the points of the new trainers will gradually increase, and the battles will also increase. To get more points, I need to be in it too. This Shikwi continent will no longer be peaceful. Today's second update, asking for an evaluation ticket, a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 19 The discovery of Dr. Yamanashi, the new storm. Lin Jing turned around and headed back towards the campsite. At the same time as he turned around, his mind moved slightly, and the interface of the treasure chest system appeared. At this moment, on the interface, a treasure chest is displayed impressively. Basic battle chest. Just now, when the battle was over, when he took the fire dinosaur back to the Pokeball, the system prompt sounded in his ear. It is detected that the host competes with other trainers for the first time in the elf battle and successfully wins, and obtains the primary battle chest. Now, he looked at the treasure chest on the interface. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to open it. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained the primary battle costume close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained the battle reward machine close black lens bracket. As my mind moved slightly, more detailed information lingered in my mind. Basic battle costume. Introduction. Wearing the primary battle costume, you look extraordinarily professional. Under your influence, the elves have a deeper bond with you, a stronger fighting spirit, and a firmer will. Note the primary battle costume can be upgraded with the increase of the number of battles. The current upgrade requirement is 1/100th of the victory in the battle. The fighting spirit is stronger, the will is stronger. Thoughts flashed in Lin Jing's eyes, and he instantly understood the meaning. In the game of Pokemon, even if the elves have suffered quite terrifying damage, there is a slight probability that they will stand by their own will. Under the influence of the primary battle costumes, the combat power that my elves can burst out will undoubtedly increase. Compared to the other two sets of clothing, the battle clothing can be upgraded by itself, which saves a lot of trouble. While meditating in his heart, the battle costume turned into light and shadow, which also blessed him. Lin Jing looked at another reward. Open black lens bracket battle reward machine close black lens bracket. Introduction. Rewarding machines. Each time the host wins a certain number of battles, he will get props related to elves, skill machines, carrying props, special energy blocks, etc. A rewarding machine. Lin Jing's eyes lit up. The appearance of the treasure chest is random after all, but the reward machine is stable. Also, it more and more makes up for my weakest point. Lin Jing's thoughts were clear. Today, he has a high potential elf, and his own understanding of elf fighting is enough to make a qualified command. What he lacks the most is resources. Resources closely related to elves. Today, the appearance of the battle reward machine has undoubtedly made up a lot. With various resource rewards related to elves, several elves will improve faster. It seems that on the road to my trainer, fighting is indispensable. However, in the interstellar era, there are countless battles that trainers have encountered in the wild, not to mention all kinds of elf cups and leagues, which are countless. At least there will never be a shortage of opponents. As the mind moved slightly, the battle reward machine was taken out from the system. This is a palm-sized, slot machine-like special item. After putting it into the space backpack, Lin Jing put away everything in the campsite and left the place. Pathogen Star. Capital. In a very large hall. On the screens, all kinds of information are listed, and countless staff are busy. Here, it is the assessment hall of this year's fairy test. Trainers explore the area and record information, which will be passed on through the survey machine at all times. A white-haired old man is looking at the screen in front of him attentively, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. On his chest, on the nameplate, indicated his identity. Dr. Yamanashi. In the Sinnoh starfield, the most famous elf doctor is the authority to study the evolution of elves. The elf exam is jointly held by the various starfield elf alliances, but this time the venue is located in the Sinnoh starfield, so the leading party is naturally the Sinnoh Alliance. In addition to the more special examination area involved, he, the doctor, was also invited to come. Just then, from behind, a voice sounded. Dr. Yamanashi, how are you? What is the progress of the exploration of this new area, these new trainers? Heard. Dr. Yamanashi looked back and looked more serious. Miss Sharona. Behind him, it is the champion trainer of Sinnoh Starfield, Sharona. Dr. Yamanashi called out, and then said seriously, although the strength of the rookie trainers is relatively ordinary, the newcomer trainers from each star field gathered together, and the progress of the exploration is quite amazing. But, he paused, shook his head and said, this time the elf exam will definitely cause a bigger storm, because the casualties will far exceed those of every past elf exam. Hearing this, Sharona nodded lightly and said calmly, Dr. Yamanashi, I also know what you said. But since choosing to be a true trainer, that's the best training for them. Dr. Yamanashi did not refute, and instead said, the exploration is progressing well, and I have checked the information sent back by the investigation machine in the past 2 days, and I have made a good discovery. Oh. There was a hint of interest in Sharona's eyes. Dr. Yamanashi looked back and looked at the rear screen. In addition to investigating the machine's autonomous records, many new trainers also plan and organize the information they have discovered. And just yesterday, I discovered a rookie trainer. His exploration progress is very fast, and his guesses are quite accurate. With the touch of a finger, the picture on the screen changes into a photo and a text record next to it. Among all the trainers, he was the first to perceive the essence of this exploration area. He proposed that it is very likely that Sinnoh was in ancient times. Sharona's eyes fell on the top, looking at the personal information next to the photo, and read it out. Apocalypse Star Territory, Venus Star, Lin Jing. DC, the last blow, tongue licking. DC's big eyes flashed with excitement, his tongue stretched out, and under licking, the little fire horse on the opposite side lost consciousness and fell down. Well done, Ghost. Lin Jing nodded with satisfaction and praised. At this moment, it was already the second day after conquering ghosts. Gui's aptitude is amazing, and he is also very smart. Under the continuous teaching of Lin Jing and Lalulas, he is familiar with human language smoothly, and now he can successfully listen to his instructions and fight. I really look forward to it evolving into Gengar, and then the day when Mega evolves. As the thoughts in his heart turned, Lin Jing seemed to feel something, and his expression suddenly became serious. At this moment, he clearly felt that his superpower was agitated uncontrollably. This is. Carefully controlling the superpower and feeling the source of the agitation, Lin Jing's eyes suddenly looked into the distance. At this moment, the area he is in is a plain area. And hundreds of meters away. The sky quickly dimmed, and the wind swept over, where a familiar storm was brewing. The third ascent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 20 Distortion of Time and Space, an amazing learning device. The storm is taking shape. The sky was dark and terrifying, and there was thunder raging inside, and the rumbling sound of thunder spread far and wide, and the momentum was amazing. During the continuous brewing, the storm spread, and it stopped completely after a certain area. The next moment, under Lin Jing's attention, a dark black mask appeared around the storm, completely covering it. Witnessing all this happened, Lin Jing lowered his eyes slightly and spit out a few words. Time and space are warped. His eyes were bright. Because of the distortion of time and space of Beidaiqing in Shinao Star region, he was able to enter the current Shikui area. But the space-time distortion of Emi has obviously been solidified in terms of technology and has become a portal-like existence. In the Shikui area, the already unstable time and space have once again appeared a new time and space distortion. According to the settings in the game, in the distortion of time and space, you can encounter rare elves, and even all kinds of elves-related props, and the value inside is amazing. Moreover, the distortion of time and space is a special phenomenon that occurs in the Shikui area. Exploration and investigation can also increase the final evaluation score. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision. The time-space distortion has taken shape, and Lin Jing strode closer to the time-space distortion area. After arriving outside the area, he lightly touched the poke ball from his waist. 2 rays of light flashed. The figures of Lalulas and Gisi appeared on the spot. Lalu Lassie, we are going to enter a more dangerous place. After we enter, you should carefully perceive the situation around you and report it to me at any time. Lin Jing's expression was serious. In the space-time distortion area, it can be called a place of opportunity, but it is also full of dangers, and it is very likely to encounter an elves that he is not an opponent at present. After all, reality is not a game, and it cannot be repeated. He has to prepare for everything. He himself has superpowers and can perceive, and with Lalu drawing, there is undoubtedly an extra layer of insurance. Lalulas was very well behaved and said softly in her heart, I understand, master. Lin Jing's eyes shifted, and he looked at Gui Si again. Gisi, you are hiding in my shadow, ready to fight at any time. As if feeling Lin Jing's solemnity, Gui Si's original naughty expression became a little more serious, and when he nodded vigorously, his body disappeared quietly. As a gas Pokemon, it wants to hide, and it is difficult to detect with the naked eye. With Lalulas beside him and Gisi hidden behind him, he no longer hesitated and strode into the space-time distortion area. If it was the first time, he would hesitate for a while. But the continuous growth of the 3 elves gave him enough confidence to choose to enter this place. Step into the room, faint ripples rippled, and the sky quickly became gloomy and dark. As soon as you step in the space-time distortion area, about the southeast direction, a deafening roar sounded. Boom. Blasting sound. Lalu Lassie, find out what's going on. A faint purple light rose up on Lalulas's body, and quickly probed. Then, under Lin Jing's intentional control, his superpowers resonated with Lalulas's superpowers, and while helping Lalulas to investigate, the pictures Lalulas saw also entered his line of sight. Entering the eye, it is a huge elf. Boss. That's a Gengar. Its eyes are blood red, and when its arms are swaying, a shadow ball full of destructive aura takes shape, like a sudden bombardment in front of it. The shadow ball bombarded in front and burst open, and a strong explosion occurred. Boom. The roar sounded again. Vaguely, Lin Jing saw that there seemed to be a human figure in the direction Zheng Gui was bombarding. The distortion of time and space covers a large area, and obviously, other rookie trainers have also entered this area to explore. It's no help. In the space-time distortion area, when an attack of this level was encountered, even the Alliance's rescue measures were too late to use. This Gengar's eyes are blood red, and it's so crazy, is it because the time and space are distorted, and it also affects its own will to a certain extent? Lin Jing's eyes narrowed. There will be casualties in each elf exam, so before participating in the elf exam, a letter of intent will be filled out. The rookie trainers who participated in the elf exam made the final decision by themselves. Withdrawing the superpower that resonated on Lalula's, the Gengar was huge, and its upper body could be faintly seen where they were now. Lin Jing said softly, DC, did you see it? As long as you keep exercising and growing, one day you will become a stronger and more terrifying being than it is. Lin Jing felt a little cold behind him. That seems to be a response from ghosts. Lalu Lassie, perceive the surrounding situation. If there is an elves approaching, tell me the order immediately. Lin Jing bent down and started exploring in this area. Soon, he had his first discovery. It was a stone with flame patterns engraved on the inside, emitting a faint light. Fire Stone. Fire-type evolution stone. Some elves can directly complete the evolution through the Fire Stone. Fire dinosaurs are fire attributes, but their evolution is to grow and evolve as their levels increase, but they don't need this stone. But the price of evolution stones is not cheap, and just getting this evolution stone is a worthwhile trip. Under the sensitive perception of Lalu Lassie, Lin Jing soon gained something again. The same is related to the props of the wizard. This is a special-looking device. If other rookie trainers find it, they may still be a little puzzled. However, when he obtained it, Lin Jing already knew what it was. Learning device. When carried with you, it is a special device that allows fellow elves to share their experiences. Looking at the learning device in his hand, Lin Jing showed a hint of thought. If you follow the settings in the Pokemon Arceus game, there will be no such props as learning devices in the distortion of time and space. He pondered for a moment, and then enlightenment came into his mind. This is reality, not a game. The elf props in the Arceus game are limited, and the new elf also needs tickets. But, in the Shikwi area in reality, everything that appears in the distortion of time and space must come from the entire elf world. In other words, the space-time distortion area in reality is more valuable than in the game. Thinking of this, he was stunned and said to himself, the situation in the game can be used as a reference, but it must not be completely believed. In the real elf world, anything is possible. While thinking, Lin Jing put the learning device into his backpack. There is no doubt that this is a prop that Lin Jing needs very much. To be precise, in the real elf world, the value of learning devices is more expensive than evolution stones. Cultivating multiple elves at the same time, there is no doubt that there is a difference between learning devices and not. As far as Lin Jing is concerned, the aptitudes of his 3 elves are quite astonishing, but at present, there is not a big gap between him and other trainers in terms of level. It is precisely because he cultivates 3 elves together and has the opportunity to fight with each other. Be shared. With the learning device, this will no longer be a problem. Go on. Lin Jing whispered softly. Just after he took a step. Boom. At the far end, the deafening roar sounded again, and the ground trembled like an earthquake. Today's 4th update, asking for an evaluation ticket, a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 21 Boss Level Battles, Battle Plans. As the ground trembled, Lin Jing quickly stabilized his body. What happened again? Thoughts flashed in his mind. Beside, Lalu Lassie and Lin Jing had a tacit understanding, and they never needed him to command, and they directly activated their superpowers and felt them. At the same time, Lin Jing's superpower resonated and observed together. Looking from a distance, about 200 meters ahead, 2 behemoths encountered each other at this moment. One of them is the Gengar that was discovered when he first entered this area. The other elf, with a blue back and fierce aura, is a tyrannical carp dragon with the same size. Boss Tyrannosaurus. The storm continued, and between the lightning and thunder, 2 fierce and huge elves started a crazy collision. The tyrannical carp dragon's tail swung up, bringing gusts of wind, and slammed towards Gengar. As the leader, Gengar, although it has a huge size, its body is very sensitive, and when the figure flickers, it has already avoided in place. Boom! The dragon tail slammed on the ground trembled, and the gravel flew apart. These two boss elves, in this space-time distortion area, are obviously top-notch existences. Under the perception, as the two elves collided and fought, many elves quickly moved away from the area. There are a lot of battles between elves in the wild, but in the time-space distortion area, these two elves are both top-notch existences here. How can a battle occur so easily? Lin Jingsheng had a little doubt. The picture obtained through perception is not comprehensive after all. Lin Jing pondered, looked at the environment in front of him, and said softly, "Let's get closer." After all, he should act first. After walking 100 meters, Lin Jing slowly stuck his head out from behind a rock. The collision of the two behemoths was quite astonishing. At this moment, the tyrannical carp dragon's mouth opened, roaring sound, and then, a terrifying stream of water spurted out. Oh hell! At the other end, as Gengar's arm waved, the shadow ball condensed and faced him. The shadow ball and the water cannon were bombarded together. The energy contained in it burst out, creating a terrifying explosion. Boom! Under the agitation of the aftermath, Lin Jing still felt 100 meters away. Just then, behind Lin Jing, the figure of Gui Si, who had been hiding in the shadow, quietly emerged. It looked at Lin Jing, and its body flew around, as if it wanted to express something. Lalula's translated in time, "Master," Gui Si said, "it wants that fruit very much." Fruit. Lin Jing moved in his heart and looked away. Not far from the battle center of the two elves, an unknown giant tree was erected. Above the giant tree, there is a fruit hanging, blooming with a faint shimmer. This is a tree fruit. Lin Jing frowned slightly. In the elf world, tree fruit is a very magical crop, and the raw material of many advanced energy blocks is tree fruit. And some high-level tree fruits can be of great help to the elves. Gussie wants that fruit. As Lin Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart, he was paying attention to the battlefield at the same time, and keenly discovered that the collision of these two behemoths was fierce, but they seemed to have consciously avoided the giant tree. It has a certain attraction to the elves. Could it be that the battle between the tyrannical dragon and the Gengar is because they are fighting for it? Very likely. Lin Jing made a guess in his heart. Being able to let these two powerful elves compete, after all, it is a fruit of considerable value. As his thoughts flashed, Lin Jing looked at Gui Si and asked seriously, "Gui Si, are you sure you really want it?" Facing his question, Gui Si quickly nodded. In that case. He groaned and commanded immediately. Remote. The shadow ball whizzed, and the tyrannical carp dragon had no time to dodge, and was hit in the abdomen from the front. Tyrannosaurus is a very irritable elves, while Gengar is very cunning. The two boss elves were at a stalemate at first, but as they continued, Gengar clearly gained the upper hand. After all, one is Tai Han and the other is very cunning. After being hit, the aura of the tyrannical carp dragon weakened a little, but it became more and more angry, and the body danced and rushed towards Zheng Gui. Just then. Remote. Lin Jing's figure suddenly appeared. His superpowers are fully activated, he blesses himself, and with the blessing of the investigator's costume, his body is sensitive, and in a flash, he has already narrowed the distance between him and the giant tree. As a human with low fighting ability, the leader Tyrannosaurus and Gengar were not paying much attention to his weak figure during the most critical period of their confrontation. In just a few seconds, Lin Jing had reached a certain distance. Right at this moment, as the elf ball in his hand flickered, a transparent figure appeared. Go, ghosts! It was the ghosts that appeared. With the help of the close distance of the forest scene and the characteristics of the Pokeball, Gui Si was not far in front of the giant tree when he appeared. Its eyes widened, and its speed soared to the extreme. After approaching the glittering fruit, it bit it into its mouth. Gui Si, come back. The next moment, the Pokeball was activated, the light flashed, and Gui Si returned directly to the Pokeball. Lin Jing glanced at the far side. Distance. The final collision between Gengar and Tyrannosaurus is also drawing to a close. Gengar's momentum is even worse, while the momentum of the tyrannical carp dragon is getting weaker and weaker. Obviously, the two have won and lost. At a time like this, before Gengar could taste the joy of victory, he suddenly discovered that what he and the Tyrannosaurus were fighting for had disappeared. Its anger was instantly filled, and under its gaze, it saw the forest scene that was rapidly zooming away. A terrifying and harsh scream sounded, and Zhang Gui's figure rushed forward, attacking Lin Jing outrageously. Aside. The tyrannical carp dragon's momentum was weakened, but it had not lost consciousness. At this moment, he also discovered the situation here. It was already defeated, and it was even more angry. The fifth is sent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 22 Horror Collision, Misty Field in the Distortion of Time and Space. Two boss-level elves, the sense of oppression brought by the huge body is very terrifying. Even though Lin Jing's three elves had amazing talents, but with the huge gap in level, a head-to-head battle was absolutely not desirable. Buff nature such as the power of time and space, but at this moment, he doesn't want to use it so easily. In the face of these two angry boss spirits, Lin Jing had a plan, and without hesitation, an empty red and white Pokeball appeared in his hand. Aim and throw. Everything is instantaneous. With the help of superpowers, the red and white Pokeball crossed a perfect arc and smashed into Gengar's forehead. The light flashed, and its figure instantly disappeared in place. Behind Zhang Ghost, the tyrannical carp dragon, who was also rushing in angrily, stagnated for a moment. Gengar's sudden disappearance made it a little puzzled. But then, it saw that in its eyes, the tiny bug appeared in its hand with a yellow-black sphere in its upper half. It saw that the sphere crossed an arc and hit it. It doesn't hurt. Thoughts flashed in my heart, and the figure of the violent carp dragon also appeared in place. Seeing that the two boss elves were successfully hit, Lin Jing did not relax at the moment when they disappeared, but contacted Lelora's through telepathy. Lelora's Misty Field. Mist Field. Lelora's genetic move. Normally, this is a skill aimed at dragon-type elves. Even if the name of the tyrannical carp dragon has the word dragon, it does not have the dragon attribute. However, what Lin Jing wanted to do was not aimed at the other party. When the dazzling rays of light flickered around Lalula's, the figure looked a bit gorgeous. Under its full force urging skills, a faint mist rose in this area and quickly became denser. What Lin Jing needs is the cover of fog. The Pokeball that was thrown at Gengar controlled Gengar for a moment, and before it landed, the red light flashed, and Gengar's figure had reappeared. And the other end. After the Pokeball threw at the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon landed, it dinged and did not explode again. It worked, it really did. Lin Jing never went to pick up the Pokeball, but silently recited, Lilurus, in his heart, and then the speed increased, and at the moment Gengar appeared, he entered the permeating fog. The moment he entered, his superpowers were in full swing, hiding his breath, and the distance quickly widened. Gengar's figure completely appeared. At this moment, great changes have taken place in front of us. The guy who stole his fruit has disappeared, and even his opponent, the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, has disappeared, replaced by the fog that pervades a certain area in front of him, obscuring his sight. This cunning guy was completely angry, his mouth opened wide, terrifying energy gathered, the shadow ball was released, and bombarded in the mist. Boom, boom, boom. During the burst of energy, a terrifying explosion was released, and the mist that was originally maintained by the skill quickly dissipated in the terrifying airflow brought about by the explosion. But the figure it wanted to track has disappeared in place. Next second, in the space-time distortion area, a piercing scream sounded. Another side. The moment he dived into the fog, Lin Jing's speed exploded and quickly pulled away. In a moment, he had already seen Lelora's. Lalula's waited in place, and at this moment, in front of him, there was a Pokeball wrapped in superpower and suspended in the air. Lin Jing didn't even have time to praise. While holding the Pokeball hanging in midair with one hand, he took out the Pokeball with the other hand, put Lolora's into it, and quickly walked away. He followed the direction from which he came without the slightest hesitation. Fortunately, because of the collision of the two boss elves, most of the elves in this area have been scared away, and there is no obstacle at all. In the rear, a terrifying explosion occurred. Lin Jing never looked back. In the area where time and space are distorted, the environment is complicated. After a certain distance, he has superpowers to hide himself. Even if the Gengar's combat power is terrifying, he can't find him. He didn't stop and walked all the way until a dark black mask appeared in front of him, and he was relieved. Then, step out. Between the faint ripples, the whole body became clear, no longer gray. Until this moment, he exhaled a long breath and whispered to himself, exciting. Although it is very dangerous, it is also amazing. Lin Jing's eyes brightened. Just then, by the ear, the system beep sounded. It is detected that the host has successfully subdued a powerful elf, and you have obtained the Intermediate Trainer's treasure chest. Intermediate Trainer chest. Happy and happy belongs to. He didn't open the treasure chest for the first time, but stepped away from the warped area of time and space. Then, at the moment of the thought, the Pokeball flashed with brilliance, Loloras, ghosts, and even the fire dinosaurs who did not appear in the warped area of time and space appeared at the same time. After Lin Jing released them, he lowered his head slightly, his eyes fixed on the Pokeball in his hand. This is a Pokeball with a yellow and black top half. This is exactly the high-level ball obtained in the Investigator's treasure chest, the Pokeball with an increased probability of capturing Pokémon. When he discovered that the two boss-level elves were fighting, he felt that he might be able to take advantage of it, so he got closer to observe. After Gisi spoke, he made up his mind completely and made a battle plan. He has an overweight ball and an advanced ball, two special Pokeballs that increase the probability of catching elves, but the overweight ball cannot shoot long distances because of its characteristics, so he chose to use the advanced ball. He already owns the astonishingly talented elf DC, and in the future he will be more powerful than that leader, Gengar. In addition, the Tyrannosaurus Carp Dragon is at a disadvantage and the injury is more serious, which can increase the probability of capture. Therefore, at the level of two bosses among the elves, he chose to use high-level balls to try to conquer Tyrannosaurus, and use ordinary balls to limit Gengar to ensure his escape. In the end, the use of the mist field has added a guarantee to the plan. Make no mistake, this is a gamble. But he succeeded. Now, the injured Tyrannosaurus is in his senior ball. The tyrannical carp dragon is prone to anger, and now it is even more angry, and it can't be released yet. Also, elves have their own temperament and pride. The gap between my main elves and the tyrannical carp dragon is not small. It is very likely that they will not listen to me. But, enough is enough. The violent carp dragon, which is prone to rage, will definitely fight back if it is released in a crisis. In the face of the enemy's attack. When the time comes, opportunities will be created for me. This tyrannical carp dragon is my strongest trump card at the moment. Putting down the Pokeball of the tyrannical carp dragon, Lin Jing looked at his three elves. At a glance, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. The sixth is sent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. There are already 800 evaluation votes, so let's say, when the evaluation votes reach 1000, the author will break out again tomorrow. Chapter 23 The Self-Blaming Fire Dinosaur, Metamorphosis, Heavenly King Level Qualifications. At this moment, Lalulus was standing by the side, and when DC opened his mouth, the fruit that bloomed with a faint light fell out, and the fire dinosaur standing beside him stood there, staring at the forest scene, with a look of remorse. Facing Lin Jing's gaze, the fire dinosaur roared twice. Aside. Lalu Lassie's voice sounded in Lin Jingxin's heart, and translated its meaning in real time. Master, Fire Dinosaur is a little bit remorseful for not being able to come out to help you in the situation just now. Hearing this, Lin Jing showed a sudden look. When the elves are in the Pokeball, they can also observe the external situation. The fire dinosaurs in the Pokeball obviously also saw the crisis situation just now. The fire dinosaur, which is a belligerent, is undoubtedly quite proud of his personality. In this case, his master and his partner are engaged in extremely dangerous battles, but it does not help, making it feel. While blaming himself, he also doubted himself. After thinking about it, Lin Jing was a little emotional. The real world, after all, is different from the game world. Every elf cultivated by oneself has its own character, and there is a bond with itself as a trainer. In an environment like the distortion of time and space, the fire dinosaur is really not suitable to appear, and in the battle plan just now, it really can't play any role, so Lin Jing didn't let it come out to help. Unexpectedly, it made his mood change to some extent. After thinking for a moment, Lin Jing put on a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth, and said softly, "Fire dinosaur, it's all right." Fire dinosaur responded with a low growl, and quietly turned his head away. Is there a specialization in the art industry? Lin Jing comforted. In the situation just now, Loloras and DC are the best choice. You don't have to blame yourself for this. We have nothing to do. Hearing Lin Jing's voice, Huo Dinosaur reacted somewhat, but he still didn't turn his head back. Seeing this, Lin Jing turned and said, "Now, this is not the time for you to lose your temper. If you want to help me, you should work harder to grow." If hearing the word, help, Huo Dinosaur quietly turned his head and looked at Lin Jing. Lin Jing's tone was calm and serious. The environment just now is really not suitable for you. But if you can successfully evolve into a fire-breathing dragon and have the ability to fly, then if your combat power reaches a certain level, we can even defeat them directly through battle. Do you understand? Lin Jing looked at the fire dinosaur solemnly. Facing Lin Jing's gaze, the fire dinosaur's claws moved, and then nodded vigorously. Even in the environment just now, you can play a great role without facing any danger. Seeing this, Lin Jing smiled and said, "Is that right?" After comforting the fire dinosaur, Lin Jing turned his eyes to Gussie. At this moment, Guisi is hanging in the low sky, and the fruit that blooms with faint brilliance is placed in front of it. Lin Jing was a little surprised by this. He originally thought that when Guisi swallowed it in one bite, he ate the fruit directly, but he didn't expect it to remain. However, for Lin Jing, he was quite satisfied with this. Guisi did not eat it directly, but chose to keep it, which is undoubtedly a manifestation of respect for his trainer. Seeing Lin Jing looking at him, Guisi made a somewhat gloomy voice. In front of Lin Jing, he looked at the fruit in front of him, and then looked at the little fire dragon. Lin Jing frowned slightly. Without using Lalulas to translate, he already understood what Guisi meant, and said unexpectedly, Will you give this fruit to the fire dinosaur?" On the side, the fire dinosaur also paid attention. Ghosts nodded seriously. It lowered its figure again, and with a light touch, the fruit had already rolled in front of the fire dinosaur. "I heard my conversation with the fire dinosaur. Do you want to give the fruit to the fire dinosaur to help it grow?" This fruit is exactly what Guisi first discovered and wanted. Lin Jing looked at Guisi and gained a new understanding of this elf who had just been conquered. Although he is a glutton, he is very team-minded, and he is very good at taking care of his partners. He is very warm. Lin Jing's eyes were small. Looking at the fruit on the ground. This fruit can arouse the competition between Gengar and Tyrannosaurus, and it must be aimed at not only ghost elves. It's just that, compared to the ghosts who grew up in the wild, the experiences of Loloras and fire dinosaurs doomed them to not need to find food on their own, so they were less sensitive and didn't find it first. In that case, he looked at Guisi and asked again, "Guisi, are you sure?" Ghost nodded. Fire dinosaurs. Lin Jing looked at Huo Dinosaur. "Guisi is so generous, don't be polite. Hurry up and grow up, and then go back to Guisi." Hearing Lin Jing's voice, the fire dinosaur stretched out its claws and grabbed the fruit. It looked at DC with a solemn look, and then swallowed the fruit. Fruit into the belly. When the faint rays of light rose, Lin Jing keenly discovered that the flames on the fire dinosaur's tail became more vigorous, and the skin seemed to be brighter. When the thought moved slightly, the ability of the Eye of Wisdom was activated. Open black lens bracket fire dinosaur close black lens bracket. Level LV19. Introduction, swing the tail burning with flames and tear the opponent with sharp claws. Very rude character. Attribute, fire. Characteristics, fire. Qualification, Heavenly King. Currently mastered skills grab, cry, spark, primal power, jet flame, dragon claw, dragon breath, flame fang. King class. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed. There is no doubt that the fruit has played a considerable role in making the fire dinosaurs with the qualifications of the quasi-celestial king cross the line and reach the level of the heavenly king. No wonder it will lead to the competition of the boss elves, the fruit that can improve the qualifications. The value is quite amazing. Looking at it this way, it would be more appropriate for the fire dinosaurs to devour this fruit. Lin Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart. Qualification, the more you go up, the harder it is to improve. You know, Shinado can reach the quasi-overlord level, but through the help of the power of the beast. In this case, he is a quasi-champion level ghost. Even if he devours this fruit, his aptitude will not be able to break through to the champion level, and he will not be able to achieve a qualitative change. But the fire dinosaur reaching the heavenly king level is undoubtedly a transformational improvement. Thoughts turned, Lin Jing said, let's go. According to the map on the survey machine, there is a resting point in the southeast. After fighting for a few days, we will go there to rest and then continue exploring. In the rules and regulations initially stored by the survey machine, the location of each resting point is also stored. After reaching a certain distance, it will automatically prompt the trainers participating in the exam. The resting base is set up by the Alliance, where you can compete with elves, buy supplies through points, and heal the wounds of elves. It can be called a small elves center. After a long battle, the elves will inevitably suffer dark injuries due to consumption, and proper rest is essential. As soon as the words fell, the three elves nodded obediently, then turned into rays of light and returned to the elf ball. By investigating the machine to determine the direction, Lin Jing set off immediately. At the same time as he set off, his mind moved slightly, and the treasure chest interface appeared. After gradually getting familiar with the treasure chest system, he has been able to do two things with one heart. Even if he is on the road, it will not affect the opening of the treasure chest. The unexpected treasure chest of the intermediate trainer bloomed with a faint light. Lin Jing didn't stop, and said silently, open the treasure chest. The 7th update is here. Please ask for tomorrow's evaluation ticket in advance for the monthly flower ticket. Only with data can the author update the code word with more passion tilde. Chapter 24 Comprehensive Upgrade, Resting Base under Tianguan Mountain. Above the interface, the brilliance of the treasure chest flashed, and then opened. Items of information emerge. You have obtained the Trainer Intermediate Costume Set X1. You have obtained Physical Enhancement X1. Open black lens bracket. You have gained Wisdom Eyes Ability Enhancement close black lens bracket. You got a random skill machine X1. You got a random portable item X1. Lin Jing glanced over. The Intermediate Trainer Costume Set is the original upgraded version. The normal defense and special defense have become +4, and the affinity of special effects has also been improved. Physical strengthening is also the same as before. He didn't hesitate, and immediately chose to use physical enhancement and wisdom eye ability enhancement. At this moment, brilliance was born in the void, and in the flow, it fell into his eyes and body. Lin Jing clearly felt that there was a warm current flowing in his eyes and body. During the flow, his eyes became clearer and his body became stronger. The ability of the eye and the stamina have been enhanced. During the strengthening, a deep purple light lit up around Lin Jing. That's his superpower. After you have superpower, you can undoubtedly improve the power of superpower by constantly honing and using it. Now, the increase in the ability of the eyesight and the strength of the physique seems to have produced a chain reaction, which changes the superpower and also increases to a certain extent. After about tens of seconds, Guangwa converged. Lin Jing blinked, clenched his fist, felt the strength contained in his body, and showed satisfaction. In this crisis-ridden interstellar elves era, with the physical enhancement of the treasure chest system, it can reduce a lot of danger. If it wasn't for my physique that is better than that of ordinary people, the battle plan just now wouldn't be able to be implemented smoothly. If it goes on like this, one day, I may also be able to incarnate as a super real rookie, able to withstand the attack of some elves. As his thoughts turned around, Lin Jing used the remaining 2 rewards. Skill Machine, Portable Props. Skill Machine refers to a special machine that can teach elf moves. It is worth mentioning that it exists permanently, and there is no limit to the number of teachings. The value, needless to say. Portable props refer to special props that, like charcoal, can be carried on the body by elves to enhance a certain aspect of it. The 2 rewards were used, and in the faint light flashing, in front of Lin Jing, 2 large turntable-like lottery patterns appeared, and then turned. Finally, the hands on the large turntable are frozen. Skill Machine, Shadow Ball. Lin Jing's eyes brightened slightly. Shadow Ball is one of the skills that many elves can master, and its power is not bad. Portable items. Dragon Scales. Entering the eye, it is a special scale with a strange appearance. Dragon Scales. The scales from the Dragon Attribute Elves can be carried by the Dragon Attribute Elves, and will comprehensively enhance the Dragon Attribute Elves. Dragon Attribute. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. There is no doubt that among the various attributes of elves, the Dragon Attribute is the best among them, and the combat power of each Dragon Elves is quite amazing. Although it has the Tianq attribute of the fairy type, it is still the dream of countless trainers to conquer a dragon-type elf. I don't know if there is a chance to conquer a dragon elf. Lin Jing's thoughts turned around. The Pokeballs of the interstellar era have undergone strict special settings. During the exam, each trainer can carry up to 6 Pokemon. After this limit is exceeded, the Pokemon will be automatically sent away. This kind of technology has already appeared, and in the interstellar era, it is obviously more and more mature. Lin Jing now carries 4 elves with him, so he will naturally be more solemn about the choice of the remaining 2 elves. Thinking of this, Lin Jing's expression condensed slightly, as if thinking of something. Liloras, fire dinosaurs, and even ghosts all use the Pokeballs of the interstellar age to conquer. But the high-level ball used to capture that tyrannical carp dragon came from the treasure chest system. Will the advanced balls from the treasure chest system not be restricted by the rules of the Pokeball? If this is true, that is to say, the number of elves that I can carry is more than 6. Before he stopped, Lin Jing let out a sigh of relief and said to himself, "This point, I have to be serious. Let's try it out." Following Lin Jing's figure, he left. Rear. During the distortion of time and space that lasted for a period of time, the storm gradually subsided and slowly dissipated. After walking for a while, Lin Jing's eyes looked forward. Here, it should be at the foot of Tianguan Mountain. At the foot of Tianguan Mountain, it is a continuous mountain range located in the middle of Shikui. Looking in this direction at this time, high mountains rise and fall one after another, forming a mighty mountain range. And not far ahead, at the entrance to the foothills of Tianguan Mountain, a small stronghold resembling the center of an elves is located here. At a glance, you can see that many new trainers are gathered here. Not every trainer, like Lin Jing, has enough confidence to live in the wild for a few days. When night falls, it is undoubtedly safer to practice in the resting stronghold. After stepping into the resting stronghold, Lin Jing pushed open the door and entered the hall. On the counter facing him, Lin Jing saw a figure he had seen countless times in the game. Miss Joy. The Joey family in the interstellar era is undoubtedly growing, and every Miss Joey can be said to be the best candidate for elf medical care. Next to the pink-haired Miss Joy, stood an all-pink elf with an egg in her arms. Pink Devil, Gilly Egg. The first one, ask for an evaluation ticket, a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 25 Joey's Invitation, Evolution, Flash Cerulean. Seemingly aware of Lin Jing's gaze, Joey's gaze looked over, and after showing a kind smile, she glanced at the nameplate on Lin Jing's chest and said, "Do you need any help?" Aside. Gilly Egg also cast a concerned look. As an elf with good healing abilities, Gilly Egg is a very warm-hearted elf. Help my elves recover. Lin Jing took a few steps forward, took out the Pokeball, and said. He was well prepared before entering the elf meeting, and the wound medicine was well prepared. But, Forest View Trainer. After many days of fighting, the elves will inevitably suffer some dark wounds, and proper recovery is essential. And there was also an injured Tyrannosaurus Carp Dragon, because he couldn't control the opponent yet, so he didn't apply any medicine to it, so he could only let it recover gradually with its own power in the Pokeball. Okay. Joey responded gently, and then took the 4 Pokeballs handed by Lin Jing. Her eyes stopped for a moment on the high-level ball that was completely different from other Pokeballs. Miss Joey, who is born in the Joey family, is quite knowledgeable, and naturally recognizes the senior ball at a glance. However, she was obviously very professional, and without asking any further questions, she took the Pokeball and went directly to the side of the treatment equipment. The Pokeball was placed in the treatment machine, and the treatment was completed very quickly. After returning the Pokeball to Lin Jing, Miss Joy thought for a moment, then said, "Lin Jing Trainer, I wonder if you would like to participate in a small Pokemon competition. Spirit versus contest." Lin Jing raised his brows slightly, his heart moved slightly, and he asked, "Is there still an elves competition within the exam?" "It does exist." Joey answered seriously. "In the details of the investigation rules, there should be information about the hidden tasks in the exam. These hidden tasks are arranged by the Alliance, and if you complete the hidden tasks, you can get extra bonus points. The elf battle competition is just one of them. You can get a certain amount of points rewards if you get a ranking in the competition." She pointed to herself. "Our nurses at the resting base will select suitable trainers to participate in. Generally, a small elf battle will have at most 20 trainers participating." Hearing her explanation, Lin Jing showed a bright comprehension. Obviously, only trainers who have certain strength and are recognized by Joey will be invited. "Lin Jing Trainer, would you like to participate?" Ahead, Joey asked. Naturally willing. Lin Jing did not hesitate and immediately agreed. He himself has a battle reward machine and battle costumes that need to be upgraded through battles. In a competition, there can undoubtedly be multiple battles. The last elf contest was held at noon 2 days later, in the middle of the mountain in front of me. Miss Joy smiled slightly, took out a badge from the box on one side, and handed it to Lin Jing. "With this badge, you can participate in it. Please give me your investigative machine." Lin Jing handed it over. After a while, Joey returned the investigation machine and said, "I have stored the exact coordinates in the investigation machine, and the trainer Lin Jing can go there on time." "Well, I see," he responded, turned and left the hall. After purchasing some necessities through the points in the shopping center of the rest station, Lin Jing did not stay here too much, and entered directly into the foothills of Tiangguan Mountain. According to the map in the survey machine, go to the battle location, which is not too close. And he is also ready to seize the time to improve himself and improve the strength of the elves. Since it is a competition that can only be participated in by Miss Joy's approval, it must not be an ordinary trainer. It must be an existence that can also be called an elite in this elf meeting. I don't know what kind of opponent I will meet. Tiangguan foothills. Under a cliff somewhere, Lin Jingsheng set a torch and looked at the 2 elves who were fighting beside him. Compared with other areas in Shikwi, the terrain at the foot of Tiangwan Mountain is complex and difficult to walk. It can be said that the trainers who can enter here must have their own means. If you want to participate in the elf competition, you must enter it, which is a test in itself. At the far end, the two elves who are fighting are Lalulas and DC. In his spare time, Lin Jing will also let his elves carry out civil wars without his command. This is also a kind of tempering, and at the same time fighting, it also cultivates their own fighting consciousness. At this moment, the confrontation between the two elves has come to a critical point. Lalulas's gorgeous thoughts flashed around her body, and at this moment, the turbulent thoughts attacked and did everything she could. Spiritual strength. On the other side, Guisi was not to be outdone, opening his mouth wide, and deep ghost energy condensed in it, converging and forming. Shadow Ball. Guisi's own level has not yet reached the level where he can comprehend the Shadow Ball on his own, but Lin Jing has obtained the skill machine of the Shadow Ball, so naturally he has learned to master it. The two attacked at the same time. At this moment, the powerful superpower and ghost power suddenly bombarded together in midair. At the moment of contact, energy explodes. Boom! The energy suddenly exploded. In the aftermath, there were gusts of wind. Okay. Seeing this, Lin Jing said, "Let's end the battle here." The civil war between the companions is in a state of sparring, and Lin Jing will stop it at an appropriate time. Hearing Lin Jing's voice, both Lalulas and DC stopped. However, at this moment, a soft light surrounded Lalulassi's body, and the brilliance enveloped it. Its body shape was obscured, and the appearance inside began to change. Evolution. After such a discussion, Lalu drawing has improved again, successfully met the evolution requirements, and began to evolve. Aside. Guisi and the fire dinosaur who were exercising by themselves both looked over. Except for a few elves, most elves are quite eager for evolution. The light of evolution continues. After about tens of seconds, the brilliance gradually weakened, and the appearance after the evolution was completed was revealed. At a glance, it was as if I saw a young girl full of vitality standing in the same place. The evolution of Lalora's. Cerulean. If Lalulassi is a very shy, full of shy little girl, then Cerulean is a lively and lovely girl. Above the head, the golden tentacles gleamed in the sunlight, and the blue hair looked extra chic. Flash Cerulean. After the evolution, it was obviously also very curious. It lowered its head slightly to look at its current appearance, and then put its hands on the skirt and danced gracefully in place. After doing all this, its eyes that were no longer covered by the hair were exposed, and the golden pupils, which were the same color as the tentacles, were exceptionally beautiful. It looked at Lin Jing, and the voice had already sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Master Tilda. Compared with the shyness of the Lalula's period, the current Cerulean has a bold and lively atmosphere. Ji Haiyu. Tool, Show 7C. Lin Jing sighed sincerely and said softly, "You have grown up a bit." Cerulean, who was also able to telepathically, could naturally hear the kindness in Lin Jing's tone. Without hesitation, she took a few steps forward lightly, falling into Lin Jing's arms like a swallow in the forest. Seeing this, Lin Jing reached out and touched its hair. There is no doubt that of all the elves, Cerulean has the deepest affection for him. After all, this was his first elf, and the first elf he hatched. When the mind moved slightly, the ability of the eye was activated. Open black lens bracket Cerulean, flash close black lens bracket. Level, LV20. Introduction, a beautiful elf who looks like a pure girl, but has the power of white, which can reflect the scene of paradise. Presumably the secret lies in the red hair accessories. Attribute, super, fairy. Feature, copy, telepathy. Qualification, quasi-overlord. Currently mastered skills, charming voice, cry, shadow clone, mind power, mist field, strange light, black eyes, shadow ball, spiritual power, spirit break, pseudo-hypnosis, drain kiss, teleportation, phantom rays. Glancing over, Lin Jing nodded slightly and said to himself, after evolution, I have learned many skills. After all, it is an elves with quasi-overlord qualifications. The combat power has increased again. As thoughts flashed, Lin Jing said, let's eat first. He took out the food that had been prepared a long time ago, glanced at the investigation machine, and then looked up in another direction. Crossing over there, it's the place where the elves will compete. The three of you have to prepare for the battle. In response to Lin Jing, the eyes of the three elves were full of fighting spirit and victory. Send the big chapter, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 26 Name of Shikwi. Sinnoh Star Territory. Pathogen Star. The capital, in the comprehensive assessment hall of the examination. Meeting room. At this moment, several figures were sitting around the conference table. At the very center is Sharona. In addition to the front of the conference room, there are video screens. The figures on the screen, if they were seen by others, would definitely be shocked. Because they are the champion trainers of each star field. Dream God's treasure chest. Without a doubt, this is an extremely important meeting. At this moment, Sharona's eyes were serious, holding a paper document with the word, confidential, in her hand. She looked at the four directions, and then said, everyone, after the statistics collected by the trainers of this year's ELF exam, plus the situation we already know. Today, it can be completely determined. Behind it, the dim screen lights up, and above it is the map of the Shikwi area. On the map, most areas have been lit up. As the map appeared, Sharona said solemnly, here is the god of countless years ago. After preliminary discussions, we, the Sinnoh Alliance, are going to name it Shikwi area. Zyrna's voice fell, and on the screen, the champion trainers looked at each other and nodded, showing approval. Since it is ancient and esoteric, it is also appropriate to name it by the Sinnoh Alliance. 21 equals 13. Equals. I can change. Second. After a while. The meeting room fell silent again. Zyrna's expression became more serious, and then said again, after the exploration of the space-time distortion area and the space-time cracks has deepened, we can confirm that they have a great connection with the legendary elves. The legendary elves involved are the two legendary beast elves that our Sinnoh has left behind since ancient times. Palkia and Dialga. When his body bent slightly, Lin Jing's legs exerted force and jumped up. At the same time, he grabbed his hands on the protruding rock, and when he exerted force, he jumped up. The terrain at the foot of Tiangwan Mountain is complex, and climbing is essential. With this leap, he completely climbed onto the platform. While the investigation machine trembled slightly, a beep sounded. You have reached your destination. Lin Jing stood still and looked forward. Here, it is provided by Miss Joy, the location of the Elves Battle Competition. At first glance, this is a rare platform area in the foothills of Tiangwan Mountain. Not far away, there are stone pillars that have been broken, and it looks like a relic. Here. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Here, it should be the Shikwi area, the battlefield at the foot of Tiangwan Mountain. As the thoughts flashed, Lin Jing's eyes moved. Directly in front, there are two battle arenas that are incompatible with the ruins. Obviously, the Elf Alliance made a special arrangement here. At this moment, there was a figure standing on the ring. After seeing Lin Jing's figure, he said, it seems that we have another contestant coming. It was an Alliance staff member in uniform, obviously it was the host of this pixie contest. Looking at him, Lin Jing's eyes were a little weird, and then he slowly moved down to the bottom of the ring. In his line of sight, at this moment, under the ring, there is a treasure chest that is blooming with brilliant colors. The level of this treasure chest. It doesn't seem to be low. Among all the treasure chests I have obtained, its brilliance is probably second only to the Super Dream treasure chest. Could it be? In a flash of thought, the treasure chest has been picked up by Lin Jing. Information prompts appear. You have successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest Kirlia. Kirlia. Beautiful dream god. Lin Jing's eyes changed slightly, but he didn't move too much. By the side of the ring, he found a place and leaned over. At this moment, there is only half an hour left before the start of the elves competition. Around the arena, there are more than 10 trainers standing scattered. After finding a place to sit down, Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply. Here, why does Kirlia's treasure chest appear? Beautiful dream god, has it ever appeared here? He recalled what he knew about the Shikwi area, and then a flash of light suddenly flashed in his heart. By the way, it seems that in the mission in the Shikwi area in the game, Kirlia will appear in the battlefield of the moon. If you say that. Lin Jing's eyes looked around. In the real world, in this area, the figure of Kirlia did appear, so that there was a treasure chest here. And now, where is Kirlia? Is it because the Alliance staff who appeared here are no longer here, or are they chasing Darkrai? God of Dreams, Kirlia. Nightmare God, Darkrai. There is no doubt that these are two gods and beasts who were born to be opposites. Darkrai can create nightmares, and Kirlia can dispel nightmares and create beautiful dreams. According to rumors, Kirlia has been chasing Darkrai all her life. Kirlia's ability should not be comparable to that of Mewtwo, but the value of its treasure chest should also be extremely terrifying. This was a surprise. He slowly let out a breath. Taking advantage of the time before the elf battle competition started, Lin Jing called out the treasure chest interface. On the interface, the treasure chest shone brightly, and there was a phantom of an elf looming, which was Kirlia. Beautiful dream god's treasure chest. On. Chapter 27 Dreams and Nightmares Intertwined. As Lin Jing's silent recitation fell, the treasure chest burst open. Lines of information prompts appear. Open black lens bracket. You have gained super power increase close black lens bracket. You have acquired the skill, Spirit Blade. You have obtained a special influence, the kindness of the beautiful dream god. You get special influence, Nightmare God's Gaze. You have obtained the Divine Beast skill fragment, Crescent Dance. Lin Jing's eyes swept across, and more detailed information appeared on the interface. Open black lens bracket super power increase close black lens bracket. Battle begins. Introduction. Kirlia, the god of dreams, is also an elf with superpower attributes. Using superpower augmentation can enhance your superpower. Divine Beast skill fragments, and common skills, have been familiar with them as early as when they obtained the Super Dream Treasure Box. Lin Jing's eyes turned and finally landed on the other two rewards. Open black lens bracket. The kindness of the beautiful dream god close black lens bracket. Introduction. The dream god is a very kind beast spirit. After you get its treasure chest, you get the kindness from it, Kirlia Affinity +10. Nightmare God's Gaze. Introduction. The dream god and the nightmare god are destined to be two beast spirits that are entangled with each other. You have obtained the treasure chest of the dream god, so you are contaminated with the breath from the dream god, and therefore you get the attention from the nightmare god, and the nightmare god is friendly degrees ±5. Huh. Lin Jing read it carefully again, his eyes narrowed slightly. The kindness of Mimung is understandable. Compared with Mewtwo, Mimung is undoubtedly an easier to get close to the beast spirit, and the affinity is higher than that of Mewtwo. The gaze of this nightmare god. ±5, what do you mean? Could it be? After thinking for a moment, he had a guess in his heart. According to the information in the elf story, although the nightmare god will bring people nightmares, he is not a truly evil elf. There is even a nightmare god Darkrai who will resist the damage of the time and space gods in order to protect others in the town, proving that the nightmare god's essence is not bad. So, even if I get the goodwill of the god of beautiful dreams, I will not be directly disgusted by the god of nightmare because of this. ±5, does it mean that I am very likely to gain the favor of the god of nightmare, and it is possible to obtain the bad feeling of the god of nightmare? It should be so. After some serious speculation, Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the Divine Beast skill fragment. Crescent Dance. This is exactly the Divine Beast skill of Kirlia, the god of beautiful dreams. The function is to recover all of the other Pokemon's state at the expense of his own serious injury. Judging from this Divine Beast's exclusive skill, Dream God is obviously an extremely kind Pokemon. Crescent Dance is also a skill of the Superpower department, which means that Cerulean can learn it. However, after hesitating for a while, Lin Jing did not choose to let Cerulean take control directly. Chilean also possesses certain healing and auxiliary abilities, but Lin Jing's Flash Chilean is a quasi-overlord talent. It is the well-deserved main force of Lin Jing's elves. With its talent, combined with the skills acquired from the Cheomung treasure chest, it will be a well-deserved main attacker most of the time. It is undoubtedly inappropriate for such a main elves to master the New Moon Dance. Maybe, it's time for me to subdue and cultivate an elf that is more supportive. It's more appropriate for an elves like that to learn skills like Crescent Moon Dance. Side. Above the ring, the host was looking at the pocket watch in his hand. As time passed, after a few minutes passed, he put down his pocket watch, looked at the rookie trainers around the ring, and said, "The time has come. This elf battle competition has officially started." Glancing over, he continued, "The total number of participants is 16, and the competition will be played by drawing lots. All battles are 1v1, there is only one chance, please take good care of all trainers." Having said this, he paused slightly and said solemnly, "Put the badges you obtained for participating in the competition on the back of the survey machine, and you can know your initial signature and your opponent. The rewards for this elf battle competition will also be explained in it." Dropped with a bang. The trainers below the ring began to check. Lin Jing took out the badge, and with a single touch, information appeared on the screen of the investigation machine. Open black lens bracket your number. Number 7 close black lens bracket. Your opponent number. Number 10. Lin Jing said to himself in his heart. The opponents are drawn according to the rules of 1 to 16, 2 to 15. Below, the specific reward information emerges. The elf exam is based on points as one of the rankings, and the reward for the competition is also the points. Among them, the champion can get the most generous 2,000 points reward. At this stage, it's quite a reward. You must know that points can only be obtained through battles, and Lin Jing's current points are only 600 plus. Winning these 2,000 points is equivalent to saving a lot of effort. Ahead, on the ring. The host's voice sounded. "Please number 1, number 16, go to the number 1 ring. Number 2, number 15, go to the number 2 ring." The rest of the players can identify their opponents. Trainer on stage. Lin Jing's expression became serious. In any case, this is his first game in the elf world. In the ring, the battle of other players has begun. Time passes. It's small, but it makes a lot of sense. Some people lose and regret to quit, some people win and move on to the next round. Soon. The host's voice sounded again. "Please, number 7, number 10, come to the number 1 ring." The voice fell. 2 figures appeared from both sides of the ring. One of them is naturally Lin Jing. His eyes turned to the opposite side. His opponent, a female trainer, wears glasses and looks quite literary. The host's gaze swept over the two of them and said, "The two sides in the battle are Lin Jing from Apocalypse Star Region and Mingxie from Hejong Star Region. Battle. Start." Wash the Kui continent. The entire Shikui continent is divided into two by the foothills of Tiangguan Mountain. At this moment, in a dark cave, vaguely, a pair of eyes appeared quietly and looked into the distance. Kirlia. A low murmur came out. "The 4th ascent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket." Chapter 28 Darkrai, the Battle of the J-Star. In the murmur, inside the cave, a figure slowly floated out. It has a black body and looks a little gloomy. The whole body is humanoid, like a shadow. There is a cloud of hair that covers most of the face, and only a pair of eyes are exposed. Nightmare God, Darkrai. At this moment, Darkrai's figure was suspended in midair, and his eyes were deep into the distance. Next moment, its figure disappeared in place. Sinnoh Star Territory. Spirit Union Headquarters. This is a special small planet located in the middle of Sinnoh Star Territory. The headquarters of the Elf Alliance of Sinnoh Star Territory is located here. As the headquarters of the Alliance, it can be said that this is the most closely arranged place in the entire Sinnoh Starfield. At this moment, among the planets, in a large base, a researcher who was in charge of checking the information passed to the Sinnoh Elf Alliance from the outside world ran all the way and suddenly stepped into the tallest building. Here. It is one of the office buildings of Sinnoh Alliance. It is worth mentioning that this is the office building of the champion trainer, Sirona. With the figure of the researcher rushing in, the staff at the front desk looked at him with an anxious look and said, "Hello, what's the matter? Where's your Excellency champion?" The researcher looked anxious and asked quickly. "Your Excellency, the champion is in charge of the fairy exam held by Emmy, and is not at the Alliance headquarters." "Not here." The researcher's expression changed. Without hesitation, "No matter what means you use, help me contact the champion immediately. I have something very important to report." Seeing his anxious expression, the front desk staff also became serious and replied, "Please wait a moment. Soon. The researcher has been invited into a conference room." After waiting for a while, the big screen on the side of the conference room flashed slightly, and a figure appeared in it. It is the champion of the Sinnoh Star Domain, Zyrna. "What happened?" Sirona's voice sounded. "Your Excellency, the champion." The researcher's tone was urgent. "Not long ago, the information center received an urgent message from a cargo spaceship. Most likely the black box was activated." Black box. Sirona's expression suddenly became serious. A long time ago, human beings' means of ascending to the sky, a black box would be placed in the plane to record everything in the event of an accident. This concept was also adopted when setting up the Galaxy spacecraft. Because of this, if the black box on the spaceship sends the final message, it means that spaceship is very likely to have suffered an accident and annihilated in the galaxy. "What the hell happened?" Sirona asked quickly. In response to Sirona, the researcher took out the computer he carried with him and quickly operated a video that was less than 1 minute synchronized to the communication interface. In the screen, in the depths of the galaxy, two figures are fighting fiercely. During another skill collision, in the silent terrifying explosion, there was an unmanned planet within the galaxy that seemed unable to carry such terrifying power, shattered like a collapse, and quickly melted away. The terrifying picture of the annihilation of this planet was recorded. Under the terrifying aftermath, the video screen dimmed. Apparently, this cargo spaceship has been completely shattered under the terrifying aftermath. Sirona's eyes narrowed. Her gaze was fixed on the two fighting figures on the screen. The legendary fairy. Deoxys. The other. This is Mewtwo. The image seems to be a bit different from the data I have. Could it be that Mewtwo is also similar to Deoxys and has the ability to change its form? Or Washqui. Battle of the Moon. On the ring. At the moment when the support voice fell, the voice of the Pokeball sounded, and two figures had already appeared on the spot. In front of Lin Jing, it is Gui Si. With the constant familiarity, Gui Si can already cooperate with Lin Jing and follow his instructions to fight. And the difference between the flashes of the ghosts is very small, and even most of the time, people will not be aware of its flashing identity. However, the appearance of ghosts still caught the attention of the other trainers below. The size of this ghost. In the past few days of exploration, I have seen a number of elves whose bodies are very different from the same clan, but this ghost is somewhat similar to them. It is not easy for a trainer to come here to compete with Miss Joy's approval. In the mixed voices of discussion, Lin Jing's eyes turned to the other side. In front of Mingxie, an elf that looked somewhat similar to a ninja stood. Double Blade Pill. That is the evolution of the Water Master Otter in the three families in the Hejong area. As the thoughts flickered, the light in the eyes flashed, and the Wisdom Eye skill was activated. Open black lens bracket double blade pill close black lens bracket. Level LV16. Attribute Water. Qualification Quasi-Tianwang class. Are you Quasi-Celestial King? Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. After entering Shikui, he also met a number of participating trainers, but this was the first time he had met an elves with Quasi-King level qualifications. After all, Miss Joy was selected, and they are all outstanding trainers. However, these alone are not enough. On the ring. The host figure stepped back a little. Following his actions, the command sound suddenly came out. Double Blade Pill, Water Gun. DC, dodge the opponent's attack, close the distance, and then use the Shadow Ball. The moment the voice fell, the double blade ghost's mouth opened, and a stream of water with a certain impact spurted out, attacking the ghost. However, Gui Si, who received Lin Jing's order, was well prepared. Its ability is also enough to avoid the opponent's attack. Between the body, it avoided the attack of the water gun, came to the other direction, and narrowed the distance between it and the double blade ghost. The mouth opened wide, and the ghost energy gathered. Next moment, the shadow ball was born in a surge, and it rushed away. Today's first update, asking for an evaluation ticket for a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 29 entering the finals, an invitation from the Elf Academy. The Flash Leader, Ghost, is a quasi-champion level qualification. What does qualification mean? In addition to its own growth rate and the growth rate of each level, it also includes the speed of comprehension of skills, the degree of comprehension, etc. Only the changes of the comprehensive nature can be regarded as the evaluation of qualifications. As the shadow ball swept out, it almost turned into an afterimage in midair, attacking towards Shuangban Maru. The speed is beyond imagination. Almost in a short period of time, the shadow ball had already bombarded the body of Shuangban Maru, and then burst open. Under the explosion of ghost-type energy, Shuangban Maru's body suddenly flew backwards under the powerful explosive force. Its body fell heavily to the ground, and then there was no movement. Fight. Just started, it's over. Aside. The host who had been observing the battle was stunned for a moment, but then he reacted and said, "The battle is over, Shuangrenmaru loses his fighting consciousness, and Lin Jing wins." Opposite the arena, the Mingxie player from the Hejong Star region flashed a daze in his eyes. She never thought that her elf would be instantly killed without the slightest resistance. Lin Jing's expression was calm, he raised the Pokeball, and in the blink of an eye, Gui Si had returned to the Pokeball. The Shadow Ball is one of the well-deserved main elves of the Ghost system, not to mention that it is used by ghosts with super aptitude. The power of the skills that burst out at that moment, in terms of the strength of the trainers participating in the exam, there are probably very few elves that can resist. Turning around and falling, Lin Jing returned to the position where he had been at the beginning, and closed his eyes slightly. He used the superpower booster obtained in the treasure chest of the Dream God, and began to strengthen his superpower. A faint purple light rose between his eyebrows, and Lin Jing controlled his superpowers and spread out around him. Although he closed his eyes, he clearly saw the scene of the two elves fighting on the ring. A long time. Lin Jing slowly opened his eyes. This is the superpower increase. In the past, although I could perceive the surroundings to a certain extent, I was completely unable to perceive such specific details. If I had superpowers of this strength when I was in the warped area of time and space, I would be able to conduct sensory exploration directly without the help of Leloris at the time. Thoughts flicker. Not long after, the second round of battle has begun. The competition system adopts the elimination system, 16 into 8, 8 into 4, 4 into 2, 2 into 1. It takes 4 battles to win the final championship. The opponent in the second round was a trainer from the Apocalypse Star territory. The elf was a very energetic little fire horse. What Lin Jing sent was the fire dinosaur. After swallowing the special tree fruit, the fire dinosaur's talent also reached the level of the king, and its strength is quite strong. Facing the little fire horse of the same attribute, it showed a very terrifying crushing potential at the beginning, defeating the opponent. In the subsequent semifinals battle, Lin Jing sent Wei Si again, and the opponent he faced was a super powerful Yangjira. One of the representative elves of the super power department, the unevolved type of Houdi, Yang Hila. Facing an opponent with restrained attributes, DC still showed a strong dominance and successfully defeated the opponent. So far, Lin Jing has entered the finals. Among the eliminated players, some chose to leave directly, while others stayed and watched the game. Just after Lin Jing stepped down from the ring, a player who was eliminated in the semifinals came over with a smile on his face, and said, "Lin Jing, do you know me?" Lin Jing looked at him. The visitor was a man in a sports suit, showing a kind smile at the moment. After thinking for a moment, Lin Jing calmly asked, "Is there something wrong?" Hearing this, the man said quickly, "Introduce myself, I am Chu Chu from Weixingxingyu, and I grew up in Weixingyu's #1 Elf Academy since I was a child." Does Lin Jing have any preparations for the future selection of the Elf Academy? Would you like to consider our Himing #1 Elf Academy? Our academy will prepare plenty of training resources for every talented trainer who comes. You must know that a Heavenly King level trainer in the Weixing domain today was born in the first Elf Academy. With Lin Jing's talent, everyone in the academy will definitely welcome it. Lin Jing raised his brows slightly, and already understood the other party's intention. Many years ago, under some unknown change, the elf world underwent great changes, and it was connected with the interstellar era. In addition to the Sinnoh starfield and the Guandu starfield, these starfields named after the original elf region, there are also starfields like the Apocalypse starfield from Lin Jing himself, which originally existed in the galaxy era. In these starfields, elves have also appeared, and some people have established elves academies to train trainers. Even some trainers who have been evaluated by the Elf Academy and seem to have potential have already been booked before they entered the Elf exam. In this case, the other party will naturally pull people for the Elf Academy where he is, and enhance the strength of the Academy. After all, the Academy Cups are held every year in each Elf Academy, and the winners have quite generous rewards. The first Elf Academy. Lin Jing pondered and did not give a reply, and instead said, "I will consider it." Seeing this, Chu Chu showed a hint of disappointment. If there is no direct answer, it already represents the end. However, he was not dissatisfied, just said seriously, "The Academy will always open the door for you." After speaking, he turned to leave. Lin Jing watched his back and saw that he quickly went to another trainer and sent an invitation. Shaking his head and laughing, Lin Jing retracted his gaze. Elf Academy. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed. There are countless elf academies in the major star fields. Now, he won't make a choice lightly. Because, as long as he achieves good enough results in the elf meeting, then the major elf academies from various star fields will naturally invite him and promise rich rewards. Thinking room. Ahead, in the ring, the last finalist is decided. The second one is sent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 30 Wash the Trikati Dog, the sharp blade that cuts through the sky. This battle of the top 4 was very intense, and both elves suffered serious injuries, and finally the winner was barely decided. Now, with the end of this semi-final match, the staff in charge of presiding over the competition on the side of the arena looked a little more serious and said, "Next, the finals of this elves competition will be held. The two sides in the battle are Lin Jing trainers from the Apocalypse Star region, and Zhang Yitu, a trainer from Sinnoh Star territory. Invite players from both sides to appear." Lin Jing boarded the ring. Looking at the other party, his opponent was a short boy, wearing thick clothes, and his temperament looked a little gloomy. After the interstellar era, various star domains are also merging with each other, and human beings circulate with each other. The rules of the battle are the same as before. It's 1v1. Both players, are you ready? Following the host's inquiry, Lin Jing nodded slightly. On the other side, Zhang Yitu also nodded. In that case, the venue is reserved for 2 players. At this moment, opposite the arena, Zhang Yitu took out a Pokeball from his waist, looked up at Lin Jing, and suddenly said that he was injured in the battle in front of him, so he was not suitable to play. Lin Jing frowned slightly. He didn't hesitate, just held the most familiar Pokeball around his waist. Your luck is average, you didn't want to use this elf, but my other elf are in. Hope, your elf, don't lose too badly. A word falls. Zhang Yichu's elf ball flickered, and an elf appeared in front of him. At the same time, in front of Lin Jing, the elves appeared at the same time. At this moment, the surroundings were still here, and the other players who had never left glanced at them, exclaiming constantly. What kind of spirit is that? It looks a bit special. It seems to be cerulean. Its hair color. Its glitter elf. The other elves of Lin Jing are already very powerful, and they even have a flashing cerulean. What Lin Jing released was exactly cerulean. There is no doubt that cerulean is his well-deserved main elf. He is bound to win the championship points. Naturally, he released his most tacit elf. After cerulean appeared, his eyes sharpened, he made preparations for battle, and looked at the other party. Lin Jing's gaze turned to the opposite side. I saw that in front of Zhang Yitu, there was a rather special-looking elf. This is Catty dogs in the Shikui area. As soon as he thought about it, the brilliance in his eyes flashed, and the information had already lingered in his eyes. Open black lens bracket Catty dog close black lens bracket. Level LV20. Attribute Fire, Rock. Qualification Heavenly King. Glancing over, Lin Jing reacted with the words of the other party just now. No wonder he is so arrogant. It seems that this Catty dog is his real main elf and his trump card. Heavenly King level qualifications do have arrogant capital. But the Catty dogs in the Shikui area are really ordinary. They are not as handsome as ordinary Catty dogs at all. The Catty dog, who was born in the Shikui area, has his eyes covered with long fluff, and he doesn't seem to have any energy at all. Opposite. Zhang Yichu's expression changed slightly the moment he saw the flash of cerulean appearing. But soon, a confident light flashed in his eyes, and he said solemnly, Catty, let the other party know how powerful you are. At this moment, on the side, the host saw that the elves of the 2 had been released, and without hesitation, he immediately said, the battle begins. The moment his voice fell, Zhang Yichu's voice sounded synchronously. Catty, Fire Wheel. As a Catty dog with the qualifications of the king, it is undoubtedly very good. When the sound falls, the fire attribute energy gathers all over the body, and the body rushes forward and rolls suddenly. Fire Wheel. The evolution of Catty, Wind Speed Dog is a very terrifying speed elf, and the speed of Catty itself is quite amazing. Surrounded by flames, the formed wheels quickly rushed forward in the ring, with an amazing momentum. In the blink of an eye, he had quickly approached cerulean. The other trainers watching the battle continued to discuss. It would be bad if cerulean was approached by Catty. Even if the aptitude for being a flash elf is good, this Catty dog is obviously Zhang Yichu's main elf, and close combat is not what cerulean is good at. I don't know how Lin Jing will respond. On the ring, cerulean didn't move. Lin Jing didn't speak either. But just as the flaming flame wheel was about to hit cerulean, at this moment, a deep purple light flashed away in cerulean's eyes. Its figure appeared on the other side of the ring in an instant. Teleport. This is a new skill that it has mastered after it evolves into cerulean. It stands to reason that for most super-type elves, teleportation is a skill that cannot be completely controlled. Most of the time teleportation is completely random, and it is unknown where the final destination is. However, Lin Jing's flashing Chilean has super aptitude at the quasi-overlord level. It has also experienced the super baptism from the super dream power. After mastering teleportation, it already has a new understanding of this skill. In a short distance, it can completely teleport with the exact destination according to its own mind. Lin Jing even believed that after a period of tempering, even if it was a long-distance transfer, Cerulean could complete it perfectly. And in the ring, because of telepathy, Lin Jing and Cerulean can communicate directly through their minds. The sudden disappearance of the attack target made Catty go dazed for a moment. At this moment, the flame wheel disappeared, Catty stopped moving, and his gaze swept to other directions of the ring. "Catty, behind you." Zhang Yichu's anxious voice sounded. At the same time, the instant the teleportation was completed, a deep purple light shone again in Cerulean's eyes. Everyone's attention is on Cerulean, and at this moment, in Lin Jing's eyes, there is also a unique light that belongs to superpowers rising. Superpower resonance. All this, only the league staff responsible for hosting the event noticed. However, he didn't point it out, and he didn't stop it. In the elf battle, trainers are allowed to help the elves through their special abilities. In the resonance of the superpower, a mask covered by superpowers almost appeared around Cerulean. At this moment, the long blade composed of psychic power condensed and slashed out in midair. Katy Dog just looked at Cerulean, and what came into sight was the blade of psychic power. Mental blade. It's a new skill acquired in the Dream God's treasure chest. Next moment. During the silent bombardment, Katy's body flew out and hit the edge of the ring. The third is sent, ask for evaluation tickets and flowers. Chapter 31 Shocking the Audience, Challenge Mode, Secret Spying. After his body slammed into the edge of the ring, Katy stopped moving. On the side of the ring, the host's gaze was fixed, and then he said, "The champion of this competition is Lin Jing from the Apocalypse Star region." His voice fell. The scene was eerily quiet. Below, several trainers who stayed to watch the battle looked at each other and saw the doubt and shock in each other's eyes. There is no doubt that the trainers who can be recognized by Joey and qualified for the competition are at least far more than ordinary trainers. Because of this, they know each other more clearly. You must know that taking the trainers in the column as an example, a few of them were just Zhang Yichu's opponents and were defeated by Zhang Yichu's elves. Now, after Zhang Yichu released his true main elf, the battle situation was completely different from what they imagined. It is unimaginable that that catty dog will be killed in one blow. A real one-hit kill. The fact that this kind of result can be achieved can only prove that the strength of this flashing Cerulean is far more than that of Katy, and its power is quite amazing. The silence was broken by a cry. "Catty dog!" With some anxious shouts, Zhang Yichu's confidence completely disappeared, strode forward, and quickly ran to Katy's side. Under the ring, the trainers who watched the battle also reacted, and the discussions began to rise. "This flash Cerulean is so scary. Have you noticed that during the battle, Lin Jing didn't speak at all? Could this be Cerulean's own battle wisdom and battle decision? Not sure, Cerulean is an elf with telepathy, maybe. It has communicated with Lin Jing in the mind. Doesn't that mean that this Cerulean is more terrifying? This forest scene must be the top figure in the elf test. It's too scary." An exclamation sounded. You may be dissatisfied, or you may be jealous, when someone is so close to you. When someone is far apart from you, you will only envy and look up. This is from the human instinct to respect the strong. On the ring, Lin Jing reached out and said, "Cerulean, you did a good job, come back." When the light flashed, Cerulean returned to the Pokeball. Then, Lin Jing's eyes turned to the host on the side. Host was stunned for a moment, but immediately reacted and said, "This competition is officially over." The top 4 trainers can come to me to collect your reward points. In this competition, the champion will get 2,000 points. The runner-up is 500 points. The third and fourth places are all 300 points, so there is no need to hold the third runner-up battle. A word fell. Instead, the host took the initiative to walk in front of Lin Jing. Contestant Lin Jing. A smile on the host's face, he said, "Are you interested in coming to the Elf Academy in our Sinnoh Star territory?" Lin Jing blinked. Seeing the other party's kind eyes, Lin Jing said, "I will consider it." This elf exam was held by the Sinnoh Alliance. This staff member, naturally, also came from the Sinnoh Alliance, and now he has directly brought people to the Sinnoh Starfield. Seeing this, the host was not disappointed and said, "Take out your investigation machine." Lin Jing handed the investigation machine over. The host took out a special machine and attached it to the back of the survey machine. After a while, he returned the investigation machine and said, "Your 2,000 points have been credited." "Thank you." After answering a sentence, Lin Jing took the machine, turned around, and walked off the arena. Just when Lin Jing turned around and walked down, the host in charge of this event took out the communication device from his waist and whispered to the communication device, "I found a good seedling here. I will send the information back in a while and contact the various parties in our Sinnoh Starfield. Great Elf Academy, such a good seedling, we must keep him." Quote. After stepping down from the ring, Lin Jing did not hesitate to walk towards the scattered and broken stone pillars on one side. The investigation machine records everything in real time. Exploring an ancient ruin that has been broken can undoubtedly also add points to the comprehensive evaluation of exploration. Just then, his eyes wandered, subconsciously looking around. After a glance, Lin Jing showed a look of doubt, and once again retracted his gaze. "Is it an illusion?" Lin Jing asked in his heart. After the superpower increase, his perception ability became more and more amazing. Just now, he vaguely felt that there was a line of sight watching him. This is not a substantial perception, but a feeling that one is being watched. But, at a glance, even with the perception of superpowers, Lin Jing didn't find anything. Taking this matter to the bottom of his heart, he carefully searched for the battlefield on the moon-facing battlefield, recorded the place in the investigation machine, and stepped deeper into the foothills of Tianguan Mountain. In the next time, the exam will be more and more intense. In the early days, the trainers didn't have many points in their hands, and they just started to improve their strength. Even if they encounter it, the possibility of a battle is not high. But over time, defeating other trainers with more points is undoubtedly the best way to get points. Battles will happen all the time. Not to mention, according to the rules and regulations of the investigation machine, in the last 5 days, a special challenge mode will be opened. Lin Jing's eyes became sharper. Challenge mode. The first stage of the entire elf test lasts for half a month. And in the last 5 days, there will be a special rule, that is the challenge mode. The so-called challenge mode is that within a certain range, the 100 people with the highest points will display the coordinates on the map of the survey machine. They have the most points, and if you beat them, you can naturally gain a lot of points and skyrocket. Of course, those who are pursued, that is, those with the highest points in a certain area, also have certain benefits, that is, after defeating the challenger, in addition to half of the opponent's points, they will get additional points reward. Challenge mode. With my current points, I am afraid it must be the challenged. I don't know, what kind of opponent can I encounter? There are countless trainers participating in the elf exam. Under the huge base, there must also be trainers with decent strength. I don't know, when will we be able to meet elf opponents with qualifications above the Heavenly King level? As his thoughts turned around, Lin Jing stepped forward and went deeper. Just when his figure disappeared here. Rear. The ancient ruins of the battlefield for the moon. A figure quietly emerged. It hangs here, but neither Lin Jing nor the other trainers who have not left beside the ring, nor even the staff from the Alliance, are aware of it. As if it didn't exist. In a flash of faint smoke, its figure disappeared again. The fourth is sent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 32 The Evolution of the Ghosts, the challenge mode is turned on, and the standings are 5th. The elf exam is going on. Day 9 23 hours 56 minutes. Tianguan Foothills. At this moment, Lin Jing was in a cave. It seems like a man-made cave, with relatively flat surroundings, and there are devices for placing torches on the rock walls on both sides. However, this place has obviously been abandoned for a long time, and it is dark inside. Lin Jing held the lighting device and used the light to move forward. He clearly remembered some of the location features of the original Shikui area, and after entering this cave, he made a guess. Here. It should be the psychedelic cave. Light beams illuminated by lighting fixtures stand out in the dark. While Lin Jing was moving forward, his superpowers were also sensing, avoiding sudden attacks. This is also a test of superpower. Just then, Lin Jing's steps stopped, his eyes suddenly turned to one side, and he was already holding the top of the Pokeball in his hand. The moment he held the elf ball, a sharp and piercing cry came, and a figure had jumped out of the big-mouthed bat. Its big mouth opened, its wings flickered rapidly, and its target was directed at the forest scenery. Sip. The crisp voice sounded, the light of the Pokeball flashed, and a figure had stopped in front of Lin Jing. Ghosts. At the moment of his debut, Guisi had already seen his opponent. DC, strange light. Lin Jing's command sounded at the same time. Facing the big-mouthed bat that was attacking directly, Guisi's eyes flashed a strange brilliance, and he looked at the big-mouthed bat. The figure of the big-mouthed bat froze. Strange light is a skill that can confuse the elves. It seems to have lost its target, and during the rapid flapping of the break wings, it slammed into the stone protruding from the side of the rock wall. Sip. Lin Jing's command tone sounded again. DC, use misfortunes come singly. Misfortunes do not come singly. This is a skill that launches multiple attacks on the opponent. It is a skill that DC has just realized recently. When facing an opponent who is in an abnormal state, it can cause even more terrifying damage. Between the gathering of ghost-type energy, a strange smoke rose, and it suddenly launched an attack on the big-mouthed bat. In the chaotic state, the big-mouthed bat did not distinguish between enemy and foe. Well done. Lin Jing praised, took out the Pokeball, and prepared to take DC back. But, at this moment, Guisi's figure, who had taken the initiative to lean over, paused slightly. Under Lin Jing's gaze, brilliance rose around him, covering the entire body. DC was promoted to LV-24 not long ago, and now he has defeated this big-mouthed bat and reached LV-25. That is the light of evolution. Ghost, it is at LV-25 that evolution happens. As the rays of light enveloped him, Guisi's figure increased again, and his appearance changed dramatically. It was originally a special elf with a shining leader, and its size was much larger than that of its peers. Now that its stature has skyrocketed, roughly speaking, it is already more stalwart than Lin Jing's stature. After the light of evolution lasts for a certain period of time, the light is reduced. The evolved Ghost Stone appeared in front of Lin Jing. After the evolution, Ghost Stone floated his body and approached Lin Jing. However, its size is already huge, and in this cave that only lighting equipment provides light, it looks a bit terrifying. Lin Jing's thoughts moved slightly, and his eyesight ability was activated. Open black lens bracket Ghost Stone, Flash Boss, close black lens bracket. Level LV-25. Introduction Ghost Stone, a terrifying evil spirit that can penetrate walls and appear anywhere. Legend has it that those who are licked by its tongue will grow weaker and eventually die. Attribute Ghost, Poison. Feature, Floating. Qualification, Quasi-Championship. Currently mastered skills, Strange Eyes, Tongue Licking, Hypnotism, Black Eyes, Tit for Tat, Resentment, Song of Death, Shadow Fist, Curse. After evolving, have you learned new skills again? Lin Jing glanced over and looked at Ghost Stone, showing satisfaction, one step closer to Gengar. Immediately afterwards, he showed a thoughtful look. According to the rules of the elf world, there are 3 ways for Ghost Stone to evolve into Gengar. 1. Of course, it is constantly tempered and improved. After reaching a certain level, it will naturally evolve into Gengar. 2nd, it is to achieve the evolutionary conditions through the exchange of elves through communication and the special power generated during the exchange of communication. 3rd, it is to use a special item, Contact Rope. The Contact Rope contains the same power as the communication exchange, and it can also allow Ghost Stone to complete the evolution. The 2nd rule, don't need to think about it for the time being. It's not difficult to find a trainer who can exchange communications, but the value of the Flash Leader Gengar is too amazing. This way of taking the initiative to give the elves to others is too dangerous. A quasi-champion level elf. No one can guarantee that he will not be greedy. In this case, we can only see if we can get the Contact Rope. If it is not possible, let Ghost Stone evolve independently, but it will take a little longer. Lin Jing made a decision. Fortunately, I have a battle reward machine and a treasure chest system, and it is possible to obtain it by itself. Not to mention, when the elf exam is over, I can make the connection rope one of the conditions for joining the Elf Academy. Come back, Ghost Stone. Lin Jing lifted the Pokeball, the light flashed, and Ghost Stone disappeared in place. Just then, inside the pocket, the investigation machine vibrated slightly. Without hesitation, Lin Jing took out the investigation machine. I saw that on the screen, lines of information appeared. Countdown to the fairy test. 119, 59, 59. Open black lens bracket challenge mode is on close black lens bracket. The ranking of the spiritual examination has been opened. Your points meet the qualifications for leader and your coordinates have been shared in real time. You successfully log into the top 10,000 points leaderboard. You can choose whether to hide your personal information or not. Open black lens bracket yes, no close black lens bracket. Lin Jing frowned slightly. The last 5 days, 120 hours, has finally come. As the challenged person in the challenge mode called leader, it is appropriate. His eyes stayed on the options for a moment, and finally he directly chose yes. Open black lens bracket. Your personal information has been displayed on the points leaderboard close black lens bracket. He participated in the elf exam because he wanted to join a good enough elf academy. Now that the ranking list is open, those who pay attention to the list must not only be the trainers who will pass the test, but also the elf academies outside. That being the case, then there is nothing to hide. As the thoughts turned, Lin Jing tapped the screen, and the screen turned. Points ranking. The interface of the points leaderboard lists the points of each exam trainer, and trainers can also obtain their current ranking through this interface. Now, in the interface, lines of information appeared. Number 1, Guandu Star Region, Crimson. Current points, 4,135 points. Number 2, Shinao Star Domain, Anonymous. Current points, 4,021 points. Number 3, Big Dipper, Anonymous. Current points, 3,981 points. 4th place, Kanto Area, Anonymous. Current points, 3,980 points. 5th place, Apocalypse Star Domain, Lin Jing, current points, 3,852 points. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the top. My current points are only 5th place. I won the championship in the competition, so I have the points I have now. From this point of view, the other people at the top of the list should also have their own circumstances. He was not surprised. After entering Shikui, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, but the points in this period cannot directly reflect the strength of the trainer. After all, I am afraid that there are still many trainers who have not yet started the battle. The real battle has just begun. In a flash of thought, Lin Jing's line of sight caught the first place on the list. Crimson. Is it the crimson I imagined? He paused for a moment, then switched to another interface. Challenge mode interface. At a glance, on the map, there are 2 light spots flashing at this moment. There's a blip that seems to be me. One more point of light. Lin Jing's heart moved. There are other challenged who meet the qualifications, that is, leader. With the opening of the challenge mode, the points ranking will change drastically. Just right. I'll get you for an appetizer first. Also in this cave. The 5th chapter is here, asking for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 33 Speculation about the Nightmare God, finally appeared. In the cave, Lin Jing walked step by step with the help of the light provided by the lighting equipment. The map above the survey machine is displayed in real time. Above, the light spot of another challenged person also started to move at this time. As his eyes wandered, Lin Jing looked at the map and his eyes narrowed slightly. Only see. In the screen, another spot of light, while moving at the moment, and his position, are a little closer. Is this seeing my intentions, not going to leave, but going to face it head-on? Looks like a very confident trainer. With a soft whisper in his heart, Lin Jing was just about to continue his departure. But, at this moment, his steps stopped, and he looked around subconsciously. The feeling of being spied on has reappeared. Lin Jing's expression was serious. After his superpower has been increased, he has become extra sensitive to the sight of some other people. At this moment, he vaguely felt that he was being watched. As the thoughts flashed, Lin Jing didn't hesitate, and grasped the poke ball in his hand. The light flashed. The figure of the flashing Cerulean had already appeared on the spot. Cerulean. Lin Jing didn't speak, but while scanning the surroundings, he said in his heart, "You should take a serious look at the surroundings and see if there are other people or elves here besides us." "Okay, master." Hearing Lin Jing's order, Cerulean replied obediently. Then, Cerulean's eyes closed slightly, and in the next instant, a bright purple light shone around her. As the superpower spreads, the surrounding situation is quickly sensed. At the same time, the brilliance in Lin Jing's eyes flickered, and the superpower resonated with him. Superpower resonance. Cerulean's superpower perception has been strengthened again. They are now even more powerful than when they were in the warped area of time and space. As the superpower spreads, in an instant, the situation within 100 meters around is transmitted back to the heart through superpower perception. The cave is intricate and complicated, and the roads are lingering in the eyes. Occasionally, there are elves hidden in the dark, and there is nowhere to hide, and they are discovered by superpower perception. Lin Jing felt it seriously, and frowned slightly. He did find the elf hidden in the dark. But those elves are obviously not qualified to spy on him secretly. "Cerulean, have you found anything?" Lin Jing asked in his heart. "Master, I didn't find anything either." Cerulean responded, hesitated for a while, and then said in her heart, "However, I feel as if someone is hiding in the dark and secretly observing us." "You feel that way too?" Lin Jing's expression became more serious. His superpowers come from the super dream, and are enhanced by the superpower related to the beautiful dream god. Cerulean has also experienced the baptism of Mewtwo from Mewtwo, and the quality of both superpowers is quite amazing. Cerulean can also have this feeling, proving that I am not delusional. It can be discovered without being discovered by Cerulean and I at the same time. In the examination room of the elf exam, in this Shikwi continent, there should be no such person, no such trainer. So, is it an elf who observed secretly? Could it be? At this moment, his thoughts turned sharply, and all the information he had in his mind converged and analyzed. Finally, in a moment of thought, the treasure chest interface opens. The treasure chest interface is very simple, divided into 2 areas. One of the areas is the interface where the treasure chest is stored and the treasure chest is opened. The other area is the various rewards that Lin Jing obtained through the treasure chest system, which are all explained here. Lin Jing's eyes wandered, and he landed on one of the rewards he had obtained from the treasure chest. Nightmare God's Gaze. This was the special reward he got when he opened the treasure chest of Kirlia, the god of dreams. Because of the complex relationship between the Nightmare God and the Beautiful Dream God, he was also noticed by the Nightmare God when he obtained the Beautiful Dream God's treasure chest. Watching. After Lin Jing had a guess in his heart, he became more and more certain. Being able to have such a terrifying concealment ability, it would not be detected under the resonance exploration of Cerulean and I's superpowers. Nightmare God, it fits very well. Could it be that there really is a Nightmare God Darkrai near me? But it is rumored that the Nightmare God will bring nightmares, but since the feeling of being watched for the first time, I haven't had a nightmare. In a flash of thought, he thought of a suitable explanation in his mind. If other people were secretly spied on by Darkrai, they would definitely have nightmares while sleeping. However, I have obtained an increase in the superpower of the Dream God, and perhaps because of this, I have obtained a certain immunity. Thinking about this, he pondered, looked around, opened his mouth slightly, and the voice came out. The perception survey with Cerulean just now made him sure that there were no trainers around, so he didn't need to cover up. Inside the cave, Lin Jing's clear voice sounded. Nightmare God Darkrai. Is it you who is watching me in the dark? You came to me, what's the matter? Is it because of Kirlia, the god of beautiful dreams? If you have any needs, you can show up, and I will tell you everything I know. With my current strength, I can't do any harm to you. You can probably see it. Lin Jing's face was calm. If it was Darkrai who was secretly peeping, then the reason was obviously inseparable from Kirlia. Darkrai has the title of Nightmare God, but he is a well-deserved beast elf, and his combat power is extremely tyrannical. In this case, if this Darkrai has any bad intentions, he can't resist it. That being the case, rather than face it, opportunities to truly face each other, and even communicate with a divine beast spirit, are rare. In the cave, Lin Jing's voice echoed slowly. The whole body was silent, called dead silence. In this cave, there seems to be only the undulating breathing sound of Lin Jing. Isn't it Darkrai? Or rather, it doesn't want to show up to meet me. With his eyes lowered slightly, Lin Jing shook his head slightly. It's currently in the Shiqui area. After returning to the interstellar era after the elf test is over, if this secret gaze is still there, then there are naturally many solutions. Lin Jing was not worried. The other party did not cause any substantial harm to him. And after returning to the interstellar era, after returning to Beidaiqing, you must know that because of the elf exam, there are many powerful trainers on Emi. A group of powerhouses in the Divine Star region headed by the champion trainer Hyrna. In this case, he has nothing to worry about. Taking out the survey illustration, another light spot on the screen got closer again. In terms of distance, the two should be separated by a distance of about 2 or 3 kilometers. It will take a certain amount of time for the two sides to meet. Lin Jing no longer hesitated and moved on. Just after he took 2 steps. In front of him, in the area not illuminated by the lighting equipment, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Human. Chapter 34 Darkrai, a dialogue across time and space. At the same time as the hoarse voice sounded, vaguely, some terrifying scenes emerged in front of Lin Jing's eyes, but they were immediately shattered. Lin Jing let out a sigh of relief. He reversed the direction of the lighting equipment, aiming at the front left. In the perception of superpower, in a moment, a figure suddenly appeared there. The figure that was peeping in secret finally appeared. The direction of the lighting equipment is reversed. Under the light, a figure came into sight. Its entire body is black, and its mist-like hair covers most of its face, revealing only a pair of bright blue eyes. At its neck, there is a zigzag-like scarf around it. While Lin Jing looked at it, there seemed to be terrifying illusions rising up in front of them, and then shattering. Without a doubt, this is exactly the elf that Lin Jing guessed. The rumored nightmare god, mythical beast elf, Darkrai, who can bring endless nightmares to people. Facing Lin Jing's attention, there was no expression on Darkrai's face, and the hoarse voice resounded in Lin Jing's heart again. Human, the power in you is strange. Why do you have the aura of Kirlia? Lin Jing's spirit was shocked. Finding me, it really is because of Kirlia. Strength is strange. After all, the source of my superpower is Mewtwo, and the increase is from the god of dreams. The thoughts flowed. Lin Jing said seriously, Darkrai, I have received a favor from Kirlia, so I have the aura of the god of dreams. Lin Jing's expression was serious. In a sense, he is not lying. The treasure chest was born because of Kirlia. And he has obtained +10 Kirlia affinity. In this case, Kirlia will approve his interpretation. Kirlia. Darkrai's hoarse voice sounded again and said, Human, I need you to answer a few questions for me. Lin Jing's expression became more serious, and he said solemnly, Darkrai, as long as I know, I will answer seriously. Hearing this, Darkrai nodded slightly. It said slowly, Do you know, Kirlia, where did you go? This continent has been without human beings for a long time. Why have so many humans appeared during this time? Hearing Darkrai's question, Lin Jing raised his brows slightly. Kirlia. Lin Jing seemed to have caught something, and quickly asked, Darkrai, Kirlia, are you gone? Darkrai nodded slightly. Not long ago, I suddenly lost my perception of Kirlia. It's really gone. Lin Jing showed a surprised look. You must know that his treasure chest of the god of dreams was obtained in the battlefield of Yingyu. This means that in the near future, Kirlia, the god of beautiful dreams, appeared there. But now, according to Darkrai, Kirlia seems to have disappeared. Dream god and nightmare god are entangled with each other. Darkrai's perception of it must be very accurate. So, Kirlia, has it really disappeared? As his thoughts flashed, Lin Jing already had a guess in his heart. He looked at Darkrai and said, Perhaps, I know where Kirlia went. Waiting for Darkrai to respond, Lin Jing continued, The reason why so many humans have appeared in this continent in the near future is because, including me, we are participating in the elf examination. Spirit exams. There was some doubt in Darkrai's hoarse voice. For Darkrai, this is a brand new term that has never been heard. That's right. Lin Jing said calmly, Darkrai, I don't belong to this continent, I don't belong to this era. His tone was long. I come from countless years later. Human trainers and elves have set foot in the interstellar age of the galaxy. The elf exam is a way of selecting trainers in our era, but this time the exam room is set up on this continent. Darkrai showed a thoughtful look. A gleam of light flashed in its bright blue eyes, and it said hoarsely, So, what about Kirlia? Where did it go? I can't give you an accurate answer. Lin Jing said seriously. However, in my guess, since Kirlia has disappeared from your perception, then it's very likely that it went to my time. What era are you in? That's right. Lin Jing nodded slightly, and at the same time, he also affirmed his guess. The time and space of this Shikwi continent is chaotic, resulting in space-time cracks, and even areas such as space-time distortion. In the interstellar era I live in, human trainers distorted and solidified time and space through special technological means, thus creating a time and space portal that can travel through ancient and modern times and come to this Shikwi continent, creating a time and space channel. We trainers can come here, and naturally we can also return. Perhaps, it was through the passage of time and space that Kirlia left this continent and went to the elf world of the interstellar age. Having said this, Lin Jing paused and looked at Darkrai. Only the barrier from time and space can block your perception of Kirlia. After speaking, Lin Jing fell silent. Darkrai did not speak. The scene fell silent for a while. After being silent for more than 10 seconds, Darkrai looked at Lin Jing with deep eyes and said, "Human, I hope you don't lie to me." "Of course I won't lie to you." Lin Jing's tone was sincere. "I have the breath of Kirlia in me. In a sense, it is equivalent to being recognized by Kirlia. Darkrai, you should know that I, who Kirlia recognizes, will not deceive an elf like you." Having said that, Lin Jing said again, "Also, you can also confirm the information I said." "I'll go check it out. Human, after my confirmation is complete, I will come back to you." A hoarse voice sounded. There seemed to be a faint breeze blowing through the cave. The smoke dissipated, and Darkrai's figure had disappeared without a trace. Lin Jing looked around. The feeling of being watched has completely disappeared. It seems that Darkrai has already left. My guess should not be wrong. With the power of the beautiful dream god, it is difficult to be fatally wounded. Since Darkrai has lost his sense of it, the only possibility is that it is no longer in this world. He slowly exhaled, feeling a little excited. This is not the first time he has seen the beast spirit. But, compared to the glance between Xinghezhang and Cheomeng, this time, he had an extremely serious exchange with Darkrai. For countless trainers, communicating with the legendary beasts and spirits is a priceless situation. According to Darkrai, it should still find me. Shikwi continent, compared to the interstellar era, is too small. If Kirlia really went to the interstellar age, then, as for Darkrai, will it also have some ideas? What kind of role can I play in it? In the flash of thoughts, Lin Jing seemed to feel something and looked towards the front. In the position where Darkrai was just now, a dark treasure chest slowly formed. The second one is sent. Ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 34 Affinity Treasure Chest. Opponents with a sense of honor in the star field. Mythical Beast Treasure Chest. The moment he saw the treasure chest, Lin Jing had a guess in his heart. But, before picking up the treasure chest, he rejected this speculation. You know, not long ago, he had obtained 2 treasure chests related to the beast spirit. The light of the 2 treasure chests is very bright, and they look particularly dazzling. In contrast, this dark treasure chest looks a little ordinary. When the mind moved slightly, the treasure chest disappeared and was successfully picked up. A system prompt appears. You have successfully picked up Affinity Treasure Chest darkly. Affinity Treasure Chest. I muttered, "Open," in my heart, and on the treasure chest interface, the pitch-black treasure chest slowly opened. You got Darkrai Affinity +10. You got Darkrai's token. You got a special buff, Darkrai's breath. 3 lines of information flashed. Lin Jing's eyes swept away, and more detailed information lingered in his mind. Needless to say about the affinity, after having +10 affinity, Darkrai's affinity has reached the same level as Kirlia, the god of beautiful dreams. Open black lens bracket Darkly's token close black lens bracket. Introduction. You earnestly answered Darkrai's question and won some approval from this divine beast elf. It left a token on you and may find you again at any time. Open black lens bracket Darkly's breath close black lens bracket. Introduction. You who have communicated with Darkrai have the aura of Darkrai on your body, which naturally suppresses evil spirits. When you fight against evil spirits, the opponent's performance will be suppressed. The power of the skill is weakened. Darklay's token. Lin Jingganian moved slightly and took out the reward. At this moment, a faint gray smoke emerged from his cuff, and disappeared again. It seems that Darkrai does have the intention of coming to me again. Darklay's breath. This is a very useful buff, because Darkrai itself is an evil spirit beast, so will it suppress evil spirits. It's not a temporary buff, but a permanent one. It works well. Lin Jing showed a satisfied expression. Although I didn't directly obtain the treasure chest of the beasts related to Darkrai, I have gained something after all. And, although the triggering of the treasure chest is completely random, Darkrai may come to him at any time, and the two parties will have the opportunity to meet in the future. Naturally, there will be a chance to obtain Darkrai's mythical beast treasure chest. Nightmare God, beautiful dream god. The two gods of time and space. And even, Arceus. Lin Jing showed a thoughtful look. There is no doubt that these are all gods and beasts who have a certain relationship with the Shikwi area, and even the creator of the elf world. Beautiful dream god and nightmare god, I have been in contact with each other. I don't know if there will be any chance to get in touch with other gods and beasts during the remaining time of the elf test. I have the characteristics of a lucky child, and being able to meet the legacy of the god of beautiful dreams and the true body of the god of nightmare may be related to the luck in the dark. After thinking for a moment, Lin Jing pressed all these in his heart. For him, the top priority is to improve his strength. Seeing the beast spirit is what every trainer yearns for. But not every mythical beast elves can communicate and talk to them. Under this premise, you must have enough strength, otherwise, you don't even have the qualifications to look directly at the beast spirit. Taking out the investigation machine from his pocket, Lin Jing's gaze fell above. Because of the communication between Lin Jing and Darkrai, a lot of time was lost. On the map, in addition to the light spot representing Lin Jing himself, another light spot has come to the vicinity. After strengthening his physique, Lin Jing's 5 senses also strengthened. Now, his ears moved slightly, and he heard footsteps from the cave on the right. Light comes with it. Lin Jing's eyes looked over. In his gaze, a figure stepped out of it. It was a female trainer. She looked energetic in denim shorts and a white tee, with a neat ponytail. Lighting equipment in one hand and survey machine in the other. Now, a soft voice came from her mouth. Finally found. When the voice fell, she raised her head and looked at Lin Jing. Hello, I'm a trainer from Apocalypse Star region, Qin Ling. What's your name? Heard. Lin Jing said calmly. Apocalypse Star region, Lin Jing. Are you also a trainer in the Apocalypse Star territory? Qinling's eyes widened a little, and she seemed to think of something at random, and suddenly she was looking into it with the investigation machine. After a few seconds, her eyes were fixed on Lin Jing. You are the 5th on the ranking list, the number 1 in our Apocalypse Star territory. After the words fell, she showed a somewhat tangled look. Seeing this, Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and said calmly, What's wrong? Qinling's character was obviously quite generous, and she replied, I'm hesitating, whether to fight or not. Oh. Lin Jing was a little surprised. After the real-time coordinates were updated, I was approaching you, and you chose to approach me as soon as possible. Shouldn't you be ready for battle? Now, what are you hesitating about? You are the first person in the Apocalypse Star territory at present. Qinling said quickly, if you win in the battle, I'll be fine. If you lose, the points ranking will disappear from the top. Doesn't it mean that the current first person in our Tianqi Star region has lost? Isn't it a shame for our Apocalypse Star territory? Lin Jing blinked. He glanced at Qinling and said in his heart, I didn't see it, this girl has a sense of honor in the star region. In the interstellar era, the competition of various star domains undoubtedly exists in all aspects. After shaking his head, Lin Jing showed a serious look and said, You don't have to think about that. I don't think you can beat me. Hearing this, there was a hint of interest in Qinling's eyes full of hesitation. If the battle starts, I won't let it go. You could really fall off the leaderboard. Although a war is over. Lin Jing's voice didn't make any waves. In that case. Qinling no longer hesitated, and in the grip of her right hand, a Pokeball fell into her hand. The elf I want to send is it. The light flashed, and a figure appeared in front of Qinling. Lin Jing lowered his eyes slightly, and said to himself, this girl is sincere. In a battle, it is very unfavorable for oneself to release the elves first. The opponent can make countermeasures based on the attributes of the elf, form attribute restraint, and achieve the goal of winning the battle. Not every trainer is an inverse attribute master. However, The other party is so sincere, Lin Jing will naturally not bully the other party by virtue of his attributes. When he took it from his waist, the Pokeball fell into his hand. But before Lin Jing released the elf, Qinling's unexpected voice had already come from the front. "Zoroa, what's wrong with you? The third is sent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket." Chapter 35 Zoroha Who Fears War, The Battle of Fire, New Plan 2 in 1. In addition to being unexpected, Qinling's voice also had a hint of worry. Lin Jing stopped what he was doing and looked over. I saw that the figure that originally appeared in front of Qinling had already run behind Qinling. Now, as its body trembled slightly, its small head stuck out, and it looked at Lin Jing from a distance with fear in its eyes. It is small and looks like a little black fox. Soraya. His eyes swept across its body, and Lin Jing reacted instantly. Zoroha has two forms, one is the normal form, and the other is Zoroha in the Shikwi area. Of which, Zoroha in the Shikwi area is an elves with general attributes and ghost attributes, while ordinary Zoroha has evil attributes. You know, not long ago, Lin Jing just got the special buff, Darkrai's breath. Darkrai's aura is already suppressing evil spirits, not to mention Darkrai himself, who has just left this area. Zoroha itself is a very careful elf, and often hides himself to ensure that he will not be harmed by danger. Now that he feels Darkrai's breath here, he naturally dare not fight. In Zoroa's perception, when he saw the forest scene, there seemed to be an illusory Darkrai figure appearing. Qinling nervously checked Zoroya again, and finally found that there was nothing wrong with Zoroya. It seemed that she was just timid. Qinling lifted the Pokeball. Zoroha looked like a catastrophe for the rest of his life and couldn't wait to return to the Pokeball. Zoroa doesn't want to play. Qinling showed a thoughtful look and took out another Pokeball. In that case, it's up to you to fight. The brilliance flashed, and a figure appeared. In a flash in Lin Jing's eyes, the Wisdom Eye skill has been activated. Open black lens bracket rock rat close black lens bracket. Level LV19. Attribute Fire. Qualification Elite. Is it one of the 3 royal families in the Chengdu area? Compared to Zoroha, who is evil, the Fire Rock Rat is naturally unaffected. After his debut, he looked at Lin Jing with high fighting spirit. Seeing this, Lin Jing no longer hesitated and tapped the Pokeball in his hand. The light flashed, and the dragon's roar sounded. Fire Dinosaurs. The hot flames burned on the fire dinosaur's tail, and looked sharply at the Fire Rock Rat. A battle between 2 fire spirits. Seeing that the Fire Rock Rat did not behave like Zoroha, Qinling breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, with the appearance of the elves, the battle began. The changes in the machine interface were investigated, and the battle interface was entered. Fire Rock Rat, use the flame wheel. The moment the Fire Rock Rat sounded, the figure had already rushed forward. While sprinting, its body was formed into a ball, and hot flames spewed out around it, turning into a flame wheel, which was particularly dazzling in this cave. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said solemnly, Fire Dinosaur, don't lose to the opponent in a battle of the same attribute. Dragon Claw, directly block the opponent's attack. The Fire Dinosaur's eyes became sharper and sharper, and light flashed across his claws. The surging flame wheel jumped up abruptly when it approached the Fire Dinosaur, and the speed in midair was faster. While the flames were burning, it suddenly fell towards the Fire Dinosaur. The legs of the Fire Dinosaur are slightly staggered, and the dragon's claws are raised. Next moment, the flame wheel and the claws of the Fire Dinosaur collide. The attack of the Fire Rock Rat was successfully resisted by the Fire Dinosaur. As a Fire-type skill, the damage caused to Fire-type Fire Dinosaurs is seriously insufficient, not to mention the Fire Dinosaur's own skills are quite powerful. The moment he resisted, Lin Jing's voice sounded again. Fire Dinosaur, use Cleave, then shoot flames. Fire Rock Rat, smoke screen. The orders of the two were issued almost at the same time. The fire rock rat stretched out from midair, and in the surging energy of its own, smoke came out and filled the surroundings, trying to block the sight of the fire dinosaur. This is obviously because Qinling realizes that the opponent is not simple after the fire dinosaur easily resisted the attack of the fire rock rat, and the close combat may not be suitable, so he is ready to replan the battle. She has a good idea. But the distance between the two elves is too close. In this case, at the speed of the fire dinosaur, how could he give the opponent a chance to dodge? Above the right paw, a sharp brilliance flashed and was born. Split. Since Lin Jing obtained the learning device in the space-time distortion area, the growth rate of each elves has undoubtedly been greatly improved. Splitting is the new skill that fire dinosaurs realized as the level increased not long ago. Facing the fire rock rat who wanted to temporarily distance himself from the smoke, the fire dinosaur's legs exploded in speed, catching up in an instant. The right paw slashed from the top right to the bottom. Split. As soon as it hit, the power exploded, and the body of the fire rock rat smashed to the ground fiercely. Splitting, in addition to its very powerful damage, is also very likely to hit the key point and cause more damage. The fire rock rat showed a rather painful expression. The fire dinosaurs chased after the victory, the dragon's mouth opened, and the flames spewed out. Throw flames. The hot flame crossed a line of fire in midair, and the air seemed to be distorted under the scorching heat of the flame. You must know that in the interstellar elves world, the destructive power of elves should be stronger than in the original story. At lower levels, there isn't much of a gap yet. With the continuous improvement of the level of forest elves, their powerful skills have begun to show their prototypes. And Lin Jing can also use the special skill fragments in the treasure chest to improve the power of the elves' skills. The trigger probability of the special skill fragment treasure chest is good. Any elves may drop. In the past few days, several elves in Lin Jing have improved because of this. Now, the fire rock rat, who was severely injured by the splitting skill, was still in pain and could not escape. The jet of flame hit its belly. Under the action of inertia, its body fell to the ground, and it rolled back several times. The fire dinosaur stepped on the ground and stopped. Fire rock rat is attacked by fire attribute skills. Because of the same attribute, the damage will be reduced, but it has been severely injured. The current spray flame is just the last straw that breaks the camel's back. It was completely silent. The battle is over. On the survey machine interface, the points were transferred, and half of Qinling's points were obtained by Lin Jing. At the same time, because of Lin Jing's leader status, additional points were awarded, and the points changed again. Right at this moment, the mechanical sound of the investigation machine sounded in the cave, echoing far away. The skill damage of fire dinosaurs is terrifying, not to mention that fire rock rat has already suffered. Lin Jing trainer, you have successfully ranked first in the current rankings of the elf test. Number 1 in the standings. The Leiju that can display the coordinates in real time are all within a certain area and have the highest points. Qinling's points are not a few. In this case, even if everyone keeps getting points, Lin Jing's points change. Is also quite amazing. This allowed him to temporarily board the throne of the first. Lin Jing lowered his head slightly. On the investigation machine, at this moment, Lin Jing's current points have reached 5,262 plus. In addition to the extra points reward, Qinling has obtained more than 1,000 plus points. That Zoroha should be her strongest elf, but it's a pity that she didn't dare to fight because of Darkrai's breath. After a flash of thought, Lin Jing looked forward. The moment the fire rock rat was defeated, Qinling quickly took out the wound medicine from the backpack and gave emergency treatment to the fire rock rat. The elf exam, called the exam, is actually a trial, a special training. In the desolate wilderness, every new trainer's skills will be fully tempered. After a simple treatment, although the fire rock rat is still a little weak, he has regained consciousness. Qinling breathed a sigh of relief and looked up to see Lin Jing's gaze. She did not feel lost, but she sincerely praised. Lin Jing, you are really strong. You are indeed the number one in our Apocalypse Star region. Looking at the girl's proud and arrogant appearance, Lin Jing blinked. You have to cheer up. Qinling waved a small fist. You are already number one in the standings, right? Keep it up, and strive to win a champion for our Apocalypse Star region. Seeing her serious appearance and the collective sense of honor that broke through the sky, Lin Jing nodded slightly. I will work hard. After he finished speaking, he turned and said, just leave it alone. After speaking, he turned to leave. Qinling watched his figure go away. Just after Lin Jing's figure completely disappeared from the dark side of the cave, another elf appeared beside her in a flash of light. It's Soraya. Zoroha looked at the direction where the forest scenery disappeared with lingering fears. Seeing this, Qinling showed a look of reproach and said softly, Zoroha, what happened to you just now? You are my main elf, how can you avoid the battle? Don't let this happen again. Hearing Qinling's voice, Zoroya seemed to want to explain something, made a somewhat anxious voice, and danced to explain. This evil Zoroha is exactly Qinling's initial elf, and she has the deepest tacit understanding. After carefully understanding for a long time, Qinling was a little disbelieving. You mean that Lin Jing trainer made you feel more dangerous than his elf? Zoroha nodded like a chicken. This. Qinling subconsciously looked towards the direction where Lin Jing disappeared. Wizard's exam countdown. 48 hours 21 minutes and 15 seconds _. With the ranking list and the opening of the challenge mode, the situation of the entire elf exam has undergone extremely amazing changes. Battles are everywhere. Every day, there will be considerable changes in the points leaderboard. Some people beat the legend and they soared into the sky. Some people lost regretfully, and their points plummeted. They can only strive to get more points in a shorter and shorter period of time. There is no doubt that this battle for points requires a certain strategic awareness in addition to strong combat power. At this moment, night has come, the weather is a little dim today, and there are not a few stars in the sky. Lin Jing leaned behind a small hill, and his eyes fell on the investigation machine in front of him. On the screen, the ranking list is displayed. First place, Apocalypse Star Domain, Lin Jing, current points, 26,524 points. 20,000 plus points. In the past few days, Lin Jinghua has been passive and active. He has shifted his exploration direction from the foothills of Tianguan Mountain. He is closer to the place where people are more likely to gather, looking for those who have more points, and take the initiative to get points. Now that he has participated, he must do his best. On the premise that he has enough strength to support, his goal is naturally the champion of the exam. The elves will be the champion. This is a supreme honor for any rookie trainer in the major star fields. Put the survey machine away. Lin Jing stretched out his sight from behind the small hill and looked towards the front. Enter. It is a huge Kibi beast with a huge size, almost like a hill. This. It was the Kirby beast that Lin Jing encountered shortly after entering the Shikui area. The caliber of this Kirby beast is only at the elite level, but as the leader of the elf, plus the high level, in Lin Jing's view, it is undoubtedly a good choice. Therefore, after having a certain strength to support, he consciously confirmed the direction and chose to return here. For a rookie trainer, the strength of this Kirby beast is too strong. In the past few days, many people have tried its ideas, but obviously all of them failed. There are also many trainers who lost the rules for continuing to participate in the elf exam because they were severely injured by it. According to the exam rules, after being rescued, they were automatically disqualified. At a glance, the Kirby beast just finished eating, and now its body is lying back, directly paralyzed on the ground. Soon, it had fallen into a deep sleep, snoring loudly. Finally fell asleep. Since that's the case, it's time to start planning. Just use you to prove something. As his mind flashed, Lin Jing grabbed from his waist and held the most special-looking Pokeball. Then, in the direction of the Kirby beast, the light flashed, and the spirit in the elf ball was directly released, and appeared not far from the Kirby beast. This is an elf of the same size, and its hideous face is full of anger. After showing up, a roar sounded, spreading far and wide. Roar. It was Lin Jing's strategy to conquer the tyrannical carp dragon in the space-time distortion area. The 2-in-1 super chapter is sent, asking for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 36. When I woke up, my home was gone, Tyrannosaurus vs Kobe beast. The body of the tyrannical carp dragon is quite large. As the leader elf, its size is even more terrifying. It hangs in the air and looks like it covers the sky. Now, it's night. However, as the roar of the tyrannical carp dragon came out, the surrounding elves who had fallen asleep were awakened, and subconsciously left the vicinity in a hurry. Roar. The fierce carp dragon's ferocious face was even more angry, and the anger was soaring to the sky. It is an elf that is very easy to anger, not to mention the experience of being captured is really disgraceful. In the space-time distortion area, I am not the opponent of the Gengar, I just need to be defeated. The fruit I wanted to snatch disappeared, and I was captured when I was completely confused. Then, was confined to that space. Although his injury was later healed, in addition to the increased probability of catching the elves, the advanced ball also has an amazing restriction on elves. After successfully subduing, even if the tyrannical carp dragon recovers from the injury, it cannot leave the high-level ball without Lin Jing's permission. Now, finally being able to appear in the high-level ball, the anger of the dragon that had been suppressed for a long time was finally released. As the roar spread far, the storm carp dragon's eyes suddenly turned to the 4 directions. It's looking for the human who captured it. But another side. After the small hill, Lin Jing released the Flash Cerulean the moment he released the tyrannical carp dragon. Now, Flash Cerulean's body shone with deep purple brilliance, and together with Lin Jing's superpower, it obscured her own existence. Under the influence of superpowers, their aura was obscured, their sense of existence fell to the lowest level, and even the connection between the advanced ball and the tyrannical carp dragon was temporarily blocked. Roar. Not discovering the human beings who captured him, the tyrannical carp dragon became even more angry. Its dragon mouth was slightly open, and the rays of light full of destructive aura condensed in its mouth, and then suddenly spit out toward the ground. Destroy the dead light. Boom, 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 boom. The destruction of death light bombarded the ground, and the explosion happened suddenly. Rocks smashed, the ground cracked, and in the terrifying blasting room, huge potholes appeared one after another on the ground, and the destructive power was amazing. Tyrannosaurus is venting its anger in an all-round way. Driven by anger, it just wants to destroy everything around it. Boom. Just as the aftermath of the explosion swept the surrounding area, in the smoke and dust surging on the ground, vaguely, a huge shadow appeared in the smoke and dust. At this moment, another sound is not inferior to the violent carp dragon, and the roar of inner anger resounds in the smoke. The tyrannical carp dragon turned his gaze and looked over. In the smoke, a huge figure stepped out and revealed Kirby. Boss Kirbymon. At this moment, the naive expression of the Kirby beast disappeared, its small eyes narrowed into a line angrily, and its face was full of sternness and anger. Kirbymon is an elf that sleeps very soundly once it falls asleep. This Kibby had just tasted the perfect meal and fell asleep, and wanted to sleep comfortably. As the leader elf, in this area, there are no other elves to provoke it. Normally, with normal momentum, it is impossible to wake Kirby Beast at all. But the roar of the tyrannical carp dragon, the destructive power of the tyrannical carp dragon, is amazing. During the successive terrifying explosions, even Kirby had to wake up from its sleep. At the first sight after waking up, the leader Kirbymon saw another scene of his own madness. The home where I have been living has been destroyed. It was full of potholes, and the surroundings were in a mess, no matter what the hometown in memory could not match. It's like eating hot pot and singing songs, and suddenly being robbed by hemp bandits. Kirby was furious to the extreme, and quickly found the culprit. The huge tyrannical carp dragon in the sky was too conspicuous. In the smoke and dust, the Kirby beast stepped out, and while the ground trembled, it looked at the tyrannical carp dragon. The Tyrannosaurus carp dragon's gaze shifted, looking at Kirbymon. One full of anger is venting. Excited about the destruction of a home. At this moment, without any hesitation, Kirbymon and Tyrannosaurus began to fight. As the power of destruction condensed, the Kirby beast opened its mouth, and the next second, the light shot straight away. Destroy the dead light. On the other side, the tyrannical carp dragon never hesitated, the energy in the dragon's mouth surged and attacked at the same time. Destruction of the dead light vs destruction of the dead light. From the air and the ground, two rays of light full of destructive aura bombarded together. Then, boom! The energy hits and bursts suddenly. In mid-air, the aftermath of terrifying energy swept around and spread to the surroundings, and the ground opened up, as if a layer of it had been eliminated. With two elves at the center, the ground collapses. The collision that destroys the death light is just the beginning. In the next moment, the fierce carp dragon's hideous face became more and more angry, and it suddenly rushed towards the Kirby beast. After the hill. Confirming that the two boss elves had completely fought, Lin Jing quietly probed over. He looked at the two elves. After successfully capturing the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, this was the first time it was released, and the first time I saw its true face. Now, when the mind moves slightly, the ability of Wisdom Eye is activated. The level of Kirbymon still cannot be checked. But, perhaps because it has been captured, the information of the tyrannical carp dragon clearly caught my eye. Open black lens bracket Tyrannosaurus, leader, close black lens bracket. Level LV52. Introduction. It is considered to be the true body of the dragon contained in the ancient book. In the literature, there are records of it spewing hot rays from its mouth and burning down the village. Attribute: water, flight. Characteristics: intimidation, overconfidence. Qualification: Quasi-Tianwang class. Currently mastered skills: bite, stare, tornado, crash, crazy, leap, tide spin, frozen teeth, salt water, ghost face, waterfall climbing, crush, rain, water tail, dragon dance, water cannon, storm, make a scene, destroy the dead light. The aptitude of this tyrannical carp dragon is unexpectedly good. Lin Jing frowned slightly. Unfortunately, I still won't obey my orders, otherwise, in the elf meeting, it is an invincible combat power. Thoughts flickered. Lin Jing's eyes were suddenly fixed in front of him. Look around. I saw that in the aftermath of the destruction of the death light, the figure of the tyrannical carp dragon rushed forward, and attacked directly towards the Kirby beast. The Kirby beast was fearless, strode forward, and stepped out step by step. The ground trembled violently. After the distance between the two reaches a certain level. During the roar of the tyrannical carp dragon, its body turned over, and on the tail of the dragon, a sharp current of water surrounded it, and slammed towards the Kirby beast. The dragon's tail pierced through the sky, bringing bursts of gusts of wind. Sip. An amazing collision sound came out. The Tyrannosaurus's tail slammed onto Kirbymon's body without any obstruction. Kirby's eyes narrowed even more, and there was a hint of pain on his face. However, it itself is an elf with rough skin and flesh to the extreme, and the pain has inspired its anger. Facing the tail that was so close at hand, the Kirby beast grabbed the tail with his right hand. Then, its body fell to the ground. With the help of the huge inertia of its own terrifying weight, the power exploded, and at the same time as the Kirby beast fell, the body of the tyrannical carp dragon that was originally in the air was directly pulled down and smashed to the ground. The first one is sent, ask for evaluation tickets and flowers. Chapter 37 Ground Fissure, Crazy Battle, Teleportation. Two elves with such a huge size hit the ground at the same time. Like an earthquake coming. The ground was shaking constantly, and under the strong impact, the ground cracked. There is an abyss that is at least tens of meters deep, spreading around from the center of the battle between the two elves. Tyrannosaurus was covered in smoke and dust. Its eyes faintly glowed with a hint of crimson, and it looked more and more crazy. During the frantic struggle of the dragon's body, the dragon's tail of the tyrannical carp dragon broke free from the hands of the Kirby beast, the body swirled, the air above the fierce face opened, and the inside of the ape teeth bloomed with frost-like colors. Then, it bit on the body of Kirby. Frozen teeth. As soon as it took a bite, the Kirby beast let out a painful roar. On its face, there was no trace of honesty. It climbed up from the ground and charged towards the tyrannical carp dragon suddenly. The power that such a huge body rushes forward, impacts, and brings is unimaginable. The body of the tyrannical carp dragon was directly hit, and it rolled several times in midair. As the body danced, it almost brought a tornado. After rolling many times, it barely stopped its figure. Roar. The dragon roar sounded. When the dragon mouth of the tyrannical carp dragon opened, the turbulent water flow spurted out, sweeping the trend, hitting the Kirby beast. Oh. Kirbymon has completely stood up straight. At this moment, facing the impact of the water cannon, it endured the pain of the injury and strode forward. It ran. The ground is shaking. When it was a certain distance away from the tyrannical carp dragon, when its body exerted its strength, that incomparably huge body leapt forward at this moment. In the frantic battle, the tyrannical carp dragon has been swept away by anger, and now seeing the Kirby beast jumping up, it is vaguely awake, and quickly wants to pull away from the height to avoid it. But, one step behind. The leaping copy beast can be said to cover the sky and the sun, like a meteorite, falling from the sky and smashing down towards the tyrannical carp dragon. Mount Taishan hits the top. Although the tyrannical carp dragon made some moves, it was still a step slower. The huge Kirby beast fell and pressed its lower body. Under the unparalleled impact force, the tyrannical carp dragon's tail, together with the Kirby beast, sank directly into the ground. Middle. Roar. At this time, there was even a dazed look in the eyes of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. It was the result of severe pain. But then, it's utterly crazy. As the dragon head swung, it slammed into the Kirby beast. Make a fuss. At this moment, the tyrannical carp dragon has completely lost its mind. It no longer thinks about anything, it is just crazy, and it uses its own body to launch an attack on the Kirby beast. Kirbymon also fell into madness. In this dilapidated area, the two boss elves started the most terrifying collision, using their own body instincts to fight a crazy battle. The ground shattered, the smoke filled the air, and only two shadows were communicating. At this moment, at the far end, Lin Jing, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, had a solemn expression. He released the tyrannical carp dragon. Of course, because of the irritable nature of the tyrannical carp dragon, it was too easy to conflict with the copy beast. Once the Kirby beast is injured, the probability of capturing and subduing will undoubtedly greatly increase. Reality is not a game after all, because of the high level of the tyrannical carp dragon. Not only will the current tyrannical carp dragon not listen to his orders, but it is even more likely to attack his trainer. But, even if it doesn't listen to the instructions, Lin Jing has a way to accomplish something through the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. Now, everything is in his plan. Looking at the entanglement of the two huge figures, Lin Jing did not hesitate, and held another pokeball in his hand. Light flashed. The figure of the fire dinosaur appeared in place. On Lin Jing's side, Huo Dinosaur and Cerulean all looked at him with serious expressions. Follow the plan. Lin Jing said solemnly. At this moment, Cerulean's whole body flashed with brilliance, and the skill was activated. Mist field. At the same time, The fire dinosaur's energy surged, exerting all its strength. With it as the center, the dark smoke filled the air and spread rapidly towards the surroundings. Smokescreen. This is a new skill that Fire Dinosaur has recently learned. Because of the collision of the two boss elves, the battlefield was filled with smoke and dust. Now, the misty field and the smoke are applied at the same time, and the entire battlefield is like a black fog that can't be seen, completely obscuring everything. From Lin Jing's perspective, the figures of the two huge elves were also obscured, and only a faint shadow could be seen. However, losing vision is not a problem for Lin Jing. At this moment, when the superpower is activated, the perception spreads, and the situation of the entire battlefield comes into view. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Cerulean." Cerulean is in perfect harmony with him. Now, hearing Lin Jing's voice, he took 2 steps forward and put his arm on Lin Jing's body. Next moment, a faint light flashed, and the figures of Lin Jing and Cerulean disappeared at the same time. Teleport. In an instant, through teleportation, Lin Jing and Cerulean had arrived at the very center of the battlefield, where the two boss elves were fighting. As soon as I came here, the aftermath swept out. At this moment, Lin Jing's superpower and Cerulean's mind power were activated at the same time, resonating together, resisting the aftermath of the attack. Then, Lin Jingkai was able to see the situation in front of him clearly. The two boss elves were completely crazy, their bodies were covered with scars and they didn't mean to stop. The Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, which was supposed to fly in the air, was now like rolling in the mud, entangled with the Kobo beast. The two boss elves were fighting frantically, and they didn't care about the sudden appearance of Lin Jing. The chance is right. At this moment, Lin Jing did not hesitate at all, and when he reached out and grasped it, an empty Pokeball had already fallen into his hand. It was a special Pokeball that was completely pitch black. The overweight ball obtained from the investigator's treasure chest. The function of the overweight ball is to capture the heavier the elves, the higher the probability. It also has the disadvantage that it can be thrown very close, and it can only be used when it is close to the elves. At this moment, just the best chance. Lin Jing holds the ball, takes aim, and pushes hard. The overweight ball crossed a low arc and hit the body of Kirby, who was fighting frantically. Sip. A crisp collision sound came out. The light flashed, and the body of Kirby had disappeared in place. Ding. 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 After 3 consecutive sounds, the overweight ball fell to the ground and calmed down. The figure of Kirbymon did not appear again. The frantic battle with the tyrannical carp dragon caused it to suffer extremely serious injuries. The two elves have fought so far, but they are supported by their crazy consciousness. Now, after entering the overweight ball and losing its opponent, the Kirby no longer has the strength to struggle, and was successfully captured. At this moment, the interface of the investigation machine lights up, and Lin Jing's points are also increasing crazily. In the detailed rules of the investigation machine, points can only be obtained by fighting. When capturing the Tyrannosaurus, he was a scavenger hunter, and he had successfully captured it without fighting the Tyrannosaurus. But now, according to the supervision of the investigation machine, the tyrannical carp dragon is Lin Jing's elf. It was the tyrannical carp dragon who injured the Kirby beast and was captured by the trainer Lin Jing. In this case, the points for defeating Kirbymon are successfully calculated. From 26,000 plus points all the way forward, until 36,000 plus points, the momentum of points stops. Just this leader Kobo beast, in the judgment of the investigation machine, is worth tens of thousands of points. Because, normally, in the elf exam, this Kirby beast is an opponent who cannot be defeated, and Lin Jing has no chance to check it. Because, front, there's another big guy. Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 38 The Last Madness of the Tyrannical Carp Dragon, the Light of Evolution to Drive Away the Haze. When the tyrannical carp dragon and Kirby beast were biting, with a ray of light appeared, the figure of Kirby beast disappeared, and his opponent disappeared. This scene. Let the mad Tyrannosaurus regain a sense of sobriety, and it seems somewhat familiar. It seems that this scene appeared not long ago. In a short while, Tyrannosaurus had already recalled. Because he saw Lin Jing. I saw the forest scene not far away. It's that human. At the moment when the thought arises, the regained sobriety of the tyrannical carp dragon disappeared again, and he fell into madness again. It clearly remembers the scene where it was captured. For it, that's a shame. The injury caused by the battle with the Kirby beast made it a little weak, but the consciousness was completely crazy. It ignored it, and its huge body charged towards Lin Jing. The characteristics of the Tyrannosaurus carposaurus are inherently coercive, not to mention the sense of oppression brought about by such a huge leader Tyrannosaurus carposaurus. Without any hesitation, Lin Jing held the advanced ball in one hand and aimed it at the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. The red light swept out and landed around the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. But at this moment, the consciousness of the tyrannical carp dragon was completely insane, struggling to resist the power of the advanced ball. The red light surrounds it, but it seems to be in a stalemate. Although the hideous face is full of pain, resisting the high-level ball makes the injury more serious, but the tyrannical carp dragon still ignores Lin Jingchong. Come. A Pokemon with strong enough abilities could have taken the initiative to break free from the shackles of the Pokeball, but now the tyrannical struggle of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, the advanced ball couldn't take it into it in an instant. Cerulean. Lin Jing's voice blurted out. Before Lin Jing's voice sounded. With him moving in an instant, Cerulean, who felt here, had already taken a step forward and stopped in front of Lin Jing. As the initial elf of Lin Jing, the first thing Cerulean saw after hatching was Lin Jing. It and Lin Jing's emotions, tacit understanding, needless to say. Without Lin Jing's instructions, it will not let its master suffer any harm. Stopping in front of Lin Jing, the most dazzling psychic light flashed in his eyes, and Cerulean had no reservations. At this moment, with all his strength, he directly launched his strongest attack. Open black lens bracket spirit break close black lens bracket. Obtained from the mythical beast treasure chest, the exclusive skills of the mythical beast from Cheomong. Although the current spirit breaking is only a pseudo skill because the fragments have not been collected yet, how can it be ordinary from the legendary beast spirit? The superpower ripple is centered on the flashing Cerulean, and it is constantly rippling. In the blink of an eye, the superpower ripples appeared around the violent carp dragon, and then they suddenly gathered and bombarded the whole body of the violent carp dragon. Superpower burst. Cerulean's talent is awe-inspiring, but after all, there is a considerable level gap with the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. However, Tyrannosaurus was also severely injured in the battle with Kirbymon. Now, under the explosive power of mental smashing, the violent carp dragon showed a painful trance. The red light surrounding the advanced ball took the opportunity to go further. Seeing that Cerulean's attack was effective, Lin Jing's spirit was shocked, and without hesitation, he said in his heart, Cerulean. No need for him to say more. Cerulean already understood what he meant. At this moment, in Cerulean's eyes, the dazzling light lit up again. Mindfulness. Lin Jing's superpowers resonate with him. The common mind power from Lin Jing and Cerulean surrounded the tyrannical carp dragon and bound it. Almost at the first moment of restraint, sweat appeared on Lin Jing's forehead, vaguely, and there was even more pain in his eyebrows. That is the reaction force created by the tyrannical carp dragon's struggling mind power. But then, Lin Jing noticed that the pain was shrinking rapidly. Lin Jingxian looked in front of him intently. That's Cerulean. As an elf who can communicate with the master and telepathically, Cerulean clearly felt the pain from Lin Jing. At this moment, there is only one thought left in its heart. Don't let the master get hurt. With the support of this kind of thought, it seems to be exerting its astonishing potential, and the power of thought is like a wave, constantly being stimulated, which greatly reduces the consumption of Lin Jing. And when Lin Jing's eyes came over, Around Cerulean, a faint brilliance rose. This is light of evolution. It's too late, it's too soon. At the moment when the strange light of evolution rose, the mind power exerted by Cerulean underwent a qualitative change. That is a real transformation. From the level of thought power, the number has suddenly surged. At this moment, the violent carp dragon, which was already at the end of the crossbow, could no longer stop the restrictions of the high-level ball under the shackles of thought power, turned into a red light, and returned to the high-level ball. The advanced ball in Lin Jing's hands returned to calm. But at this moment, Lin Jing didn't care about it at all, but looked straight ahead. Now, on this messy battlefield that seemed to have suffered a major earthquake, the smoke and mist filled the air. But in this, there is a beam of light, shining in it, it seems to drive away the haze. That is the light of evolution from Cerulean. At the moment when the tyrannical carp dragon was taken back into the poke ball, Cerulean's psychic power had dissipated, completely sinking into the evolution. Now, under Lin Jing's attention, the figure shrouded in the light of evolution was gradually changing and increasing in height. Remote. The fire dinosaur, who had been maintaining the smoke screen, realized that the battle was over, and quickly approached. After approaching, it stood beside Lin Jing and looked at the evolving Cerulean together. The light of evolution lasted for dozens of seconds, and then gradually disappeared. What appeared in the light of self-evolution was an incomparably gorgeous elf that had completed its transformation. The evolution of Cerulean. The real super queen. Shinado. Under Lin Jing's attention, Shinado's face showed a bright but elegant smile, and its graceful and pleasant voice resounded in Lin Jing's heart. Master. The third update is here, Shinado is here. Ask for an evaluation ticket for a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 39 The Appearance of the Super Queen, the Aftermath of the Assessment Center. At first glance, Shinado's light blue hair looks extraordinarily elegant, and the white dress flutters in the wind. On this battlefield full of smoke and dust, it is extraordinarily special. If Cerulean is a lively girl, then Shinado is a real queen with extraordinary bearing. Super Queen Shinado is not just a name. Lin Jing looked at it. Shinado's expression was soft, and she quietly looked at the forest scenery. For a while, Lin Jing said, Xanaduo, thank you for your hard work. Cerulean is indeed approaching the brink of evolution in the constant battle. But this evolution obviously has a great relationship with Lin Jing himself. As an elf with telepathy ability, Shinado, even his pre-evolution posture, and the trainer's feelings are the deepest. According to rumors, an elf like Shinado is even willing to give his life for his trainer. The evolution of Cerulean in the crisis is obviously because of Lin Jing himself. Hearing Lin Jing's voice, Shinado's body took a few steps forward and gently leaned against Lin Jing's arms. Master. In his heart, Shinado's voice sounded, I'm very happy to be able to help you. Lin Jing reached out and caressed Shinado's back. The warmth in his heart kept surging. It is undoubtedly very rare for a trainer to have an elf who is willing to do everything for you. His gaze turned to the front. At this moment, as the rays of light condensed, in the position where Shinado evolved, a treasure chest was gradually taking shape. The mind moved slightly, and the system prompt appeared. You have successfully picked up the evolution treasure chest, Shinaiduo. Is it an evolution treasure chest? With a murmur in his heart, Lin Jing did not open the treasure chest, but activated his superpower. Front. For a moment, the pitch-black Pokeball, wrapped in superpower, came to Lin Jing and was grasped by him. It was the overweight ball that managed to catch Kirbymon. Although there are some waves, but according to the plan, we successfully captured the Kirby Beast. This Kirby Beast has been entangled with the tyrannical carp dragon for a long time. Its aptitude is not as good as the tyrannical carp dragon. It can fight for so long, at least its level is not below the tyrannical carp dragon, even higher than the tyrannical carp dragon. Lin Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart. The two elves, like the tyrannical carp dragon and the copy beast, are obviously not in his training list at present. In addition to capturing them at a more appropriate time, Lin Jing believes that in his current period, he also needs some means to protect himself, trump card. The interstellar era is not peaceful. Looking at the major star fields, the various star field elf alliances are the largest official forces, but in addition, there are many other forces in each star field, and even dark forces. Elf hunters, elf poachers, and more. The three main elves that he focused on training, except for the fire dinosaurs, the Flash Shenado, and the Flash Leader Ghost Stone, were all too conspicuous. And when the elf exam is over, he will definitely get the attention of many people with excellent grades. Shining Shenado, Shining Leader Ghost Stone, can't be hidden forever. If you get excellent grades in the Elf Club exam, you can get a certain degree of protection by entering the top Elf Academy. But Lin Jing, he won't bet everything on the protection of others. Only when you have enough trump cards can you be fearless and move forward in the face of crisis. Furthermore, catching the Kobo can also prove some things. Try to see if the elf ball obtained from the treasure chest system is restricted by the elf teleportation machine. As thoughts flashed, he put away the Pokeballs of Kirby Beast and Tyrannosaurus, and Lin Jing lifted the Pokeball and aimed it at the fire dinosaur beside him. It seems that because of Cherulean's evolution, fire dinosaurs are more and more fighting spirit at this time, and they are more and more looking forward to their own evolution. Taking back the fire dinosaur, Lin Jing did not rush to open the treasure chest, but looked around. Although it was night, and the surrounding elves were scared away by the terrifying aura of the boss elves colliding, it was inevitable that some trainers would come here. Shenado, let's leave. After speaking, Lin Jing raised his hand and put it on Shenado's shoulder. Shenado nodded slightly. As the soft rays of light rose, teleportation was activated, and Lin Jing and Shenado disappeared in place. As Lin Jing guessed. After the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the huge momentum caused by the battle here attracted the attention of many people around. Not long after, a trainer set foot together, watching the crazily destroyed battlefield, secretly smacking their tongues, giving birth to all kinds of guesses. Spirit Examination Assessment Center, in an office. It was late, but Sharona was still working with her head down. As a champion trainer in the Sinnoh Star region, he was already busy with his affairs, not to mention that he is also presiding over the elf exam. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A staff member of the Alliance pushed in the door, and after entering it, he said, Your Excellency Champion, there is news about the exam. After discussion, the rescue team decided to report it. Rescue team. Sharona stopped and raised her head. The rescue team for the examination was arranged in the Shikui area. When the exam trainer was in danger, it was a special team that immediately went to the rescue. It's the exam, what happened? Sharona asked. The staff who came with a small playback device in their hands, and now said, On the western plain of the examination area, there is a leader Kobo beast, with a high level and amazing combat power. During the duration of the exam, many rookie trainers have been injured because of it, so the rescue team specially sent a special person to pay attention to it so that it can be rescued as soon as possible. Not long ago, there was a battle in the area where the Kirby beast was, and he rushed to it quickly, and finally took these pictures from high altitude. The playback device in the hand starts up. In the picture, the ground has broken, and in the smoke and dust that fills the sky, two huge figures hidden in the smoke and dust are fighting frantically. After the battle went on for a while. The sound of the battle is over. Then, as time passed, the smoke and dust dissipated, and there was no one figure here. Seeing this scene, Sharona raised her eyebrows slightly, and immediately realized the problem. That Kirby beast was taken away. Her expression became serious. In the exam venue, a trainer other than the newcomer got in. Could it be an elf hunter? Her tone was serious. If this happens, it will have a huge impact on the entire elf exam, and even the reputation of the Sinnoh Elf Alliance. Probably not. Hearing the words, the staff shook their heads, with a look of shock on their faces, and said, after the rescue team sent the news back to the evaluation center, the evaluation center immediately began to analyze and speculate. Finally, the assessment center found that a rookie trainer qualified for the challenge mode leader appeared in the nearby area and stayed there for a period of time during the battle between Kabimon and another unknown elf. And after Kirby disappeared, the points of that rookie trainer have ushered in a skyrocket. And, among the rookie trainers who meet these points conditions, no one's points are reduced. When he said this, Sharona has already reacted. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at each other. You mean? The final analysis result of the assessment center is that the rookie trainer defeated the leader Kabimon and subdued it. The fourth is sent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 40 Super Evolution Stone, the first main force of comprehensive transformation. Facing the questioning gaze handed by Sharona, the staff nodded. We are also a little unbelievable, but according to the results of the analysis after the aggregation of various information, this is exactly the case. Hearing that it was not an idle person entering the examination area, Sharona's serious expression eased, and a hint of interest rose in her eyes. Who is it? Which rookie trainer is on the current leaderboard? The staff touched the playback device with the palm of their hand, the screen was turned, and they came to the interface of the Wizard exam score rankings. Your Excellency the champion, it's him. Sharona's eyes fell on the top. First place, Apocalypse Star Territory, Lin Jing. During the teleportation, a faint sense of dizziness appeared, and in an instant, Lin Jing and Shinado had left an extremely far distance. Lin Jing took out the investigation machine, looked at the map, looked at Shinado beside him, and said, Xanaduo, the distance you can move instantly has increased again. Shinado nodded slightly. Lin Jing was not surprised. Evolution, for every elf, is a transformation. After evolution, the ability of the elf will grow in a very comprehensive way. Suffice to say, today's Shinado has only begun to truly enter its peak period. In the flash of thoughts, Lin Jing meditated silently in his heart, and the treasure chest interface appeared. Above the treasure chest interface, there is a light blue treasure chest suspended, and vaguely, the phantom of shining Shinado appears above. I don't know what can be obtained in this evolution treasure chest. After thinking about it, Lin Jing said softly, open the evolution treasure chest. On the top of the treasure chest interface, colorful lights flowed, the evolution treasure chest was opened, and information prompts emerged from Guanghua. You have obtained Spiritual Intent Fragment X1. You got Spirit Blade Fragment X1. You have gained Psychic Control Experience X1. You got Super Power Gem X1. You have obtained Shinado Evolution Stone X1. It seems to be more valuable than the Fire Dinosaur Evolution Treasure Chest. Is it because Shinado is the final evolution type? Thoughts flashed. Lin Jing glanced at each reward. Needless to say, the role of the two skill fragments can slightly enhance the power of the skill, which is equivalent to increasing the upper limit of Shinado to a certain extent and reducing the time it takes to hone the skills. The experience of mind control is similar to the experience of fighting dinosaurs. It can improve the fighting experience of the elves and enhance the overall strength. For Lin Jing, this kind of experience reward is quite good. His elf talent is amazing. Because of this, his growth rate is extremely fast, and his combat experience and experience in controlling his own power are inevitably weaker. With these additional experiences, he can undoubtedly make up for the only shortcoming. The Super Power Gem is a purple crystal in the shape of a diamond. It is a prop that can be carried by the elves. When carried on the body, it can enhance the power of super power skills. However, compared with the charcoal that enhances fire skills, the Super Power Gem can only play a role in each battle, and it can be enhanced once, and then it will enter the charging state and cannot be used. Lin Jing didn't care. After evolving into Shinado, its combat power has become more and more terrifying, and its attack power is amazing. Its own foundation and the outbreak of superpower gems are enough to defeat any enemy that may be encountered at present. What an opponent. Finally, Lin Jing's gaze turned to the last reward. Open black lens bracket Shinaiduo Evolution Stone Close black lens bracket. This is a bead-shaped gemstone with a red and green leaf pattern inside. Lin Jing, naturally he knows what this is. Super Evolution Stone. In the world of elves, most elves evolve to their final form, which is the endpoint, and can no longer be changed. But there are very few elves who have the ability to evolve into a higher form during battle after they have evolved to their final form. This is Super Evolution, which is Mega Evolution. Mega Evolution requires two very important props. Among them, it is the Super Evolution Stone associated with it that is worn on the elves. I didn't expect that in the treasure box. I got this Super Evolution Stone directly. The price of Super Evolution Stone in the market is quite amazing. Lin Jing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. In this way, Shinaido has the possibility to rapidly improve again. Keystone. I have a tacit understanding with Shinaido. As long as I can get the keystone, I can let Shinaido complete the Mega Evolution in the battle, thereby greatly improving its combat ability. The keystone is exactly what Mega Evolution needs. Same tool. The Super Evolution Stone is worn by the elves, and the keystone is carried by the trainer. When the keystone and the Super Evolution Stone resonate, Mega evolves and appears. Perhaps, when the elf exam is over, you can find a way to get the keystone as soon as possible. Lin Jing pressed these thoughts to the bottom of his heart, then looked at Shinaido, and the reward came into play when his thoughts moved. Skill Fragments. Mind Control Experience. A faint light rose in the void and merged into Shinaido's body. Its eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a comfortable color. For Shinaido, this is not the first time that he has used the treasure chest system to increase the rewards. He clearly knows that his master has the power to help him grow. After about 10 seconds, the light gradually subsided. However, Shinaido's eyes remained closed. Just a moment later, its eyes suddenly opened, and a purple light swept through them. Under Lin Jing's attention, Shinaido's psychic power was urging, taking it as the center. Zanzi's psychic power gathered together, built a barrier, and blocked it around. At the same time, Shinaido's eyes looked around, and in the rush of thought power, he suddenly bombarded the rock on one side. The superpower erupted, the rock was smashed brazenly, and the gravel flew towards the position where Shinaido and Lin Jing were, but when they came into contact with the azure purple barrier, it only stirred up layers of ripples, but could no longer move forward. Sense. Master. After trying these things, Shinaido's happy voice resounded in Lin Jingshin's heart. I have learned a new skill. Lin Jing smiled slightly and praised, awesome. In Lin Jing's memory, there is no such skill in the superpower system. Apparently, this is a new way of manipulating mind power that Shinaido has mastered through mind power, which can form a barrier to defend himself. After pondering, Lin Jing said, since it is a shield made of superpower, this new skill can be called its superpower barrier. Shinaido nodded lightly. Just listen to the master tilde. Lin Jing showed a satisfied smile. Although she has a teleportation pocket, Shinaido is really not good at close combat. Now, the emergence of super energy barriers can also successfully make up for some deficiencies. As the mind moved slightly, the Wisdom Eye skill was quietly activated. After the evolution, Shinaido's information appeared in front of him. Evolution, for any elf, is a considerable transformation, and Lin Jing also needs to understand the improvement of the elf to facilitate command during battle. Information lingers. Open black lens bracket Shinaido, flash close black lens bracket. Level LV 30. Introduction. The Super Queen has the ability to predict the future. When protecting the trainer, the strongest power will be exerted. Attribute, Super, Fairy. Feature, Copy, Telepathy. Qualification, Quasi-Overlord. Currently mastered skills, Charming Voice, Cry, Shadow Clone, Mind Power, Mist field, strange light, black eyes, shadow ball, spiritual power, spirit break, pseudo-hypnosis, drain kiss, teleportation, illusion ray, spirit blade, magical shine, coquetry, moon power, healing wish, draining kiss, life drop, wish, super barrier. As expected of a super queen. After checking it out, Lin Jing felt a sigh of relief in his heart. After evolution, in addition to super power skills, I also learned a number of fairy skills, making myself more comprehensive, and the combat power that can be exerted is even more terrifying. It's my well-deserved number 1 main elf, Shinado. The information disappeared. Chatting with Shinado for a while, Lin Jing took out the investigation machine and looked it up on the map above. Soon, he raised his head and looked northeast. Shinado, there is a resting base in the northeast, let's go there first. He pointed to the 2 special Pokeballs that were stored in the backpack. There are 2 big guys. When it's almost there, you go back to the Pokeball first. Okay Tilda. Shinado responded obediently. Subsequently, Lin Jing's right hand rested on Shinado's shoulder. A faint light rises, and teleportation activates. Need some rescue. The 5th is sent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 41 Darkrai, who was seriously investigating, had an unexpected encounter. Washing area. Ahead, in the originally calm area, the sky quickly turned gloomy. In the gloomy sky, the gust of wind came, and the thunderclouds gathered, and the thunder raged in it. Storm takes shape. Around the storm, a faint gray mask emerges. Time and space distort the area, take shape. The time and space of the entire Shikui area are not stable, so in various places, there may be time and space distortion areas at any time. Most of the trainers who participated in the exam are already familiar with this situation, and they also know that the space-time distortion area is of high value, but it may also encounter various dangers. Now, at the moment when this space-time distortion area was formed, outside, not far away, quietly, a faint smoke rose up, and a figure had appeared in place. It was the nightmare god who communicated with Lin Jing not long ago, Darkrai. At this moment, Darkrai's line of sight looked to the front, looking at the distorted and chaotic space-time distortion area, and there was a color of thought in his eyes. As its figure flickered, it had come to the time-space distortion area. It tentatively reached out a hand and reached into it. After a while, it takes back the action. That human didn't deceive me. But Darkrai's eyes narrowed slightly. How did they leave this continent? Quietly, Darkrai's figure has been receded again. After teleporting multiple times, Shinado took Lin Jing and had already crossed a very long distance. With only a few hundred meters left from the resting base, Shinado stopped and looked at Lin Jing. Lin Jing understood, took out the Pokeball, and put it away. Afterwards, Lin Jing stepped and walked towards the resting base. When I took out the survey machine and looked up the map, I saw that in the resting base, there were flashing spots of light. That represents the leader who is qualified to be challenged. In the entire Shikui continent, the place where the most trainers gather for the exam is naturally the resting base arranged by the alliances. After the challenge mode and the points leaderboard are opened, the resting base has also become the battle place for most trainers. Step closer. The appearance of the resting base is already in sight. This is a resting base located on the plain. Compared with the resting base at the foot of Tianguan Mountain, it is more complete. It is equipped with a treatment center, a shopping center, a temporary rest place, a battle center, etc., and covers a relatively large area. Outside the resting base, there are also a number of Alliance guards who are patrolling with elves to prevent attacks from wild elves. At a glance, on the battlefield, there are already multiple battles going on at the same time. Lin Jing stepped into the area where the resting base was located. Just after he got involved. In the pocket, while the investigation machine flickered slightly, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in the broadcast of the rest station. Number 1 in the points rankings, Lin Jing arrived at the resting base. The broadcast sound came out and sounded 3 times in succession. There was a lot of noise in the rest area. But, with the sound of the broadcast, the scene was rarely quiet. Even the trainer who was commanding the elves to fight subconsciously stopped what he was doing and looked towards the gate of the resting base. Number 1 in the points leaderboard. What ruthless man is this? I remember it was Lin Jing from the Apocalypse Star territory. After he came to the first place, he has been there for a while. Someone even hurriedly opened the ranking list, and after checking it, even more shocked voices sounded. The points for the first place have skyrocketed again. It's terrifying. That person is Lin Jing. I have seen him play against others. In the past few days, Lin Jing took the initiative to find trainers to fight, and he had seen many trainers. 1 past 10, 10 past 100, many people remember his face. Now, as someone pointed out Lin Jing's identity, all eyes converged on Lin Jing, with different expressions. Inquiry, envy, curiosity, admiration. First place in the points leaderboard. This means that, at least at this time, this trainer named Lin Jing is the first person in each star field of the same session. This kind of identity really makes people look at it. Facing countless gazes, Lin Jing was accustomed to it. When entering the rest station, there will be a broadcast sound, and Lin Jing has long known that, in fact, the top 10,000 trainers in the ranking list, except for choosing to remain anonymous, the rest will sound the broadcast sound after entering the rest station. He was used to it. As the current leader of the points rankings and a strong contender for the top spot in the elf tournament, Lin Jing is also used to this kind of attention. Under the gaze of one after another, Lin Jing walked into the treatment center, and facing Miss Joy's sweet smile, handed her the pokeball. Several elves have been fighting for many days and have suffered losses. The Tyrannosaurus and Kirby were even more severely injured because of the battle between them. Because of the instability of the two of them, Lin Jing couldn't release them to smear them with wound medicine. He came to the resting base and used the healing machine that can treat the elves without turning on the pokeball. It is undoubtedly the best choice. Not long. The elves are healed. Lin Jing left the treatment center and wanted to go to the shopping center to buy some necessities for the rest of the time. But, at this moment, in the rest station, the announcement sounded again. 9th in the points rankings, Yun Xiqing arrived at the resting base. The broadcast sound also sounded 3 times. In the resting stronghold, it boils again. First comes the first place in the points leaderboard. Afterwards, the 9th trainer in the rankings also arrived here. At this moment, the other trainers in the resting base all showed their excited eyes. 2 top 10 trainers in the rankings have met. It's exciting. Will they play against each other? I'm not sure. They have more points and a higher ranking. If there is a battle, it must be the biggest loss to the losing side. Maybe they will be conservative. Whether there will be a battle depends on Yun Xiqing. Lin Jing is the number 1 player in the rankings. He has no reason to take the initiative to challenge him. Yun Xiqing, this is the current eldest young lady of our Big Dipper Star Region Yun family, a Heavenly King level trainer in our Big Dipper Star Region, who was born in the Yun family. There was a lot of discussion. Yun Xiqing, who had just arrived at the base, was a tall woman wearing jeans and a shirt. At this moment, she clearly heard the discussions around her, raised her brows slightly, and there was a hint of war in her eyes. Her gaze swept around, and with the help of the attention of other trainers around her, her gaze finally settled on the front and outside the treatment center. Looking at the calm figure, Yun Xiqing took a few steps forward and asked, "You is Lin Jing?" To her question. Lin Jing nodded and said calmly, "Exactly. The first one. Ask for an evaluation ticket, a monthly flower ticket." Chapter 42 Invitation to the Battle, the first versus the 9th, the live broadcast of the battle. As Lin Jing's response sounded, the noisy sound in the resting base stopped temporarily, and all the trainers here focused their attention. At this time, No one spoke, even if the first and ninth points in the standings were here, no one challenged them. The elf exam in this period is now different from the beginning. Today, every trainer who can rank at the top of the standings must have gained points after winning each game. The strength must be extraordinary. Although there are still many trainers who choose to challenge leader, very few people choose to challenge the characters at the top of the standings. After all, few people want to fight a battle that is likely to be lost. Hear Lin Jing's answer. The fighting intent in Yun Siqing's eyes became more and more intense, and she never hesitated. Would you like to have an elves battle? Yun Siqing's tone was a little excited. I really want to see what kind of strength he has that can beat the #1 trainer in the current session. Of course you can. Lin Jing smiled noncommittally, and a Pokeball had already landed in his hand. He would never refuse an invitation to fight from others. With the Pokeball in hand, the battle situation seems to be about to start. Seeing that Lin Jing agreed to invite the battle, the surrounding voices suddenly became noisy. It's really fighting. First in the standings vs 9th in the standings, this should be the most eye-catching battle that the spiritual exam has continued to this day. Yun Siqing and Lin Jing are both very courageous. Both of them have quite a lot of points. No matter which side loses, they will instantly drop from the points rankings. Don't they think about the consequences? What do you know, Yun Siqing is the eldest miss of our Big Dipper Yun family. She has been invited by many top elf academies. She participates in the elf exam, and it is more for her to hone herself. Canon points she will definitely not miss a match against the top trainer on the list. Quote. Yun Siqing's background is extraordinary, so what about Lin Jing? Are there any brothers from Apocalypse Star territory who can introduce Lin Jing to us? I am from the Apocalypse Star region, but I have never heard of Lin Jing's name. There is no big family surnamed Lin in the Apocalypse Star region. Could it be? Lin Jing was born as a civilian trainer. Civilian trainer, overpowering the same candidates in each star field, occupying the first place in the standings. In the resting base, there was a lot of discussion and heated discussions. The battle between the first in the standings and the 9th in the standings has undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. Not far. The opposing battlefield was already full, but at this moment, several trainers stopped their movements at the same time and voluntarily gave up their positions. Lin Jing and Yun Siqing looked at each other and immediately prepared to go. Just then. Rear. The door of the treatment center was pushed open, and Miss Joy walked out quickly, followed by the trotted auspicious eggs. 2 trainers. Miss Joy greeted her with intense interest in her eyes. After approaching, she whispered, "Can I be the referee?" Lin Jing frowned slightly. Seeing the strong interest in Miss Joy's eyes, his heart moved slightly. Miss Joey of the Joey family are all experts in elf healing, but there are also some alternatives in the Joey family who prefer elf fighting. Is this Miss Joy in front of you one of them? The thought flashed, and he nodded. I have no problem. Beside. Yun Siqing also nodded in approval. Seeing this, the excitement in Miss Joy's eyes became more intense. She said again, I passed the news that the 2 of them were going to fight against the elves to the assessment center of the examination, and the assessment center intends to broadcast the battle between the 2 of them live. The live broadcast is facing the trainers who participated in the elf exam, and it will be broadcast at all the rest points in synchronization with your battle. You 2, do you agree? If the 2 of you agree, no matter what the outcome of the battle is, you can both get extra bonus points. Live. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Thoughts flow in the mind. With the countdown to the elf exam, the value of the ranking on the points leaderboard becomes more and more important. In this case, the 9th and 1st battle in the standings naturally attracted the attention of the evaluation center. Are you live streaming? He pondered and said calmly, I can accept it. In the interstellar era, live broadcast of battles is a very common way. All levels of elf events have dedicated live channels, which are quite exciting. This Just take it as the first mark one left after I came to this elf world. Beside, Yun Siqing's background is not bad, and she is also very familiar with live broadcasts, so she has never refused. In that case, please come with me. Miss Joy led the way. Lin Jing and Yun Siqing followed behind, all the way to the battle area. Along the way, the trainers stepped out of the way for them to pass. In the largest battlefield of this resting base, Lin Jing and Yun Siqing were separated from each other. At the same time, on the battlefield, the cameras that had been arranged all around started recording. Miss Joy stopped in the center of the arena and glanced at both ends, showing a serious look. When she opened her mouth, her voice resounded throughout the audience. The two sides in the battle are Lin Jing from the Apocalypse Star territory, who currently ranks first in the points rankings. And, from the Big Dipper Star region, Yun Siqing, who is 9th in the rankings. The rules of the battle are 1-1. If one side loses, the battle is deemed over. You two, do you understand? The two nodded. In that case, Miss Joy's figure retreated to the edge of the battlefield. Please send the elves you want to fight. The Pokeball was already in his hand. At this moment, accompanied by two crisp sounds, the light flashed, and the figures of two elves have appeared at both ends of the elves. At the same time, in the Shikli area, in each resting point set up by the Alliance, the big screen lights up at the same time. On the screen, Lin Jing and Yun Siqing appeared. Before waiting for one trainer to react too much, Miss Joy's voice came from within. For a time, countless trainers were boiling in the resting bases. The battle between the 1st and 9th points in the standings undoubtedly aroused everyone's desire to watch the battle. Number 37 resting base. The sound from the big screen came out. A figure who was about to leave took a step and looked back. He moved his red hat and looked at the screen seriously. The screen returns to the battlefield. The moment the Lin Jing elf appeared, the exclamations suddenly exploded around the battlefield. What kind of spirit is this? It's Shinado, an elf with superpower plus fairy attributes. Its hair color seems a little different. This is a flash elf. A flash elf, the aptitude is far superior to the special elves of the same race. Lin Jing actually owns a flashing Shinado, which is too terrifying. How did he do it? He is a well-deserved rookie trainer who participated in the elf exam. This has been reviewed by the Alliance. Did he cultivate a Shinado in such a short period of time? The sound of shock continued. Standing in front of Lin Jing is the super queen with elegant temperament, Shinado. Lin Jing would not underestimate his opponent, let alone the 9th place in the rankings. And Shinado, who has just evolved, also needs a battle to prove himself. As his well-deserved strongest main force, in this big scene, Lin Jing's first choice is naturally it. Look forward. Lin Jing's eyes stopped in front of Yun Siqing. There, an elf with a pale yellow body, which seemed to be wearing pink armor, was standing on the ground. Ask for an evaluation ticket for a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 43 The Battle of the Flash Elves, Hoodie vs Shinado. The color of the elf at the end of the last chapter was changed to light yellow and pink armor, which was wrong when it was written. His eyes fell on the top, and Lin Jing raised his brows slightly. This is around. While paying attention to the elves released by Lin Jing, many people were also paying attention to Yun Siqing's elves. Shocked cries sounded at the same time. Hoodie. Is Yun Siqing's elf actually a Hoodie? So this battle is a superpower system versus a superpower system. Wait, when Casey grows to a certain level, he can evolve into Yangela, and Yangela evolves into Hoodie. Doesn't he need special props? How did it complete the evolution in the elf test? Why don't you think about it? The Yun family is not an ordinary family. It's not a simple matter to prepare evolution items for her in advance. Everyone, although this is the first time I have seen Hoodie with my own eyes, I have seen it in the live broadcast of the competition. Why does the color of this Hoodie seem to be lighter? So, Really? Could it be? Lin Jing's expression showed a serious look. Compared to other trainers who discovered that this hoodie was different after observing for a while, he already realized the specialness of this hoodie at the first glance. A series of evolutionary forms of hoodie, like DC, have very little difference between the flashy color and the ordinary color of the same race. From Casey to Yanjira, it is the difference before the color. Hoodie's appearance is that the color of his clothes has changed. In other words, the face in front of him is also a flashing elf. Glitter hoodie. As this flashing hoodie evolved through a connection rope. Squinting his eyes slightly, Lin Jing's eyes flashed with brilliance, and at this moment, the ability of wisdom eyes quietly activated information lingering in his eyes. Open black lens bracket hoodie, flash, close black lens bracket. Level, LV26. Attribute, super power. Qualification, quasi-championship. Quasi-championship qualification. This is already quite a terrifying aptitude, and it is the most astonishingly talented opponent that Lin Jing has encountered since he set foot in Shiqui. And elves with quasi-championship level qualifications, as long as there are no accidents during their growth, then one day in the future, they will be able to grow into at least a king-level combat power sooner or later. There was a serious look in Lin Jing's expression. On the side of the battlefield, Miss Joy couldn't hide the shock and surprise on her face at this moment. She came from the Joey family and is said to be well informed. But I never imagined that this time I would preside over the battle and act as a referee, and the two sides of the battle sent out two shining elves. If Miss Joy can still suppress some of the tremors in her heart, then at this moment, the trainers watching the game on the spot, and even watching the live broadcast through the rest station, are completely crazy. A battle between two shining elves. This probability is too small. Every star field participates in the elf exam together. How can it be easy for a trainer to be ranked in the top 10? Flash Hoodie vs Flash Shinado, this fight is amazing. Who can win? On the side of the battlefield. After taking a deep breath, Miss Joy said loudly, "Battle, start." The moment her voice fell, Yun Siqing raised her palm in front of her and shouted, "Hoodie, keep your mind strong." Hoodie held the spoon in both hands, the supernatural power surged, and the thought power poured out. At the same time, Lin Jing didn't speak, but Shanae Duo's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the attack has been launched. Mindfulness vs mindfulness. The superpower from two elves collided in midair. Aside. After the start of the battle, Miss Joy's expression became excited, and now she is directly acting as a narrator, saying quickly, "Lin Jing player did not directly issue an order. This is very easy to explain, Shinado can do it. Telepathic elves, they can communicate in their hearts. Two elves have simultaneously used their mental strength skills. This is the most essential battle in terms of superpowers. Oh, in the collision of superpowers, Hoodie lost." With her voice, the strong mental thoughts released by Shanae Duo completely shattered Hoodie's superpower, and the remaining strong spiritual thoughts directly hit Hoodie's body. Yun Siqing's brows were slightly wrinkled, but without panic, she said, "Hoodie, self-regenerate." As the faint rays of light circulated, Hoodie's injuries quickly recovered. After smashing Hoodie's mind power, the mental strength will be consumed, not to mention that as a skill with super energy attributes, there is a damage reduction for Hoodie of the super energy system. Under the recovery of self-resurrection, Hoodie left almost no injuries on his body. Aside, Joey's voice sounded at the right time. Hoodie's injury has recovered, but from this fight, it can be seen that Shinado's superpower is stronger than Hoodie. She was about to say something, but at this moment, with her eyes narrowed, Miss Joy's eyes were fixed on Hoodie and Yun Siqing. On the battlefield. While Hoodie performed self-regeneration, Yun Siqing looked at Lin Jing with a serious tone and said sincerely, "You are indeed very strong." Being able to gain an advantage in the purest mind power battle, Shinado's strength is stronger than the current Hoodie. Hearing Yun Siqing's voice, thought flashed in Lin Jing's eyes. In the battle, take the initiative to admit that the opponent is stronger. What kind of way is this? He hadn't thought about it yet. Yun Siqing's voice has come again. I have nothing to keep in the face of an opponent like you. In that case. Hootie. At this moment, Yun Siqing's soft drink sounded. She put her right hand on her chest and gently lifted it. On her neck, she wears a necklace. Now, as the necklace was lifted, the ornaments above came into Lin Jing's sight. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. The pendant is a round gem with a leaf-like pattern inside. Lin Jing is all too familiar with this gem. That's the keystone. At the same time, Hootie's long beard was raised, and a necklace was hanging around his neck. The gemstones and keystones hanging on the necklace are somewhat similar, and they are all round, but the colors of the leaf patterns inside are completely different. That is Hootie Evolution Stone. At this moment, the keystone was ripped off by Yun Siqing and held tightly in his hands. In the battlefield, in the eyes of countless trainers, and in the live broadcast, Yun Siqing held the keystone tightly, with a serious face, and said softly. Hootie. Super Evolution. The third is sent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 44 Super Hootie, the resonance power with Shinado, the crushing potential. 3-in-1 chapter. A firm voice resounds in the battlefield. The moment the voice fell, the keystone in Yun Siqing's hand and the evolution stone hanging in front of Hootie burst into a dazzling light at the same time. When the keystone and evolution stone resonate, the elves will super evolve. Light shrouded Hootie's body, and its appearance changed rapidly. At this moment, around the battlefield, some trainers were watching the battle, some people were shocked, while more people were a little dazed. What is this? Isn't Hootie the final evolutionary type? How can he evolve again? What happened? The exclamation continued. Mega Evolution, as a special ability that only a few elves have, plus the rarity of keystones and evolution stones, is often only spread among the top trainers at the top. Many ordinary trainers have no access to this information at all. On the side of the battlefield, a look of shock flashed in Miss Joy's eyes. She also did not expect that Yun Siqing actually had the ability to super evolve Hootie. After a brief shock, Miss Joy quickly said, what Hootie is doing is super evolution, that is, mega evolution. In the vast world of elves, a small number of elves can still fight in battle after they have evolved to the peak. Carry out a more special evolution. Quote. This evolution is through the special power generated by the resonance of the keystone and the evolutionary stone, allowing the elves to complete the evolution. Although the super evolution is only carried out in battle, the improvement of the elves is quite amazing. Every elves that have completed the super evolution will undergo a comprehensive transformation, and their own race value will usher in a skyrocket. In a few words, she quickly explained it clearly. Looking at the field, he continued to analyze. Judging from the first fight between the two elves, Shinado is obviously stronger than Hootie. But now, after the evolution of Hootie Mega, the emergence of Super Hootie and its own transformation will most likely reverse the situation. Contestant Lin Jing, how will you deal with this change? This Miss Joy is obviously very enthusiastic about the battle, and devotes herself to the qualifications of the referee and commentator. On the battlefield, the light of evolution gradually fades away. Super Hootie debut. Looking around, Super Hootie sat cross-legged, hanging in the air. At first glance, it seems to be wearing a dark purple robe, with a white beard hanging down, hands up, and spoons blooming in the air with a touch of brilliance. It looks like a wise man sitting cross-legged. Glitter is super stupid. At this moment, the breath it shows is completely different. After the super evolution, the surge in racial value has made it undergo a comprehensive change in nature. Lin Jing's eyes looked at it, and there was no trace of waves in his calm expression. According to their discussion, the one in front of me is the eldest lady of a big family in the Big Dipper star region. Looking at it this way, whether it's the connection rope for Yangjira to evolve into Hootie, or the keystone and evolution stone needed by Mega, I'm afraid they will be ready before entering the elf meeting. Before I got the initial elf, I had the Flash Lalula's, and her initial elf is most likely to be the Flash Kathy. Thinking of this, a hint of interest appeared in Lin Jing's eyes. I have a treasure chest system and can grow up quickly, but these trainers with backgrounds are not a kind of golden fingers. After just becoming a trainer, you can get rarer elves and more powerful props. Looking at the major star regions, such trainers are no longer rare. But this is exactly what I want. I come to this magnificent world of elves that involves all major star fields. Only with opponents can my trainer career be more exciting. Now, in his heart, the fighting spirit is constantly rising. Perceiving the change in Lin Jing's mood, Shineido's eyes flashed with determination, and his thoughts continued to surge. At this moment, it is like the deep sea before the tsunami, constantly accumulating and poised to flourish. As Mega evolving, Xanadu has not been able to perform Mega evolution, but I also have the ability to improve the power of the elves, and the battle is continuing. After the super evolution was completed, Yun Xiqing no longer hesitated, and the battle order was issued. Houdi, Mind Hammer. Super Houdi's hands waved, and on the spoons, powerful superpowers were brewing. Above it, special power condensed into a headbutt, pierced through the sky, and attacked Shineido. At this moment, under everyone's attention, Lin Jing made an unexpected move. His eyes closed slightly. At the same time, even the means of transformation. Shineido has a good heart and closes his eyes. The mind hammer swept across the sky and was about to hit Shineido. Outside the battlefield, there are exclamations. Some people even think that Lin Jing chose to give up in the face of the evolved Houdi of Mega. But at this time, Lin Jing's eyes suddenly opened. There is an extremely bright purple light, blooming in his eyes. Shineido's eyes also opened at the same time, and they looked similar. Superpower resonance. Trainers with superpowers can resonate with their superpower elves to improve their abilities. In the past experience, Lin Jing used his superpower to resonate, often to explore the environment. After all, even before Shineido's evolution, his own combat power is quite amazing, and he can't use this ability at all. And now, in the face of super evolution, Lin Jing is no longer reserved. The moment he opened his eyes, the resonance was complete. At this moment, the environment in front of Lin Jing is exactly the scene in front of Shineido. Shineido is in a state of absolute trust in Lin Jing, which makes the resonance between the two reach a completeness, as if they are integrated together. You must know that Lin Jing's superpower has become stronger after being amplified by the God of Dreams, and his blessing to Shineido is even more amazing. Looking at the thought hammer that came directly, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and his arms raised. At the same time, when Shineido's arm was raised, superpower gathered. With it as the center, the superpower is dense, and even faintly becomes the substance. Superpower spewed out, thought force condensed, turned into a sharp blade, and slashed towards the thought hammer. Cut off with one blow. The thought hammer shattered. What? On the other side of the battlefield, Yun Xiqing's expression suddenly changed. What is this? The one who also exclaimed was Miss Joy, who had been suppressing her shock. At this moment, the successive changes made her unable to restrain her shock, and murmured, Super Houdi after Mega's evolution is still with Shineido. There is a gap, this Shineido. She turned her gaze and suddenly looked at Lin Jing. She saw the deep purple light in Lin Jing's eyes. This is an enhancement from the trainer's special ability. Contestant Lin Jing has a special power, which makes Shineido's combat power once again improved. There was a constant uproar on the battlefield. At this moment, the situation on the field has reversed again. At the same time as her expression changed, Yun Xiqing did not hesitate and shouted, Houdi, destroy the death light. Houdi is one of the elves who can learn to destroy the death light, but through skill machine learning. Facing Shineido, who also has superpower attributes, Yun Siqing changed his strategy. Above the head, during the dance of the spoons, the energy full of destructive energy gathered, and then attacked brazenly. Destroy the dead light. Lin Jing's expression did not change, he stepped on it lightly, and Shineido's movements followed, the light flashed, and it had appeared at the other end of the ring. Teleport. At the same time, Shineido opened his mouth slightly, and a soft singing sounded, echoing in the ring. Fairy-type skills, the voice of charm. The singing sounded soft, but what it caused was mental damage. An expression of pain flashed across Super Hoodie's face. At this moment, the energy gathered in Shineido's chest, the shadow ball launched. The shadow ball swept straight towards Hoodie. Hoodie, keep your mind strong. Yun Siqing's voice sounded. The superpower wrapped by the strong mentality and the ghost power contained in the shadow ball suddenly collided in midair. Boom! Under the burst of energy, an explosion sounded in midair. At the same time as the sound of the explosion came out, Shineido's figure flashed and disappeared again. For a moment, Yun Siqing was vigilant and said, Hoodie, perceive the location of the other party. Before she could finish her words, Shineido's figure appeared. This time it appears. It was Hoodie's side. This exceeded everyone's expectations, including Yun Siqing and Hoodie himself. At the moment when Shineido appeared, in his eyes, dazzling superpower surged, and his skills were motivated. With it as the center, during the turbulent thought power, the spirit smash is activated. The exclusive skills of the beasts derived from Mewtwo. Hoodie's special defense is not low. And its physical defense, even after Mega evolves, the physical defense of Super Hoodie is lower than its special defense. And the effect of spiritual breaking is here. At this moment, Hoodie clearly felt that Shineido, who was close at hand, exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Next moment, the power of mental smashing erupted, and its body flew out uncontrollably. Hoodie. Yun Siqing's anxious voice sounded. Shineido's movements did not stop, and while waving, in the midair, vaguely, a shadow of the moon appeared. Fairy-type skills, the power of the moon. At the same time, the brilliance in its eyes flashed, and the power of thought converged, passing through the superpower gems tied to its chest. After obtaining this gem, Lin Jing deliberately made it into a simple necklace and hung it on Shineido. At this moment, the superpower has become more and more turbulent after the increase of superpower gems, and the spiritual power is activated. Opposite the venue, Yun Siqing's anxious command sound came out. But, the moment he was hit by spirit break, Hoodie was severely injured, and now he can't make any resistance at all. The special power from the moon, and the superpower that has been amplified, cut through the sky and hit Hoodie at the same time. Its body was no longer suspended in midair, and fell to the ground ruthlessly. In a flash of brilliance, it no longer maintains the state of Super Hoodie, and it has returned to its normal appearance. Miss Joy hesitated for a moment, and finally said in a complicated tone, "The battle is over, the trainer Lin Jing wins." The battle has not yet ended, Hoodie has been separated from the Mega State, obviously, it has lost consciousness. Except for her voice, the entire battlefield was silent at this moment, falling into a dead silence. Everything happened so fast. Just a moment ago, the super-evolutionary Hoodie gave them a considerable shock. Many people even thought that they would change hands with the first place in the standings. But, the situation of the battle was reversed in an instant. In the face of Shineido, who has been augmented by the trainer's special power, even the Super Hoodie that has evolved from Mega seems to have become a plaything. Hoodie has not even made any effective resistance, and the battle is over. This situation exceeded everyone's expectations. Countless people looked at the other side of the battlefield in silence. There, with the defeat of Hoodie, the purple brilliance in the eyes of Shineido and Lin Jing disappeared at the same time. They saw that Lin Jing showed a smile and was praising Shineido. At this moment, everyone had a common idea in their hearts. What a horrible trainer. Then, the noisy discussion suddenly rose, and countless people recovered from the initial shock and talked a lot. Have you seen the attacks in those rounds just now? Super evolution is this. This is it. This is it. This Shinado is too scary. Yun Siqing's Hoodie was able to super evolve by obtaining keystones and evolution stones from his family, while Lin Jing was able to win because of his own special strength. It is true that the rich rely on technology, and the poor rely on mutation. Brother Essence. Lin Jing is the well-deserved number 1 in the standings. His strength is terrifying. The battle just now was clearly a crushing trend. The discussion continued. On the battlefield, Lin Jing stroked Shinai Duo's hair. Shinai Duo narrowed his eyes, showing a comfortable look. Superpower resonance is quite terrifying for Shinado's improvement. Lin Jing recalled in his heart. At that moment, when he resonated with his superpowers and enhanced Shinado, the tacit understanding between him and Shinado made him enter an extremely special realm. The vision is the same, as the arm points. Just like when he entered the battlefield, when his thoughts arise, Shinado can complete his instructions. This lays the foundation for winning the battle. In contrast, Super Hoodie may have good individual strength, but neither the Hoodie itself nor its trainer Yun Siqing have enough combat experience, and the communication between them cannot be compared with Lin Jing and Shinado. In contrast, when Shinado improved himself through superpower resonance, he was not ready to face a stronger Shinado. Besides, Shinai Duo's aptitude and level are ahead of Hoodie. Hoodie tied the gap with super evolution, but in the face of Lin Jing's superpower resonance, the gap was opened again. Everything. When Lin Jing used his superpower to increase, the result was already doomed. This is not the current ceiling of Shinado. Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply in his heart. When I get the keystone, Shinado can evolve with Mega, and then resonate with superpowers, and the combat power will be even more terrifying. Kalyunai, the champion of the Carlos Starfield, her main elf is Shinado, and her battle mode should be similar to this. After lifting the Pokeball, Shinado rubbed against Lin Jing, and then returned to the Pokeball. He looked to the other end. Yun Siqing's expression was a little complicated, and she was standing beside Hoodie. She, who has been the daughter of heaven since she was a child, obviously did not expect that when she used her trump card, she would be defeated so neatly. After Gilly Egg helped Hoodie with a simple treatment, Miss Joy and Gilly Egg walked towards the treatment center together. Yun Siqing was also beside him. But, after walking past Lin Jing's side, she hesitated for a moment and stopped. Her tone was serious and she said sincerely, Lin Jing, you are really strong. Her tone was somewhat emotional. I thought that after Hoodie's super evolution, he could defeat all the opponents in the elf exam, but now it seems that I'm just sitting there watching the sky. Your Hoodie is already very strong. But maybe it's because of my own growth too fast, and my combat experience is a bit lacking. If you have more experience fighting it, this battle may be more exciting. Yun Siqing showed a hint of admiration and nodded in agreement. You are right, I will try my best to make up for the shortcomings. Her mentality was obviously good. She quickly walked out of the defeat and turned to say, Lin Jing, I also heard some of their comments before the battle, you. She hesitated for a moment and said, is it from an ordinary family? That's right. Lin Jing nodded slightly. Seeing this, Yun Siqing lowered her voice a little. Lin Jing, have you thought about accepting some investment? Invest. Lin Jing frowned slightly. He was very clear about this. In each star field, various forces are active, and some forces even set up special departments to find potential trainers and give investment. If an invested trainer grows into a strong player, even just having his friendship is a good report. Yun Siqing's tone was serious. Our Yun family treats potential trainers quite generously. If I remember correctly, your Shinado is also a super evolution elf. If you are willing to accept the investment from our Yun family, or even join our Yun family, I can guarantee that after the elf exam is over, you will contact the family as soon as possible to prepare keystones and super evolution stones for Shinado. As for other aspects of the treatment, there will be a special person to discuss with you in detail, which will definitely satisfy you. How about it? Think about it. Keystone and Super Evolution Stone. Yun Siqing's sincerity is full. However, Lin Jing didn't think about it, and said bluntly, I don't like being restrained very much, forget it. If there is no treasure chest system, he may think about it, but now, he does not want to directly devote himself to a certain force. All right then. Yun Siqing responded somewhat disappointedly, it seems that you also have your own ideas. Lin Jingbin wanted to say something more. But, at this time, his expression was slightly condensed, and his face was already serious. Looking at Yun Siqing, Lin Jing said bluntly, I still have things to deal with, so I won't say more. Please. Lin Jing walked past her and walked out of the resting base. Along the way, the trainers looked at him with all kinds of eyes, with admiration, envy, and even jealousy. But they all made way, and Lin Jing didn't even need to say more. This is the heart of admiration for the strong. The powerful combat power shown by Shinado made them admire Lin Jing, a trainer of the same class. Lin Jing walked forward quickly with a serious expression. Because just now, that feeling of being piqued came again faintly. And at the same time, Darkrai's voice resounded in his heart. The 3-in-1 chapter is delivered, the flowers will reach 10,000 soon, book lovers who have flowers will give it to you tilde. Chapter 45 Guandu Boss, Candid Communication with Darkrai. The voice that sounded in my heart was the call from Darkrai. Because of this, Lin Jing chose to leave from the resting base. After stepping out from the resting base, Lin Jing's eyes looked into the distance. This time, Darkrai did not hide his existence, so Lin Jing already knew its location the moment he sensed the gaze. Into the eye, the far end is a continuous forest. Lin Jing didn't hesitate, and strode over. The battle is over. However, the aftermath is quite amazing. You know, the battle between the first vs standings and the 9th in the standings, which was broadcast live in one after another resting base, can be described as a lot of attention. At this moment, in each resting base, the two trainers who participated in the battle were almost always discussing. Apocalypse Star Territory, Lin Jing. Big Dipper Star Region, Yun Siqing. The battle between the two shining elves was a feast for their eyes, and the scenes that actually happened in the battle were even more eye-opening. It can be said that after this battle, among the trainers watching the battle, the names of Lin Jing and Yun Siqing have been completely established. They are no longer a string of names on the points leaderboard, but correspond to the powerhouses of the two rookie trainers. Compared to Yun Siqing, the winning Lin Jing is even more eye-catching. You must know that Yun Siqing was born in the Yun family with a Heavenly King level trainer, with a deep background and a lot of trump cards. In this case, he was defeated by the ordinary Lin Jing. After watching this battle, among the rookie trainers who participated in the ELF exam, many people even became fans of Lin Jing, with admiration in their hearts. Counterattack, as always, something to be concerned about. Guandu Star Territory. In the vast sea of stars, a spaceship is sailing. On the side of the spacecraft, a special logo is engraved. At this moment, inside the spaceship, in a luxurious office, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A calm male voice sounded. Boss. After the people outside entered the office, they first bowed earnestly, and then said, not long ago, we received news about it. It appeared in the Sinnoh Star Territory, and in the depths of the Star Sea, it fought a battle with another fairy that existed in the legend. The outcome of the battle is still uncertain. Oh. Behind the desk is an executive chair with its back facing him. At this time, the voice behind the boss's chair sounded. It finally appeared again. Go on, I need more detailed information about it. Yes, boss. The visitor responded, then hesitated, and continued, "Boss, our strength in the Sinnoh starfield is a little weak. After all, it is not our home field." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Behind the boss chair, a deep voice came out. "That's something you need to think about." Hearing this, the visitor looked solemn. "I understand, boss." After another salute, the visitor put a photo on the table, then turned and left. The boss chair turned a half circle, and the man above was really exposed. He was wearing a black suit with a solemn expression, and his eyes were full of confidence. On his side, there is a cat boss lying comfortably on the ground, enjoying his caress. The man's eyes turned to the photos left on the desktop. Above the photo is a figure captured through the porthole. Mewtwo. Lin Jing walked all the way and quickly approached the forest. Just after he stepped out and completely stepped into the forest, the surrounding environment changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have come to another dimension. The surroundings were dark and terrifying scenes appeared from time to time. Lin Jing's expression remained unchanged, and he looked towards the front. At this moment, a faint smoke flickered, and a figure appeared in front of him. "Nightmare God, Darkrai. It was not the first time we met," Lin Jing said. "Darkrai, we meet again." He obtained Darkrai's affinity from the Affinity treasure box, and the two were obviously different from the first meeting. Darkrai nodded slightly. Its bright pupils looked at Lin Jing, and a hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. "Human. I went to confirm everything you said. You sure didn't deceive me." "That's natural." Lin Jing's expression was serious. "An elf like you possesses quite terrifying might. How could I deceive you?" Lin Jing's voice fell. Darkrai's voice sounded again. "But..." Its voice changed. "I went to investigate the time-space distortion area you mentioned, but I didn't find the so-called time-space channel. Normal space-time distortion area, nature and space-time channels are not connected." Lin Jing replied, "I came to the Shikui continent, which is the passage of time and space solidified by special technology in the era I live in. And now, the elf exam has not yet ended, that time-space channel is most likely closed, or there is only one exit, under the control of the Alliance trainer." "Alliance trainer?" Hearing Darkrai's somewhat puzzled voice, Lin Jing explained, "In my era, the biggest official force was the Elf Alliance. Each star field Elves Alliance dominate each star field. Including the elf exam I took, it was sponsored by the Elf Union." Having said this, Lin Jing thought for a moment and then said, "Darkrai, if you want to go to the era I lived in, then I can take you there when the elf exam is over and when you return." Darkrai took a deep look at Lin Jing, but did not speak. Lin Jing's voice did not stop, and continued, "However, if you are willing to leave with me, we need to make some preparations to avoid trouble. The time and space channel controlled by the Elf Alliance, whether it is the exit here or the entrance of the interstellar era, has a powerful trainer with very terrifying strength. If they discover your existence, I am not sure if it will appear. What an accident. The strength of the Heavenly King and even the champion trainer should not be underestimated." So, as early as the first time he communicated with Darkrai, he thought about it seriously. When he communicated with Darkrai in the future, the problems that he might encounter in the future had already been recorded. Now, his expression is calm and his tone is sincere. "If you need my help to get out of here, then you have to get in here first." In Lin Jing's hand, he took out an empty ordinary red and white Pokeball. "It's a Pokeball, my era, a special device for pixies to inhabit. With your ability, you should be able to perceive that this kind of ordinary Pokeball can't restrict your movements at all." Having said that, Lin Jing stopped talking and looked at Darkrai seriously. For the Divine Beast Elves, for Darkrai, there is no doubt that Lin Jing has a strong idea of conquering. But now, the gap between the two is too big. With his current strength and his mastery of the tyrannical carp dragon's temperament, Lin Jing can use the power of the tyrannical carp dragon under certain circumstances. But If you change the object to Darkrai, it will be a well-deserved play with fire. Regardless of Darkrai's strength, just with its wisdom, it is not an existence that can be manipulated. If you anger it, or if you are found to be deliberately guiding it, with malicious intentions, I am afraid that in a moment, it will turn into powder and sink into endless nightmares. Lin Jing would never underestimate the terrifying power of the beast spirit. Because of this, although he took out the Pokeball, he was really thinking about Darkrai and avoiding unnecessary trouble for it. Opposite the space-time passage, but Beidaicheng has a champion trainer sitting in town. A mythical beast elf who will bring nightmares appears in the examination room, and the battle is almost inevitable. And, just as he said, ordinary red and white Pokeballs could not impose any restrictions on Darkrai at all. Darkrai's gaze stayed on the Pokeball for a moment, then looked at Lin Jing. Lin Jing's face was calm and he looked at him. After a while, Darkrai's figure turned into a ray of light and swept into the Pokeball. The first one, ask for an evaluation ticket, a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 46 Amazing Harvest, the treasure chest of the Nightmare God. As Darkrai's figure was thrown into the Pokeball, under the influence of its power, the abnormal space disappeared and returned to the normal forest. Next moment, Darkrai's figure turned into red light and swept out of the Pokeball again. Human. Your name. Its voice sounded again. My name is Lin Jing. Lin Jing. Darkrai gave Lin Jing a deep look. I still have some things to do. Before you leave this continent, I will come back. When the sound fell, as the faint smoke circulated, Darkrai's figure disappeared in place. Lin Jing's superpower was activated, and Wei Wei felt it. Around, Darkrai was no longer there, and it was obvious that it had left in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jing looked at the Pokeball in his hand. Perhaps because of a certain basic affinity, Darkrai agreed to his proposal and entered the Pokeball. True. The red and white Pokeball cannot impose any restrictions on Darkrai. But, for Lin Jing, this is enough. Being able to let a mythical beast elf enter your elf ball is something that countless trainers will envy to the extreme. Because of the God of Beautiful Dreams, I initially established contact with the God of Nightmare, and we communicated twice, and our mutual trust has also improved. Darkrai is not my elf, but it is willing to enter my elf ball, which in itself is a kind of progress, but also a connection. Leave a connection with Darkrai, and as my strength continues to increase, one day, I will be able to obtain its recognition, and fight side by side with me in this vast galaxy. And a light flashed in Lin Jing's eyes. In consideration of the dangers that may be encountered in the future, I used a strategy to subdue the Kirby Beast and the tyrannical Carp Dragon, but these two are not obeying orders at the moment, and even because of their feelings for me. Resentment, basically unable to communicate. Quote. But Darkrai is different. Darkrai, who entered the Pokeball on his own, is now my ally. When he returns to the interstellar era, before it leaves, if anyone really wants to harm me, then just get ready to meet the anger from the beast spirit. Besides, thoughts flashed. Lin Jing looked at the treasure chest interface in front of him. At this moment, there are 2 lines of prompt information, which are constantly flashing above. It is detected that the host has captured an exceptionally powerful elf, and you have obtained a special trainer treasure chest. Check that the intimacy between Darkrai and the host exceeds 20, and you have obtained an affinity treasure chest. In the past, when he captured the tyrannical Carp Dragon through the plan, he once obtained the trainer's treasure box. Apparently, the evaluation of the treasure chest system does not take into account whether the captured elf will obey the command. As long as it enters the elf ball in Lin Jing and fails to break free during capture, it will be regarded as subdued. Therefore, the moment Darkrai entered the Pokeball, the prompt had already risen. Special Trainer Chest. As expected of Darkrai, in the evaluation of the system, he has already used an exception to describe its strength. In the flash of thoughts, Lin Jing's line of sight looked not far ahead. There, a treasure chest has been formed, blooming with a dazzling black brilliance. Indistinctly, Darkrai's phantom flashed in it. Lin Jing was already familiar with this style of treasure chest. Without a doubt. That's the beast treasure chest. Without any hesitation, Lin Jing chose to pick it up. You have successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest Darkrai. The appearance of any treasure chest is random, and after the second meeting with Darkrai, the treasure chest of the beast and spirit about it finally appeared. Great harvest! Lin Jing was overjoyed. Because of Darkrai, he harvested 3 treasure chests one after another, which was completely beyond his expectations. At this moment, the brilliance of the treasure chest interface was extremely bright, and the 3 treasure chests flashed and echoed each other. Lin Jing did not hesitate, and said in his heart, "Open the treasure chest of the beasts and spirits." The brilliance flashed, and the prompt was born. You have acquired a special ability, Malicious Perception. You have acquired the skill, Wave of Evil. You have acquired the skill, Raid. You have gained special influence, the Trust of the Nightmare God. You have obtained the Divine Beast skill fragment, Dark Black Hole. Looking around, more detailed information came into view. Open black lens bracket Malicious Perception close black lens bracket. Introduction. As a divine beast elf with evil attributes, Darkrai is very sensitive to maliciousness, and you have acquired this ability from it. Is it malicious? Lin Jing's eyes narrowed. It chose to believe me, probably because it didn't perceive any malice in me. Open black lens bracket Trust of Nightmare God close black lens bracket. Introduction. You have successfully gained a certain trust from Nightmare God Darkrai. When you encounter danger, Darkrai has a certain chance to protect you. Dark Black Hole. Introduction. A unique skill for Darkrai, which drags the opponent into a strange dark world and forces the opponent to fall asleep. The Wave of Evil, the Raid, can all be learned by Ghost Stone. I don't know, Dark Black Hole, Ghost Stone is full of learning conditions. Although Ghost Stone is a Ghost plus Poison attribute skill, it can also comprehend multiple evil attribute skills independently as it grows. Thought flashed. He did not try immediately, but said in his heart, "Open the Affinity treasure box." You got a special buff, Darkrai's favor. You have acquired Aptitude Transformation, Nightmare Baptism. Open black lens bracket Darkrai's favor close black lens bracket. Introduction. Special buff. An upgraded version of Darkrai's breath. You gain the trust of Darkrai, your connection with Darkrai is strengthened, your suppression of evil spirits is enhanced, and when you are with evil-type spirits when the elves fight, the opponent's performance will be completely suppressed. Open black lens bracket Baptism of Nightmare close black lens bracket. Introduction. Because of your many contacts with Darkrai, you have left a strong nightmare atmosphere on your body, and you can baptize the elves that are close to each other, thereby improving the elves' qualifications. The second one is sent. Ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 47 Nightmare Baptism, Transformed Ghost Stone, Evolution. Darkrai's favor. Nightmare Baptism. Lin Jing's eyes swept over the details of the 2 rewards, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Although the number of rewards in the Affinity treasure chest is not large, the value is quite good. Last time, that Zoroha was terrified when he saw me. Now, it has been upgraded to Darkrai's favor. I am afraid that if I encounter that Zoroha again, it will not even dare to come out of the Pokeball. I can also be regarded as the natural enemy of evil spirits. His eyes wandered to another reward. Nightmare Baptism. In addition to the Super Baptism, I finally got a reward that can improve my qualifications. Nightmare Baptism, can it be used on elves who are close to each other? Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, as his thoughts moved, the Pokeball fell into his hands. Next moment, the huge Flash Leader Ghost Stone has appeared in front of him. After Ghost Stone appeared, his eyes immediately turned to Lin Jing. Among the elves currently possessed by Lin Jing, in Lin Jing's view, Ghost Stone is undoubtedly the most suitable existence for the baptism of nightmares. After all, Ghost Stone is an elf who can comprehend evil skills on his own. Now, after summoning Ghost Stone, Lin Jing first let him learn the Wave of Evil and Raid skills. These two skills are very suitable for Ghost Stone. Through the reward, Ghost Stone can easily comprehend it. Subsequently, Lin Jing's expression became more serious. He looked at Ghost Stone, and said, "Ghost Stone, get ready." Although he still didn't know what Lin Jing was going to do, Ghost Stone still showed a serious look. Then, its eyes suddenly widened, and it looked in front of Lin Jing. At this moment, the reward of Nightmare Baptism was used by Lin Jing. The dark black brilliance flashed in front of Lin Jing, and at the same time as the brilliance flashed, terrifying scenes emerged, and the phantom of Darkrai was looming. At this moment, Ghost Stone gave birth to endless longing in his heart. It did not cover it, and its eyes were full of expectation and looked at Lin Jing. Seeing this, Lin Jing let out a sigh of relief. Being able to make the elves generate their own expectations and desires undoubtedly proves that the baptism of nightmares is useful to Ghost Stone. Looking at Ghost Stone, who was eager to break through the sky, Lin Jing smiled slightly and said, "Go ahead." The moment the voice fell, Ghost Stone's speed exploded, rushing directly into the dark black brilliance. The moment it rushed into the brilliance, Lin Jing's heart moved slightly, and he used his superpower to perceive. In his perception, the brilliance seemed to have transformed into a small nightmare space. As Ghost Stone entered it, the power of nightmares was quickly absorbed by Ghost Stone. Its breath changed one after another, becoming more and more strange. A faint brilliance circulated around Ghost Stone, since it can withstand the baptism of nightmares. Then, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Another reward was used. The exclusive skill from Nightmare God Darkrai, Dark Black Hole. While the reward is being used, in the void, there seems to be a shadow of a black hole emerging, leading to another strange space. The black hole fell, and when it approached Ghost Stone, it merged into its body without hindrance. Just then, as if feeling something, Lin Jing lowered his head and looked at a pokeball at his waist. It was not long ago that Darkrai entered the Pokeball. At this moment, although Darkrai was not here, the Pokeball trembled slightly. Does Darkrai feel anything? Lin Jing showed a thoughtful look. He looked at Ghost Stone, who was transforming, and said to himself, after experiencing the baptism of nightmares, he mastered the Dark Black Hole skill through the Divine Beast skill fragment. Ghost Stone, he can be called Darkrai's little apprentice. When I arrive at Clay, follow me back to the interstellar age, maybe. The thoughts in his mind flowed. Ahead. The nightmare baptism continues. The fragments of Divine Beast skills are integrated, and Ghost Stone, who gradually comprehends the Dark Black Hole skills, has become more and more compatible with the baptism of nightmares, and its breath is steadily improving. After about a few minutes, the terrifying illusions around Ghost Stone's body led to the gradual reduction of the brilliance, the baptism of nightmares. Lin Jing thought it was all over. But, at this moment, on Ghost Stone himself, a dazzling light was born. Lin Jing was slightly stunned and quickly reacted. That is the light of evolution. Ghost Stone began to evolve. Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply. The end has been reached. Theoretically, after evolving into Ghost Stone, through the special activation of communication power, Ghost Stone has the possibility to evolve into Gengar. But, if there is no stimulation of that power, Ghost Stone needs to accumulate slowly. This is the baptism of nightmares, coupled with the common power of mastering the skills of the beasts. The Ghost Stone has undergone a transformation, and it has directly started to evolve successfully. I didn't expect this kind of unexpected joy. Nightmare God Darkrai. It's called Nightmare God, but it can be called my lucky star. Lin Jing's eyes are full of joy. Because of the trust of Nightmare God Darkrai, he was willing to enter his Pokeball, and his gains were invaluable. As the light of evolution enveloped, the appearance of Ghost Stone changed, and the phantom inside was rapidly increasing. Ordinary Gengars are not very big. But this is a Flash Boss Gengar. In the blink of an eye, it has climbed to a height of several meters. If you only look at the phantom in the light of evolution, you might even think it is a Kobo. After tens of seconds, the light of evolution gradually converged, and the evolution was finally completed. The one who reappeared was already an evolved form. Glitter Boss Gengar. After the evolution was completed, Gengar was obviously very excited. He took a big mouth, stuck his tongue out, and licked Lin Jing directly. All right. Lin Jing reached out and patted its belly. It was soft and very comfortable. Gengar's eyes narrowed, looking even cuter. The bigger it is, the more secure it is. Looking up slightly, looking at Zhang Gui's appearance, his eyes are full of satisfaction. As his mind moved slightly, his wisdom eye ability was activated. Open black lens bracket Gengar, Flash Boss, close black lens bracket. Level LV31. Introduction. Gengar, a Pokemon that lives in the shadows and waits for an opportunity to take people's lives. If you find the shadow under your feet laughing, you'd better grab the amulet to exorcise the evil. Attribute: Ghost, Poison. Characteristic: Cursed Body. Qualification: Quasi-Overlord. Currently mastered skills: Strange Eyes, Tongue Licking, Hypnotism, Black Eyes, Tit for Tat, Resentment, Song of Death, Shadow Fist, Curse, Misfortune Never Comes Alone, Night Shadow, Wave of Evil, Surprise Attack, Dark Black Hole, Pseudo, Mirror Surface Attributes. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the column of qualifications. Quasi-Overlord level. The third is sent. Ask for an evaluation ticket, a monthly flower ticket, thank you. Chapter 48. The luxurious special treasure chest, the power of the dragon, is fully strengthened. After experiencing the dual effects of Nightmare Baptism and Dark Black Hole skills, there may be factors that evolved into Gengar, and Gengar's aptitude has come to the same quasi-overlord level as Sinnoh. There was some emotion in Lin Jing's eyes. Gengar is the most qualified elf it has encountered in the wild. And now, its qualifications go a step further. After the transformation of Sinnoh's qualifications, it is also a quasi-overlord. Then, Lin Jing's heart moved slightly. The quasi-overlord level qualification is already beyond the existence of the champion level qualification. Both elves are staying at the quasi-overlord level. Could it be that if you want to achieve the true overlord level qualification, you still need some conditions? The thoughts in his mind turned sharply. In this way, the fire dinosaurs are a bit behind. The Heavenly King level qualification is quite amazing for other elves, but compared with the quasi-overlord level, it is far behind. However, I have a treasure chest system, and sooner or later I will be able to obtain resources to improve the qualifications of fire dinosaurs. After all, a series of evolutionary forms of fire dinosaurs also have amazing potential. Thoughts flickered in his mind. There is no doubt that the evolutionary body of the fire dinosaur, the fire-breathing dragon, is also a very favored existence. Mega evolution of the fire-breathing dragon is one of the few elves with 2 mega evolution directions. This alone makes the fire-breathing dragon better than the other 3 imperial families. Therefore, Lin Jing also has high hopes for the fire dinosaurs. Looking at it this way, the keystone is bound to be won. After Ghost Stone evolves into Gengar, as long as I get the Gengar Evolution Stone and the Keystone, I can complete the Mega Evolution and go further. It's getting closer and closer to the White Ghost. In the flash of thoughts, Lin Jing's eyes looked at the location where Gengar was evolving. There is no treasure chest generated. Didn't trigger the evolution treasure chest. Lin Jing shook his head, not disappointed. After all, today, his harvest is already quite amazing. Motioning for Gengar to get acquainted with his new evolved body, Lin Jing looked at the treasure chest system interface in front of him and said. At this moment, as the dazzling brilliance circulated, the treasure chest was opened, streams of light swept out, and information was born. Open black lens bracket. You got the advanced ball X2 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You got super ball X3 close black lens bracket. You got a giant ball X1. Open black lens bracket. You got shuttle ball X1 close black lens bracket. You have obtained a special trainer clothing set X1. You have obtained comprehensive enhancement X1. You have obtained a special power, the power of the dragon. You have obtained a special badge, Reinforcement Master. Open the special trainer treasure chest. You get a random slate drawing chance X1. Lin Jing glanced over at a glance. Luxury. By conquering the special trainer's treasure box triggered by Darkrai, the rewards inside can only be described as luxurious. Needless to say about each Pokeball, the giant ball is a Pokeball that is more advanced and more effective than the overweight ball, and corresponds to a heavy Pokeball, while the shuttle ball is an upgraded version of the flying wing ball, corresponding to the flying Pokemon. Superior Trainer Clothing Set Defense plus 10, Special Defense plus 10, Fall Slowness plus 5, Agility plus 2. Note: wearing the costume of a super trainer will naturally make the rational wild elves feel good. Comprehensive Strengthening. Introduction: you will usher in a comprehensive strengthening, from physical strength to special power. Conquer Master. Introduction: special badge. When wearing this badge, the success probability of catching the elves increases by 3%. Dragon Power. Introduction: trainers who are able to control the special power of dragon-type elves and possess the power to control dragons are born with the affinity of dragon-type elves, and can use the power of imperial dragons to enhance dragon-type elves. Random slate drawing chance. Introduction: you can draw a piece of attribute slate that has been circulated in Legends. Lin Jing glanced over and let out a long breath. Amazing. Amazing value. If you let other trainers get these rewards, I'm afraid they will be crazy. He did not hesitate to use the rewards one by one. Premium Trainer Costume Use. The faint brilliance melted into the room, and Lin Jing clearly felt that his body became more and more sensitive. Conqueror is a light blue badge that he wears on his chest. Then, he used Dragon Power. Indistinctly, there seems to be the sound of a dragon's roar, and a faint brilliance is born from the void and merges into the whole body. The power of the dragon. Dragon-type elves are inherently powerful beings, but with the power to control dragons, they can make dragon-type elves even more terrifying. Perhaps it was because the body itself had superpowers. During the interaction, Lin Jing clearly felt that the special power that he had just integrated into the body seemed to be strengthened. Clenching his fist slightly, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed the surging power in his body. Dragon Elf. While the dragon-type elves are powerful, they are also very rare. During the period of exploration in the Shikui continent, Lin Jing had never encountered a dragon-type elves. Wait until you meet a really suitable dragon-type spirit, and then capture it, so as to play the role of the power of the dragon. Then, fully enhanced activation. Indistinctly, in the sky above the forest scene, there seems to be a small whirlpool emerging. From the whirlpool, beams of brilliance surged out and merged into the body of the forest scene. During the warm currents, the physique is constantly strengthening. Around Lin Jing, there are 3 colors of brilliance flashing constantly. That is the manifestation from 3 special powers. Super Power, Dragon Power, Malicious Perception. Deep Purple, Light Blue, and Dark. Physical Enhancement, Special Strength Enhancement. Lin Jing also ushered in a comprehensive transformation. Aside. Zheng Gui was already familiar with his newly evolved body, but now he seemed to sense something faintly. This strengthening lasted for a few minutes. There was a hint of vigilance in his eyes, and his eyes looked around. A few minutes later, Lin Jing's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and the stars flashed in them. He stepped on his right leg and jumped vigorously, and his body was light and quickly ascended into the air. Then, he fell to the ground. Perceiving his own change, Lin Jing felt a sigh of relief in his heart. The improvement brought by comprehensive strengthening is quite amazing. There are super real rookies today, and there are super Shizui people in the past. With my current physical strength, plus the defensive blessing of clothing attributes, I should be able to really resist the attacks of some elves without being hurt. In this interstellar era, it is very important to have a strong physique. As the thoughts flowed, Lin Jing looked at the last reward in the trainer's treasure chest, and his expression became solemn. Random attribute slate drawing chance. The fourth is sent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 49 The attribute slate related to the god of creation, aiming at the standard god. Property slate. In Lin Jing's memory of the elf world, there is only one kind of prop that can be called that. The thought flashed, and I took the opportunity to use it. At this moment, in front of Lin Jing, a lottery machine in the shape of a large turntable appeared. The top was divided into 19 equally divided areas. Above each area, slate patterns of different colors were depicted. Sure enough. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Without a doubt. This is the attribute slate that is connected with the legendary creator of the elf world, Arceus. According to rumors, the attribute slate can change the attributes of Arceus. And the attribute slate itself can also produce an amazing increase in the power of the elf skills of the same attribute. Everything related to the beast spirit is of great value, not to mention the attribute slate related to Arceus. Lin Jing didn't hesitate, and when his mind moved slightly, the turntable quickly spun. After more than 10 seconds, the turntable slowly stopped, and the pointer stayed in an area above. Open black lens bracket. You got the fireball slate. Close black lens bracket. Above the big turntable, a ray of light rose, and a slate slowly emerged in the void. Detective Lin Jing took it. The slate fell into his hand, and a hot feeling came. The fireball slate was flaming red, emitting a faint flame-colored light. The moment Lin Jing held the slate at the waist, a pokeball suddenly trembled. Lin Jing raised his brows and said, "Come out." The light flashed, and the figure of the fire dinosaur had appeared in place. There was a look of longing in its eyes, and it immediately landed on the fireball slate. Seeing the appearance of the fire dinosaur, Lin Jing's heart moved. If it's just a fire attribute item that enhances the power of the skill, the fire dinosaur will definitely not be so eager. Perhaps, this fireball slate, which is related to Arceus, has other functions. In a flash of thought, Lin Jing gently touched the last pokeball on his waist. The brilliance flashed. Glitter Shinado appears. As an elf who can telepathically communicate with Lin Jing, Shinado also acts as an interpreter many times. After the pokeball left, Shinado first looked at Gengar with curious eyes, then looked at Lin Jing, and a soft voice sounded. "Master." Lin Jing nodded slightly and said, "Fire Dinosaur, what do you think about this slate? Tell Shinado." "Heard." The fire dinosaur growled a few times. Shinado's voice sounded in Lin Jingshin's heart in real time. "Master, Fire Dinosaur said that it has a very special feeling for this slate." After the slate appeared, its fire attribute energy became more active, and involuntarily a desire was born in his heart. "Is that so?" Lin Jing looked thoughtful, and then handed it the fireball slate. "This slate will be handed over to you to keep." The fire dinosaur stretched out its claws and took it. The moment he took over the slate, behind the fire dinosaur, the flames on the dragon's tail became more vigorous to the extent visible to the naked eye. It seems that carrying this fireball slate can indeed have a subtle influence on fire dinosaurs. After pondering, Lin Jing said earnestly, "Fire Dinosaur, next, you must be fully prepared for battle. It's getting closer and closer to the end of the elf test. In the next time, most of the battles, I will send you to the field." "Heard." The fire dinosaur's eyes showed a strong fighting intent, and he roared in response. It is a very warlike elf, and now it is obviously impatient. Seeing the reaction of the fire dinosaur, Lin Jing nodded with satisfaction. Preparing to let the fire dinosaurs act as the main force in the next battle is naturally the result of his planning. Shinado, Gengar, have evolved into their final form. In contrast, fire dinosaurs still have a chance to evolve again. To sharpen the fire dinosaurs and let them complete the evolution is undoubtedly the best choice to improve the comprehensive strength of the team at present. After a few words, Lin Jing took the Gengar, the fire dinosaur, and the Pokeball back. He turned his gaze to the far side. This forest is not far from the resting base, and the resting base where trainers keep coming and going can be seen far away. I'm afraid no one could have imagined that shortly after the battle between me and Yun Siqing ended, my strength would usher in another transformation. As the thought flashed, Lin Jing took out the investigation machine and checked the direction on the map. After a few seconds, he pointed to a location on the map, pointed at the top, and said, "Zanaido, the destination is here." "Okay, Master." Shinado took the initiative to reach out and took Lin Jing's hand. The light flashed, and the two figures had disappeared in place. The elf test continues. As time goes by, the end is getting closer and closer. Perhaps it was because the battle between Lin Jing and Yun Siqing in the top 10 of the standings was touching. After that, there were many battles at the top of the standings in the resting stronghold. 17th place in the standings, Fanqi from Weixingxingyu, came across the second place in the current standings at the resting stronghold. Crimson from Guandu Xingyu launched a challenge. In the end, the Kirby beast sent by Crimson defeated Fanqi's fire elf. 4 in the standings, Chu Qing from the Big Dipper domain was no longer anonymous, and chose to reveal his identity, defeating the 8th place in the standings, Kato from the Hejong domain. Many battles at the top of the standings took place at various resting points, and they were all broadcast live. The rapid changes in the standings also allowed the trainers who participated in the elf test to have a better understanding of the actual combat power at the top of the standings. Deep understanding. There has been a lot of discussion about the current standings. However, since the battle with Yun Siqing, Lin Jing seemed to have completely disappeared, and he never came to any resting base again, which made many trainers feel a little regretful. They were also looking forward to seeing Lin Jing's battle again. However, Lin Jing's steadily increasing points undoubtedly proved that he has been constantly fighting in the wild. Countdown to the Genie exam. 0 hours 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Washing area. Tianguan foothills. On a steep cliff. Lin Jing made a vigorous leap with his right leg, holding the protruding rock with both hands. With his strong physique, he turned up and climbed to the higher platform. After doing all this, he exhaled a long breath. Stepping on the platform, there are already shallow clouds floating around. Here is the high point of the foothills of Tianguan Mountain. Stepping on the platform and looking down, there is a kind of charm of seeing the mountains and small mountains. After leaving that day, Lin Jing's destination was very clear, that is, to explore the foothills of Tianguan Mountain again. In the entire Shikui area, the foothills of Tianguan Mountain is the most complex area. The peaks are extremely steep and the environment is complex. Even flying elves may get lost in it. And the purpose of Lin Jing's coming here is very simple. He came for a genie. Through his personal exploration of the Shikui area during this period of time, he has become more and more familiar with it. At the same time, he can be sure that some information from previous games can indeed be confirmed with the real Shikui area. For example, there are traces of the God of Dreams in the battlefield of Yingyu, and so on. Because of this, after mastering the power of the dragon, he has a goal. According to the information in the game in the previous life, there is a kind of elves living in the very high place at the foot of Tianguan Mountain. Quasi-god elf, dragon type, fiercely bites the land shark. The 5th ascent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 50. A quasi-god with championship level qualifications is a perfect starting point. To be precise, round land sharks, fangtooth land sharks, and even fierce-bite land sharks may appear in this area. Lin Jing, who has the power to control the dragon, naturally has to choose a powerful enough dragon-type elf. Quasi-god is undoubtedly the best choice. Because of this, since he left that day, Lin Jing has been heading towards the very high point at the foot of Tianguan Mountain. During this period, Lin Jing was also constantly fighting with wild elves, and even more boss elves wandering in the wild to earn points. With the evolution and improvement of Shinado, he realized the super barrier and teleported 2 skills. Lin Jing firmly grasped the initiative of the battle in his hands, and he could fight or retreat according to his own mind. Go all the way, climb, and finally arrive here. I don't know if this trip will be fruitful. As his thoughts flickered, Lin Jing immediately prepared to move towards a higher point. But at this moment, a faint sound came out, and his eyes suddenly turned to the rear of this small platform. At first glance, I saw a few more natural-looking stones piled up on one side of the cliff close to the cliff. It was there that the voice came. While Lin Jing looked over, a figure hung in the air and slowly floated out. Open black lens bracket small fist stone close black lens bracket. Level LV13. Attribute rock, ground. Qualification superior. The moment it appeared, the message was already in sight. The small fist stone with wide eyes also saw Lin Jing, but at the moment of seeing it, under Lin Jing's gaze, it silently turned around and turned back toward the stone. Except for some of the wild elves who are not sober, most of the elves are also judging the situation. When encountering the existence of the opponent that they feel is not an opponent, they tend to retreat. On Lin Jing, there is a special buff, Darkrai's favor. The breath from Darkrai suppressed the evil spirits, and at the same time, the spirits of other attributes could also faintly sense that Lin Jing was uneasy. Looking at the figure of the small rock turning back, Lin Jing seemed to have a feeling, and his eyes narrowed. Only see. After the stone returned by the small fist stone, at this moment, a small head appeared faintly. This is. Lin Jing moved slightly in his heart and walked over. Seemingly aware that he was found, the little head suddenly shrank back, and then the sound of small footsteps sounded and quickly went away. Lin Jing walked to the stone. At first glance, behind the pile of stones, there is a small entrance to a half-human high cave. Did you go in there? The cave is extremely narrow and difficult to enter. Squinting his eyes slightly, Lin Jing unleashed his power. The power of the dragon. At this moment, with him as the center, the power of the royal dragon spreads around. Indistinctly, there seems to be a dragon roaring in the void. Under Lin Jing's attention, the small figure who escaped back to the cave had already emerged from the cave and looked at it. Under the influence of the power of the dragon, the little guy seemed to let go of his vigilance, left the cave, took a few steps forward, and stopped at a distance of about 2 or 3 meters from the forest scene. After closing the distance, the influence of the power of the dragon is more obvious. Under the effect of the power of the dragon, the little guy narrowed his eyes slightly, showing a comfortable look. I finally found it. A hint of joy flashed in Lin Jing's eyes. In front of him, the little guy who is enjoying the power of the dragon is exactly the goal of his trip. This is a round land shark. It looks like a standing shark, with missile-like protrusions on both sides of its head. At this moment, it does not have the majestic temperament of a quasi-god elf in the future, but looks a little cute. The quasi-god elves are quite rare, not to mention the powerful dragon-type quasi-gods like the earth dragon. If you don't find them before the elf exam, you don't know how long it will take to meet them. When the thoughts are flipped, the power of wisdom eye is activated. Information emerges. Round land shark. Level LV21. Attribute dragon, ground. Qualification champion. The level is not low. Looking at some of the marks left by the round land shark, Lin Jing said in his heart, it seems that he is a very belligerent little guy, and he is constantly fighting in the wild, tempering himself and growing. Champion level qualifications are terrifying. Quasi-god elves are rare and powerful. Basically, Any quasi-god elves have the qualifications above the elite level. Nonetheless, the round land shark with championship-level qualifications in front of him is also called awe-inspiring, and among the quasi-god elves, it is also the most top-notch existence. It seems that the lucky child may have played a role again, allowing me to meet an elves with quite amazing talents. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Lin Jing stopped the display of the power of the dragon. The power of the dragon was lifted, and the originally comfortable expression of the round land shark changed slightly. As soon as its short legs took a step, it immediately wanted to escape, but there was some hesitation in its heart, and it hesitated on the spot. Lin Jing leaned down and stretched out his hand. When the power of the royal dragon was activated again, a strange brilliance bloomed on his palm. "Little guy, would you like to come with me?" At the same time as he spoke, his superpower was activated, revealing his meaning faintly. The elves of the Shikwi region do not understand human languages. However, after undergoing a comprehensive strengthening, the transformation of superpower has allowed Lin Jing to express his meaning through superpower, which is also a new harvest. Feeling the attraction from the power of the dragon, and hearing Lin Jing's voice, Yuan Lu Sha hesitated for a while and approached completely. Lin Jing reached out and stroked the head of the round land shark. Somewhat rough. Under the close contact, the power of the royal dragon made the round land shark more comfortable, and the vigilance in his heart was completely put down. Lin Jing's other hand took out a blank Pokeball, and his voice was soft. "You should really like fighting. Leave with me, I can take you to see a wider world and meet more and stronger people." Opponent. "I'll also help you grow and make you stronger. How about you, would you like to come with me?" During the speech, Lin Jing held the Pokeball flat and moved it in front of round land shark. Under his gaze, round land shark hesitated for a while, and finally stuck his head out and hit the Pokeball. Sip. A crisp sound came out, and the figure of the round land shark turned into light and entered the elf ball. It was clearly mentally prepared, and after the Pokeball dinged, it regained its calm. Successfully captured. The power of the royal dragon is extremely special to dragon-type elves, so Yuan Lu Shark obviously let go of his guard and was easily subdued. Lin Jing's eyes flashed with joy. A quasi-god elf with championship-level qualifications. This is probably the existence that countless people yearn for. As his thoughts flowed, Yuan Lu Shark was released again. Through his eyesight ability, Lin Jing quickly understood the information of Yuan Lu Shark. Round land shark. Level LV21. Introduction. The round land shark nests in caves that are not exposed to sunlight. Shark teeth can regrow within days, even if they are lost from wear or impact. Attribute: dragon, ground. Characteristics: sand hidden, rough skin. Currently mastered skills: dash, quicksand hell, impact, sand plucking, dragon breath, stomp. With a glance, Lin Jing nodded slightly. As expected of a quasi-god elf, even in its initial form, the skills mastered are very powerful. When it finally evolves into a quasi-god, it will be the day when its strength will be fully displayed. Thoughts flashed. Lin Jing seemed to have thought of something, and at this moment, he opened his backpack. Inside the backpack, one red and white ball, two special Pokeballs, nothing moved. Seeing this, Lin Jing's expression turned solemn. Sure enough, the Pokeballs obtained from the treasure chest system are not restricted by the Pokeball transmission mechanism. I don't know if it's because of the influence of being in the Shikwi area, but when we return to the interstellar era, we can naturally draw a final conclusion. The goal was achieved, and Lin Jing stood on the edge of the platform, overlooking the bottom. On the side, the round land shark followed suit and patrolled. At the place near the highest point in the Shikwi area, Lin Jing exhaled a long breath, and a strong confidence rose in his eyes. This is where I started as a trainer. I already have a perfect starting point. Next, my journey as a trainer will definitely be more exciting. The elf exam is coming to an end.